The other party talked on and on for a long time, and the expression on Sumu's face was extremely wonderful. It's too much fun. Can you come up with such a cool move? It's really awesome. Then what about the rest of the people? Where's Yi Yan? Ahem. Zhang Haining looked strange and coughed lightly. Actually, this is purely a coincidence. Yi Yan took the initiative to tell me that she was born in a forbidden area when she was a child. And coincidentally, the direction where her father fell should be the forbidden area where she was when she was a child. For your safety, I think it's better to take her with you. Sumu's face turned even darker when he heard that. What about the last person? Why should I bring Xiaoju with me? Isn't this Yin Yanxiu's maid? No. Zhang Haining shook her head slightly and pointed at Sumu. She is yours now, and the four sisters will all be yours from now on. Nianxiu also agreed to this matter. And don't underestimate her because she is just a maid. She is actually a celestial being and can help you a lot. Sumu was silent, then expressionless. Help? What kind of team have you put together for me? Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao, Yin Yanxiu, and Xiaoju. With four women walking with him, Sumu could tell with his feet that the journey would definitely not be peaceful. Is he taking personal revenge? To get back at me for pushing too hard last time? Sumu couldn't help but reveal a bit of suspicion in his eyes, staring at the other person up and down. What are you doing? Zhang Haining felt a little shy for a moment, her face turned slightly red, and she glared back fiercely. Sumu spoke softly. Tell me the truth, are you thinking about something unhealthy by arranging it this way? Zhang Haining. Even if there is, how can it be said? Just take them with you. It's not just them, there are others too. Hearing this, Sumu looked at the rest of the list. There were 12 people in total going this time. Excluding Sumu himself and the 4 girls, the remaining 7 were from the Su family. Among them were 2 celestial immortals, and they happened to be the 2 with whom he had fought before. Su Huijin, Su Dek. Apparently, their position is bodyguards. Sumu had a strange look on his face. He found something very strange on this list. The names of the 4 girls were deliberately placed at the back, as if they didn't want to be discovered. If Sumu hadn't suddenly wanted to take a look, he would have been even more confused when he joined the team. We'll leave in a quarter of an hour, Yung. Zhang Haining's voice suddenly became strange, and sounded a little embarrassed. It's only been a quarter of an hour, and you're still. After I leave this time, we won't be able to see each other for a long time. Don't you miss me? I miss you all the time, even now. Then let's leave a deeper impression at the end. Sumu smiled softly. A moment later, Sumu and Zhang Haining appeared at the same time in the square of the teleportation node, while the others had been waiting here for a long time, ready to go. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly wearing a veil? Nangongshi showed a puzzled look on his face. He moved closer to Zhang Haining and looked at the green scarf around her neck. Isn't it boring? No, I'm fine. Zhang Haining's face turned slightly red, and she glared at someone standing next to the node formation with some displeasure. Sumu seemed unaware. He turned around, waved to everyone, and then disappeared in an instant. Chapter 198. A natural-born movie star? Guan City. An inconspicuous top floor of a building. Sumu secretly glanced at the figure in the sky. There were about 200 people in the other group, not a single mortal was there, and many of them exuded a strong aura of cultivation. The leader of the team is actually an immortal king, although he is only at the first level. Young master, we've been meeting more and more people these days. Besides Sumu, Su Huijin spoke softly, but his eyes were always looking towards the sky. Yeah, I know that too, Sumu said helplessly, their direction has not changed. They are all heading for our Su family. It has been 2 days since Sumu left the Su family. During these 2 days, he kept encountering monks from all directions, and all of them were heading in the opposite direction from him. Their target is the Su family. I hope Sister Han Ing and the others can hold on. Sumu looked into the room behind him with a dim gaze. Except for himself and Su Huijin, there was no one there. There were 10 other people in the room behind him. They all restrained their breathing, did not speak, and occupied a corner in different postures. Meng Xiaoxiao, Shinjiaoi, Yi Yan, Sudaika, Xiaoju, Yin Yanxiu. The 6 ladies had different looks, and their eyes would more or less pass over Sumu. The atmosphere within the team has been very subtle these days, and Sumu couldn't help but feel a headache. The remaining 6 people were all members of the Su family. Their cultivation levels varied, but most of them were earth immortal cultivators. There are 12 people in the team, and less than half of them are cultivators in the heavenly immortal realm. Sumu, Su Huijin, Sudaika, Shinjiaoi, Xiaoju. 5 monks in the celestial realm. The person with the highest cultivation level is Sudaika, who in a sense is Sumu's aunt's woman. He has reached the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm and has even vaguely touched the threshold of the immortal king realm. Sudaika had a strange look in her eyes, especially when she looked at other women in the team. That strange look was even more obvious. She couldn't help but look back and forth between Sumu and the others. Although she had no experience in relationships, a woman's natural keen intuition still allowed her to notice something between the young master and these women. The atmosphere seems a little different. Especially the way those women looked at the young master. They were basically not disguising themselves, and I always felt that they were thinking something not so good. Sudaika raised her eyebrows slightly, not knowing why. She always felt that the other women's eyes when they looked at Sumu were very complicated: tenderness, resentment, anger, and a little bit desire as they looked at their prey. Strangeness. To be honest, Sudaika didn't understand why the team was configured like this. But she would not disobey the family's orders, nor did she have the mind to investigate further. As for now, although the group has left the family, she will firmly follow Sumu's orders. After all, he is the young master. Sumu spoke in a deep voice. How far are we from our destination? At our current speed, it will probably take us another half a month to get there. Yi Yan spoke quickly, her eyes always on Sumu. The destination of the group had already been determined, which was Yi Yan's hometown, the Fengzhou Forbidden Area. Although Yi Yan herself had only a vague memory of the place, she still volunteered to come. She kept looking at Sumu. These past few days, the group has been busy traveling and there hasn't been much communication. Even when he had time to rest, Sumu would mostly just sit there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. Is he worried about his father? Yi Yan often thinks like this. Due to the special nature of the destination, Yi Yan served as the guide for this operation, while the route arrangement was left to others. In order to avoid attracting attention, Sumu and his group did not even bring a flying boat, and chose to fly slowly on their own power. Only from time to time would I take a teleportation array to a remote area. After all, flying boats are exclusive to big forces, and they have to be well-known forces at that. If one just pops up, it will inevitably attract other people's attention. Half a month. Sumu frowned slightly. Ever since the family's protective formation was activated, communication with the outside world has been basically cut off, leaving only some special means. However, this special method cannot be sustained and can only be used for emergency communication. Therefore, the subsequent arrangements basically depend on them themselves. Sumu looked around at everyone, taking in everyone's expressions, and forced himself to suppress the strangeness in his heart. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's go. Where should we go next? We have to cross the Western Demon Mountains, take one of the trails, and then head to. Xiaoju spoke softly at this time, and while speaking, she would glance at Shinjiaoi from time to time. The route was planned by both of them. One of them was a former assassin of Tianhe Palace, and the other was from Fengyu Tower, a well-known assassin organization on the continent. Both of them had the most experience in how to sneak around. In order to disguise themselves, Sumu and the others also arranged a fake identity for themselves. A group of people disguised themselves as an expedition team. To put it in words to outsiders, they are out traveling, looking for secret places and making a little money by the way. On the surface, Sumu is the deputy captain of the team, and Su Huijin is the captain. Everyone disguised their presence, fearing that they would be noticed.
The route is fine, alright. Let's go. Su Huijin glanced at Su Mu, and after getting the other party's permission, an eager smile appeared on his face. Ha ha.
Let's go to the Western Demon Mountains and see if we can find some treasures there. Seeing that the other party immediately got into the state, everyone began to adjust themselves and burst into laughter.
Su Mu has now turned into a rough man.
When everyone entered the street, Su Mu's eyes looked around wildly and he chuckled from time to time. Hey, boss, when we get out of the Western Demon Mountains, why don't we buy a few slaves like this to serve us?
Okay. Remember to take your own money.
Su Huijin's eyes flickered slightly, and he was actually a little surprised in his heart. When the group first disguised themselves, he was very worried about Su Mu's acting skills. After all, the other party had been spoiled since childhood and had never been on such a mission.
Unexpectedly, Su Mu's acting skills are truly eye-opening. This is not just good, it's simply a gift. Look at Su Mu's outfit.
The big man had a rough face, messy hair tied casually behind his head, and some stubble on his face. Although he was wearing neat clothes, it was obvious that they had not been changed for some time. To anyone, he was just an ordinary casual cultivator, and one who was a little financially constrained.
How come the young master's acting is so good? Is there really an all-powerful genius in this world? Su Huijin couldn't help but think of the other party's cultivation.
It was also in a short period of time that he broke through to the current level. How could he know that Su Mu's acting skills were honed bit by bit, and he practiced for decades?
Chapter 199 Accepting the Mission.
The group of people moved very quickly.
The mountains not far away immediately became clear.
The Western Demon Mountains are located northwest of the Su family. They are extremely vast and stretch for thousands of miles. Even for a celestial cultivator, it would probably take several days to pass through in a straight line. Not to mention that it is impossible to go through it in a straight line. There are countless monsters lurking in the huge mountain range. There are some hidden corners that no one has set foot in for tens of thousands of years. Dangers arise one after another, so we must not be careless at all. It is precisely for this reason that many opportunities have gradually accumulated in Denmark. Spiritual materials, natural magic weapons, and various demon resources. Even the terrain of the mountains themselves can be regarded as a treasure. There was once an immortal king who went into seclusion in the Western Demon Mountains, observing the wonders of nature and realizing the great truth from the endless terrain. He also used this to create a formation that could trap people, making it impossible for them to escape no matter what. Because of this, he was revered by the world as the Mountain Array Immortal King. He is now one of the top powerful people in the world and is also a member of one of the top 10 immortal clans. But I heard that he went to Tinglong Holy Land in recent years and started to teach students with peace of mind. Su Mu and his group paid attention to their positions. The 5 celestial immortal realm cultivators each occupied one side to facilitate dealing with risks from the outside world. As they approached the edge of the mountain range, the group heard voices.
Team up, team up. Is there anyone who wants to team up to get the demon materials?
The tiger whip of the 7 deadly tigers of the North Sea.
A newly produced spiritual material.
I won't accept yuanshur, I will also exchange it for spiritual materials.
7th grade detoxification pills, there are various types, come and take a look.
There is a small market on the edge of this mountain range. When I got closer, I found that the people hawking here were of all kinds, including men, women, young and old, and their levels of cultivation were also mixed. In just a short while, Su Mu and his group saw at least 2 celestial immortals passing by, and dozens of earthly immortals.
As for mortals, there are even more. Everywhere.
The group gathered their composures, paid attention to their expressions, and then entered the market town, intending to pass through it quickly. The location of this market was very clever, right at the entrance of their route, making it impossible to escape even if they wanted to. The Western Demon Mountains are full of dangers, and most of the small paths that can be safely passed are relatively busy. It is not surprising to have such a market at the doorstep. The group did not notice that the moment they entered the market, someone next to them suddenly raised his eyes. Then his eyes lit up.
Uncle Chen, what about them?
Sumu and his group pretended to watch the fun, and even bought some things from the visit from time to time, just like a team about to enter the Western Demon Mountains.
There is nothing unusual to be seen.
But at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. An old man spoke respectfully.
Everyone. Are we going to enter the mountains?
Su Huijin frowned immediately. At this moment, he looked like a shirtless big man. His bronze muscles made him look ferocious and difficult to get along with. Of course he did this on purpose, so that he could avoid a lot of trouble.
Get out of the way, old man. Don't delay us from making money. Etc.
The old man became even more excited when he saw Su Huijin's ferocious look and came forward on his own initiative.
Don't be impatient, brave man. It's not too late to leave after you listen to what I say. I can pay for it.
Su Huijin was speechless for a moment.
It's over. I pretended too well and people took me seriously.
He had already guessed the purpose of the old man and the young man in front of him, probably wanting them to do something.
This is really normal, especially on the outskirts of this mountain range.
After giving Sumu a glance and getting the other party's permission, Su Huijin immediately showed a money grubber look.
Oh? You want us to do something? As long as the money is in place, it's easy to do. Sumu's mouth twitched.
Even the old man in front of him was stunned for a moment, confused by Su Huijin's sudden change of attitude.
So easy to talk to?
Sumu sighed slightly in his heart, coughed lightly, and hurriedly stepped forward to take over the right to speak.
Boss, how about letting me talk? Okay. Second brother, I'll leave this to you.
After Su Huijin said this, he quietly stood one step to the side of Sumu to prevent any accidents. A group of people found a corner nearby and started to discuss. At this time, Sumu also learned the names of the old man and the young man in front of him. The old man's name is Chen Mu, and the girl next to him is his daughter, named Yun Susu. The moment they heard that the other party's surname was Chen, Sumu and his group's faces changed.
Chen family? Etc.
As if he just knew what everyone in front of him was thinking, Chen Mu waved his hands again and again, explaining somewhat helplessly. Although my last name is Chun, I have no relationship with that immortal clan, nor do I have any bloodline with them. If they really were related, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Sumu finally felt relieved. He coughed slightly and then touched the stubble on his face.
So what do you want us to do? Let me make it clear. Our team is working together, and the fee is not cheap.
Sure.
Chen Mu smiled slightly. What I ask you to do is very simple.
That is to take me and my lady across the entire Western Demon Mountains to the city on the other side. As long as we reach our destination, I will not only give you 15 million yuancher, but also 5 immortal weapons.
Immortal weapons, although the name is very high-sounding, are actually weapons that can be used by cultivators at the earthly immortal realm and above.
This is also divided into grades.
Immortal weapon?
What grade?
Sumu finally showed a hint of interest. In fact, I feel helpless. 15 million yuancher? To be honest, he didn't think much of it.
Yuancher was just a number to him. The Su family has quite a few yuancher mines, and he really has mines at home.
But the 5 immortal weapons are different. Not everyone can get them. With such huge profits at stake, it would be very abnormal if Sumu didn't show some interest. One piece is of second rank, and the rest are of first rank.
Chen Mu spoke confidently, not believing that the other party would not be tempted. Sure enough, the big man in front of him immediately revealed an excited look, and even his body was shaking slightly.
Okay. Deal.
Sumu quickly agreed and sighed slightly in his heart.
Never mind. Since he's already disguised like this and looks so similar, it would be unreasonable not to take the mission.
They had to cross the mountains anyway, so it was on the way. It was also at this time that Sumu looked at the girl next to Chen Mu for the first time. She looks young, probably just in her teens, with a delicate face, Although not as beautiful as Qin Jingru and the others, she is also a beauty. The most important thing is the other person's eyes, which are as bright as stars. They have been staring at Su Mu with a strange light. Su Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed a familiar breath. Chapter 200 New Fragments of Destiny. Su Mu was absolutely sure. He wouldn't be wrong. At the same moment, Shine's voice came in my mind. Wait a minute, Su Mu, this mission must be completed. This girl has the aura of a destiny fragment. I feel it. Su Mu replied in his heart, and then forced a smile on his face again. Ha ha ha, since we've already discussed it, why don't we pay the deposit first? Then we can get on the road right away. He doesn't have that much time to waste. As for the fragments of destiny, let's talk about it on the way. Good. Seeing that the dust had finally settled, Shenmu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then quietly lowered his head and glanced at Yun Susu. Just now, when he brought Yun Susu into the market, the other party told him that they must find Su Mu and his gang. Yun Susu had a hunch that by following the other person, they could get rid of the pursuers behind them, and the two of them could get to safety soon. My young lady has a very accurate intuition and has always been like this since she was a child. Since there was no other way, Shenmu simply trusted the other party and took out the last 5 million yuancher from him and gave it to Su Mu as a deposit. By the way, I still don't know what your name is. Su Mu was slightly stunned when he heard this, then he still laughed carelessly. Now you are the boss, just call me Lao Mo. The group quickly got ready and headed straight into the mountains. In the team, Shinjiaoi had a strange look on her face. In fact, she didn't quite understand Su Mu's decision. Even at the last moment, Su Mu could still make up a reason to reject the other party. She even realized that Su Mu had originally had this plan. Of course, excuses are easy to find. For example, why are you bringing a few burdens with you, why do you have other tasks, why is the reward so generous, etc. Excuses are not the problem at all. But Su Mu suddenly changed his mind just because he took a look at the little girl. Could it be that Su Mu likes this kind of thing? Thinking of this, Shinjiaoi suddenly narrowed her eyes, with a strange look in her eyes. This is a little too small. Su Mu Wen. I don't know why, but ever since the group left the market, Su Mu always felt a chill behind him. When he looked back, he found nothing unusual. Strangeness. Su Mu looked puzzled. I always feel like someone is looking at me with an impolite look. There's a feeling that my reputation is about to be ruined. He is already a cultivator in the celestial realm, so it is unlikely that there will be any problems with his mysterious perception, but he cannot find the source. How strange. He decided to prepare himself for this journey with full concentration. At least before leaving the mountains, we must be vigilant. The group expanded to 14 people, and Shen Mu and Yun Susu were protected in the middle of the team. This is both a form of protection and, of course, a form of monitoring. Countless green colors continued to unfold before their eyes, and the sunlight in the sky became increasingly dim. They went deeper and deeper. Shortly after Su Mu and his group left, another group of strong men came here, led by a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He carried 2 huge 9-ring swords on his back, and his aura was not concealed at all. He turned out to be a celestial monk. The compass shows that the 2 people just now are here. We must catch them. Search for me. The sturdy man waved his hand, and the group of people behind him rushed in all directions, like ants in an ant colony. Then he quickly returned and brought the news. Report to the hall master, we have received news that the 2 men just now hired another group of people, and they may have entered the mountains now. He really went in. The leading burly man sneered, the iron rings on the swords behind him jingled, and murderous aura filled the air. Do you really think that you can turn the tide by getting that thing? Ridiculous. Those are all organized and belong to me. The big man waved his hand quickly. Chase. But don't chase them too hastily. Leave them at a distance. It's best to let them get the thing first. This way we can reap the benefits. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and flew away together.
The group of people made such a loud noise that they attracted the attention of others. Looking at the backs of the group of people walking away, everyone was talking about it. Those people just now had such a strong murderous aura. I looked around and saw nearly 100 people, all of whom could fly, and at least they were at the celestial realm. What kind of organization is this? Why would they come to a place like this? He is a celestial monk carrying 2 swords. He looks familiar. Suddenly someone seemed to remember something and widened his eyes. I know. These people are from the Blood Blade Hall. The leader is the head of their branch hall. Blood Blade Hall, is that the one I know? It must be that one. I heard that the other party has an unclear relationship with Fingyu Tower. In our northwest region, it is basically the most prestigious organization. Fingyu Tower. Countless people's faces suddenly changed. Just mentioning this name made them feel panic. The people that Fingyu Tower interacts with are all high-end cultivators, so they are not well known. But this does not mean that people do not understand. On the contrary, they feel even more frightened. I heard that Fingyu Tower can even kill the immortal king as long as you pay enough money. Since the Blood Blade Hall is associated with this kind of organization, they must not be good people. Stay away. From their appearance, it seems that they are here to hunt down someone. Someone's eyes flickered, he thought for a moment, and then he bravely followed. There is never a shortage of courageous people in this world, especially when there are sufficient benefits. The Blood Knife Hall couldn't possibly appear here for no reason. Even if they were hunting someone, there must be a reason. Maybe you can get some key information and gain some benefits? Even if you just heard something, you might be able to sell it to some intelligence organization for a good price. The people in this market are all independent cultivators. For the sake of yuanshire, they can do many things that ordinary people can't imagine. The distant Su family. Miss, more and more people are gathering outside the family. A spy from below came to report. Zhang Hanying nodded slightly, seeming not surprised. Sumu has been away for 3 days. And on the day they left, a group of people were stationed outside the Su family. The other party was from the Wang family. The leader was a 7th-rank immortal king, a woman, and also a well-known strongman on the continent. After the enemy arrived, they launched 2 tentative attacks and then began to set up camp and wait. Just from this small action, Zhang Hanying was able to capture a lot of information. The other side has a lot of reinforcements behind them. And there are even stronger ones. Su Mu. Zhang Hanying thought of the situation outside for a moment and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Be careful, and come back. I'm still waiting for you. Chapter 201. Do you like this? Western Demon Mountains. Su Mu and his group walked slowly through it. It even rarely uses its flying ability. Even if it does, it only flies a short distance at a low altitude and then quickly falls to the ground. So cautious. Su Mu was a little confused. Although the group of people had no intention of exposing their strength, Su Mu thought that this way of traveling was still too cautious. However, the ones who led the way were Shinjiaoi and Xiaoju, so Su Mu still chose to trust them. There are extremely tall trees all around, some of which cannot even be called trees. They are covered with black crystals, and various branches grow wildly, pointing obliquely towards the sky. Some are simply black vines, intertwined in spirals, barely presenting the shape of a tree. From the moment he stepped in, Su Mu felt the dangerous aura coming from all around. From time to time, some breath would pass through the range of perception. But he seemed to sense something and always left quickly. The very center of the team. Yun Susu's face turned pale. She was just a mortal and didn't have such keen senses, but the palpitations did not diminish at all. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Demon Uncle Chen, what exactly is a demon? Why do I see everyone is so nervous? Shenmu sighed softly, then explained in a low voice. In this world, after a cultivator breaks through the mortal realm, he needs to continue to comprehend the way of heaven before he can make further progress. But everyone's understanding of Tao is different, and there is no absolute standard for this kind of thing. Of course, some people will go astray.
Many times, the monks themselves don't even realize that they have reached a point where they cannot recover.
We call it possession, or demonization, or contamination. There are all kinds of explanations.
When Shenmu said this, he paused, glanced around, and seeing that no one was surprised, he prepared to continue.
After all, although everyone knows this news, they don't like to mention it verbally. Everything has a soul, and it's not just humans who have a soul.
This western demon mountain range has accumulated a large number of demons over a long period of time. They have been entrenched here and have even changed the natural environment and the laws of nature here. Others would rashly go deep into this place, and even their own strength would be suppressed. So there are some safe routes, which have been slowly explored by people.
Of course, even this route is not absolutely safe.
Shenmu taught his young lady in a low voice. After all, there were no other elders around her now, so he had to train her to become a talented person.
I can take revenge later.
Sumu focused most of his attention on his surroundings, but he still kept a small part of his mind on an old man and a young man in the crowd. After all, we are strangers to each other, so it is always better to be on guard.
Certainly.
For Sumu, what he cares most about is the fragment of destiny on the other party. Sister Shine, can you feel which fragment of destiny is on her body? At a time like this, Sumu certainly knew who to turn to for help, so he started smiling in his heart again.
There's nothing you can do, Shan just falls for it. Snort.
Shan's voice was still ethereal, but one could still clearly tell that he was not happy.
You remember me now. You haven't asked me for so long. Speaking of which, how have you been lately?
Shang paused when she said this.
She really didn't know how to complain.
The other party was happy, but now his father's life or death is uncertain. You say that the other person is unhappy, but women around him come one after another and rush to throw themselves into his arms. Especially now, when everyone is out on a mission, there is actually a large group of people around them. Shang had a very strong urge to reveal his true form and roll his eyes at Sumu. Although when she first gave Sumu Yuan an immortal body, she had guessed that this situation would occur in the future.
But this is too fast. How long have they been back? Less than 3 months. Sister Shang, what are you talking about? I'd been thinking about you all the time.
Sumu smiled in his heart. He actually knew that the other party was not really angry. In fact, in a sense, Shang's personality is a bit like that of a little girl, who just needs to be coaxed. Sumu also understood that if he ever encountered a crisis that he could not solve, he could still ask the other party for help. The relationship between the two is actually a bit like that of master and apprentice. Both teacher and friend? Sumu wasn't quite sure either, but who cares? As long as it works, that's fine. If he could ensure his own safety just by coaxing girls, Sumu could also become a sea king, the gentlest kind.
Cut.
Shang snorted softly to express his inner disdain, but he did not delay in saying what he had to say. If I'm not mistaken, the fragment of destiny on this little girl should be Daluo Xianjue. As for the effect, well, it can't improve combat effectiveness, but it's still very useful.
You can tell me after you get it. Sumu. I knew you wanted to be the Riddler.
Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. Sumu knew that the other party would not say anything now, so he directly asked his second question.
Actually, I'm very curious about one thing, but I've never had the chance.
What?
If the holder of the destiny fragment dies, what will happen to the destiny fragment in his body? Will it disappear directly? Shang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What?
You don't want to kill this old man and this young man directly.
Sumu's mouth twitched. But not to the point of.
He had played a villain before, but that was just acting, and now was not the time to create unnecessary trouble. Shang Wei paused for a moment, then spoke softly. If the holder of the destiny fragment dies, the destiny fragment on his body will collapse directly and then dissipate between heaven and earth. Perhaps after a period of time, it will randomly appear on a living being on this continent.
This creature may not be a human.
Sumu thought about it and felt that the marriage is like a dream on his body seemed to be the same as the one on the big tree in the Longyuan secret realm.
But how did it come to me? He was a little confused, then quietly looked at the girl in the middle of the crowd. Then how can I get the fragment of destiny from her? Sumu did not forget his main mission. Little did he know that his frequent peeping behavior had actually been noticed by some people with ulterior motives. Besides Sumu, Meng Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes slightly, and then looked at the girl in the middle of the crowd. Sumu has been secretly sizing her up since the beginning, and she doesn't look that good looking. Meng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Sumu likes this? The same doubt not only appeared in her mind, but many people noticed this scene. Chapter 202 Is There a Traitor? Just when Sumu lowered his head to think. Suddenly I felt someone patting my shoulder. It's Su Dek. The other party whispered. Young master, although I don't know why you accepted this mission, people cannot, or at least should not. The girl looked no older than 13, a little. Su Deka seemed to think that this statement was inappropriate again, and then added another sentence. If it really doesn't work, why don't you take her back to the Su family and raise her for 2 years? Sumu was stunned, and finally his face turned black before he realized what the other party was saying. He looked around and found that many people had noticed his actions. Most of them are celestial immortals. In the earthly realm, there is only Meng Xiaoxiao who has a strange expression. Sumu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Not buddy. I'm watching Fragments of Destiny, can you guys not be so superficial? But he couldn't say this out loud, so he could only swallow it, especially to Su Deka who was beside him. Now he even had an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Sumu responded helplessly. It's not what you think, you. Roar. The air around them suddenly became silent, and everyone froze in place, only to hear a faint growl in their ears. The group of people immediately stopped teasing and changed their formation. Sumu was surprised to find that he was protected in the middle. When did you rehearse the formation? Before they had time to wonder, everyone looked alert. Their perception is always outward, so there is no way any fish can slip through the net. How could there be a beast roar at such a close distance? Especially the sound that just appeared suddenly, it was as if it was right next to everyone's ears. Danger! The bronze skin on Su Huijin's body instantly glowed, gradually turning into a light golden color, and then spread out in all directions. He was using his secret method to investigate. But after a long time, still nothing was found. Roar! The faint sound was getting closer. There are extremely tall trees all around, blocking out the sun, making the environment seem quite dark and even a little cold. It is impossible for everyone to fly directly into the sky, otherwise they will easily become targets and attract more targets. Roar, hee, roar. The sound gradually became weird, and everyone could feel that something seemed to be approaching. But I can't capture any shape, and my perception is empty. In the center of the crowd, Yun Susu's face suddenly turned pale, and she quietly looked up at Chen Mu. The other party gave her an affirmative look in return. The meaning is also very clear. It's right here. Yun Susu's face immediately turned pale and her body began to tremble slightly. Sumu was now on high alert. To be honest, the current atmosphere is a bit scary. So he directly took out his halberd, which was not the holy weapon given by Jiang Haining, but an ordinary immortal weapon, only of the first grade. A faint white flame began to burn, and then spread around along Sumu's feet. He could feel something approaching, but for some reason, he couldn't catch sight of it. In this case, we can only use the most primitive method. As Sumu's mind moved, white flames spread out like waves, and the coverage area continued to expand until suddenly, a flame ignited out of thin air at a certain place. Boom! At the moment the flames started, Shinjawi took the first step and took out a black dagger from her sleeve. She turned into a dazzling black light and rushed forward. Puff! It seemed as if something was pierced, and then there was a piercing scream. Ah! Gah! The extremely strange sound made Sumu frown, and the other party's figure immediately appeared. It is a figure slightly taller than an adult, covered with purple-black crystals. Its shape is completely irregular, and it even has eyes all over its body.
When Sumu looked over, the other person's eyes began to blink rapidly.
The attack launched by the opponent.
Sumu reacted immediately, and a blazing white flame immediately ignited on his body, followed by a puff of black smoke.
Ga. The thing's screams became even weirder, as if it was traumatized. What's this?
Yi Yan spoke softly and clenched her fist slightly.
This should be the demon. Hide behind me.
His attacks are very strange.
Be careful.
Sumu took a step forward and asked the other party to protect him behind him. Yi Yan was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded with a complicated expression. Once upon a time, Sumu was just a small cultivator in the mortal realm, having minor fights with Chen Shu in the Holy Land. As a result, now Yi Yan herself needs to hide behind the other person.
Am I dragging him down? Yi Yan couldn't help but have such thoughts in her mind, and her expression darkened. Maybe I should have more power.
In a trance, a strange light flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. The moment the demon showed up, Xiaoju, Shinjawi and Su Daika moved at the same time.
All kinds of means were used to attack immediately, and countless holes were made on the opponent's body in an instant.
At first glance, it looks like a torn piece of black paper. But the other person's eyes were still moving.
Something is wrong. Shinjawi frowned.
This route was discussed by her and Xiaoju, so she was naturally very clear about the conditions on the road. Logically speaking, even if there are monsters to encounter on this road, it shouldn't be this kind.
This is a psychodynamic demon, the most troublesome kind. Mind state. Many people don't understand what this means. What is this and what should we do with it?
This thing can't be dealt with by conventional means. Xiaoju also spoke softly, then glanced at Sumu secretly, moved her steps a little, and made sure Sumu stood beside her.
Leave if you can. Don't get entangled with this thing, huh?
Before she finished her words, she noticed a sudden burst of strange noises coming from all around.
Roar. Ga. He.
Shinjawi's eyes flashed, and she ignored the strange sound of Chaoju's laughter, and instead became extremely alert.
It's troublesome.
There was no need for him to remind them, everyone could feel it. There are more and more monsters with strange mental states, and they are getting more and more.
Something's wrong. It's totally wrong. These things can't appear in groups.
Xiaoju's face suddenly turned cold, as if she suddenly thought of something.
All thoughts act alone, unless something attracts them here.
As she spoke, Xiaoju suddenly flashed and grabbed Yun Susu in the crowd.
Shenmu immediately stopped the other party.
The fight between the two produced a violent sonic boom and strong winds blew everyone's hair.
It's you guys. Xiaoju's eyes showed murderous intent and she took out two short blades from behind. Chapter 203. If you don't agree, just fight. Who are you? Why are you doing this?
Xiaoju's words were very blunt, and she had even begun to use all her strength. Among the four sisters, Xiaolan has the gentlest personality, so she was sent to Sumu the first, just like in the previous life.
Sister Mei is the eldest of the four sisters.
She has the calmest personality and the best sense of the overall situation when doing things, so she was the first to act in the operation before Sumu disappeared. But the situation is different now. Sumu's action this time is extremely dangerous, especially when the whereabouts of the group are exposed. If it really comes to that, the newcomer might not only face the heavenly immortal realm, but the other side may even withdraw immortal kings from the front line to turn around and besiege him.
Even the immortal Gaingjiao, whose whereabouts are currently unknown, is not impossible to appear.
So they sent out Liang Ziju, who had the highest cultivation level among the four sisters. She is no longer prepared to suppress her cultivation. At this point, there is definitely a big problem with these two people. It is impossible to attract something like a demon.
Demons are born to stand in opposition to all intelligent creatures. There is no possibility of the two coexisting.
The aura of his cultivation gradually became stronger, and the aura of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm was being revealed.
Chen Mu's face turned pale. The 9th level of the celestial realm. How is that possible?
With such powerful strength,
why do you come to a place like the Western Demon Mountains? At first they just wanted to take advantage of the situation to hide, but now it seems that they might get themselves into trouble. Wait. Shenmu spoke quickly. It's really not us who attracted them. At least we didn't expect there would be so many. How about we leave now? We won't get any benefit if we stay here alone. Why don't we talk about it later? Shenmu was really panicked. He knew that his young lady had a fragment of destiny, and he also knew that this kind of thing would attract strange things in the mountains. But this number is too much. Now at a glance, there are hundreds of them densely packed together. And they are still gathering. Sumu's face didn't look good either. For some reason, he always felt that these things were looking at him. And there was a hint of desire in his eyes. It's so frustrating. At this point, he didn't plan to hide anymore. He might as well break out as soon as possible and deal with the rest of the things after he got out. So, Sumu simply released all his breath. The fifth level of the celestial realm. The tiny white flames on his body immediately ignited, covering his entire body until they condensed into exquisite armor. He also quietly replaced the halberd in his hand, and held a holy weapon directly in his hand. Shenmu's eyes widened. What the hell? Holy weapon. Fifth level of heavenly realm. He himself was only at the second level of the heavenly immortal realm, and he thought that was already outrageous enough, but who were they? As Sumu's aura radiated outward, everyone understood what he meant and stopped suppressing themselves. First of all, there are the earthly immortal cultivators of the Su family and Meng Xiaoxiao and Yi Yan. Then there are Su Huijin, Su Daika, and Shinjiaoi. Everyone's breath is released. Especially when Su Daika's breath was released, Shenmu froze in place. Another ninth-level celestial realm cultivator and his aura is even more powerful. But then, the most shocking thing happened. Everyone spontaneously gathered around Sumu, and Su Daika asked in a low voice. Young master, I suggest that you break out quickly and just leave these two people here. Xiaoju immediately agreed. I agree to do this. Chanmu. He was stunned. He originally thought that they were just a group of ordinary cultivators, but it turned out that there were two people at the ninth level of the heavenly immortal realm. When they have reached this level of cultivation and they appear in large numbers, it is no longer something that ordinary forces can cultivate. What's more, they also called Sumu the young master. So what is this person's identity? But a glimmer of hope quickly ignited in his eyes. No matter how these people were discussing how to abandon him. Wait. Don't leave. At least, take my lady with you. I admit that this matter is my fault, but I can cover for you. Before that, I can also tell you that there is a treasure here. A treasure that can cause changes in the entire continent. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. The situation in Shenyuan Continent was already complicated enough, and the other party could actually say such words with confidence, which made him curious. But now is not the time to discuss these things. Don't talk about that for now, let's get rid of these things first. It can't be done. Shinjiaoi's face darkened. The mind state is the most difficult demon to deal with, and it can also corrupt people's minds. Even the immortal cultivators cannot be completely immune, and there is even a certain chance of going astray. We have to go. Good. Sumu agreed with the other party's idea without any hesitation. It's true that he wanted the fragment of destiny, and he also wanted to know what the treasure the other party was talking about, but the most important thing was of course his life. Especially since he had to pass through here quickly to find his father Su Ningye. Nothing else matters, especially compared to Sumu's only relative. Shenmu immediately became anxious and tried to persuade him to stay. Yun Susu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Facing Uncle Chen's anxious gaze, the girl just shook her head gently and said nothing. Right now. Actually, you don't have to go. Shang still spoke in a calm tone, seemingly unaware of the situation in front of him. Didn't you realize that Bai Sha Yen Kuei can actually kill these things? They are just a collection of small regrets. Are they so difficult to deal with? Shang's tone was really weird.
You can kill all of these things by yourself, why are you running?
Su Mu. After all this fuss, am I being too cautious?
Shang seemed to be able to sense what Su Mu was thinking and smiled gently.
Your first reaction is too cautious. It's really unnecessary. In a sense, I taught you. You can't be so embarrassing.
As a cultivator, and my disciple, your first reaction is of course to go up and do it.
If you can't do it, tell me later. I'll help you. Don't be afraid. Su Mu was confused by the other party's instigating remarks.
In the moment he was stunned, the strange black creatures around him began to move. He moved at an incredibly fast speed, ignoring all attacks from others and rushing directly towards the group of people. I was at the moment when the two sides were about to meet.
Su Mu sighed softly. Well.
Then a blazing white light was released from his body.
Boom.
In a trance, Yun Susu seemed to see a sun rising from the ground. The halberd in Su Mu's hand was stained with blazing flames. The flames rushed rapidly in all directions, filling the treetops, tree trunks, the ground beneath the feet, and even the void with white flames everywhere.
Ga.
Countless strange and sharp screams suddenly rang out.
Those black afterimages are struggling frantically at this moment. Chapter 204, Pursuit.
Chen Mu was dumbfounded. From the moment Su Mu and his group stopped concealing their aura, he was completely stunned. Looking around at this moment, there are blazing white flames everywhere, but there is no sense of temperature at all. Only those black afterimages made sharp and strange screams in the flames. The sound was miserable, as if challenging the physiological limits of human beings.
Who are you?
Chen Mu's face turned pale, and he subconsciously protected Yun Susu behind him. He had practiced for thousands of years and had never heard of anyone being able to do such a thing. Although the demons in the mind state can see their physical bodies, they can basically ignore most attacks and can also affect people's Taoism.
It is undoubtedly the most difficult type of demon.
As a result, now, hundreds of psychotic demons are struggling in the opponent's white flames, and their bodies are gradually shrinking until they turn into ashes. In the eyes of Chen Mu and Yun Susu, the only thing left was the source of the fire, and the young man who was protected by everyone in the center.
Su Mu smiled slightly.
It is worthy of being a fourth-grade magical power, it is really useful.
I don't know where these weird things come from, and...
Su Mu suddenly turned around and chased those black shadows which were gradually burned.
Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Chen Mu and Yun Susu at the same time. Yi Yan frowned slightly. We need an explanation.
Chen Mu looked down at his young lady, and after getting her permission, he slowly spoke. The first thing he said was an apology. I'm sorry, this is our fault, but we didn't expect. The other party talked eloquently, gradually explaining all the causes and effects. It turned out that they came from an emerging second-rate force, the Yunhai League. The Yunhai Alliance was initiated by the two major families, the Yin family and the Hai family. It united many small forces, and the influence of the entire alliance covered nearly 100 cities in the surrounding areas.
Everything was thriving. Until a while ago.
Yun Susu, the legitimate daughter of the head of the Yun family, is only 13 years old this year, but there was a strange phenomenon when she was born, which attracted purple rays of light all over the sky. Some people say that she is a born unicorn, while others say that she is the hope for the future prosperity of the Yunhai League. But only those who know the inside story know that this girl is actually very ordinary. She is just an ordinary little girl. He doesn't have any outstanding looks or talent for cultivation, especially compared to those true geniuses. The only thing that is unusual. Maybe it's just that he has an intuition that is beyond ordinary people.
Intuition. Su Daika frowned, somewhat confused. What's the use of this thing?
Can it improve combat effectiveness?
Of course not.
Chen Mu looked helpless. However, this kind of intuition can often allow Miss to perceive the direction of development of things. The reason why we came to you is also because of Mrs. Intuition. Chen Mu was actually a little confused.
Did he say too much? He told all the family secrets.
But if you think about it carefully, the lady's intuition has never been wrong, so there shouldn't be any big problem this time.
What's more, this group of people are extremely powerful.
If the other party really wants to interrogate him, Chen Mu will have no room to resist.
And recently, the lady's intuition has sensed something unusual. Sumu's mouth twitched when he heard that. Could it be the treasure you were talking about?
Yes, that's it. Chen Mu looked a little embarrassed. Then why are there only two of you here? Because Chen Muwei paused, and then unexpectedly the little girl took the initiative to take over the conversation, because this news has been known by others. Yun Susu spoke softly and no longer hid behind Chen Mu. They are from the Blood Knife Hall. I don't know where they got the news about the treasure, and they teamed up with our internal spies, like my father and others. Yun Susu's words came to an abrupt halt, with a strong sense of sadness between her brows.
Sumu sensed a maturity in this person that far exceeded that of his peers, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What you mean is, there are still pursuers behind you now? Or are there only two of you left in your alliance? Chen Mu nodded slightly. More or less. Sumu finally understood the whole story. He could also sense that the two people in front of him had not said all they wanted to say. For example, where does the so-called intuition come from and what the treasure is? Sumu understood that the so-called intuition of this little girl should be the effect brought about by the fragment of destiny. After all, it is a fragment of destiny. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a second-rate emerging force to possess such a thing. Once they are exposed, it may not just be the Blood Knife Hall that will hunt them down. However, Sumu was not interested in delving into other people's secrets, as he had many secrets of his own. No matter what happened to you before, no matter what you plan to do, it has nothing to do with us. Sumu had no expression on his face. He really wanted the fragment of destiny, but he didn't want to get into trouble at this time. Even if I really want to come and get it, I have to find my dad first. We can escort you out, but we can write off everything from now on. We don't want to get involved in your affairs either. In order to prevent the fragments of destiny from randomly falling on other people, Sumu thought for a moment and decided to send these two people out safely. At least you won't be groping in the dark then. Thank you. Yun Susu's expression darkened and she nodded slightly. In fact, she also thought about taking revenge with the help of the people in front of her. The reason why he and Uncle Chen Mu came here was to obtain that treasure and then go back for revenge. Both of them were too weak to deal with the Blood Knife Hall. But now, the two of them have offended each other to death, and the other party is obviously not interested. The fact that they didn't kill them directly is enough to show that these people are kind-hearted. Yun Susu secretly glanced at the young man in the crowd. As early as the moment the action took place, all the disguises on the other party were peeled off, revealing their true appearance. He has a handsome appearance and an indescribable air of nobility. It is obvious that he is the backbone of the group. In addition, this group of people had previously called the other party young master, so Yun Susu didn't dare to think about it any further. Afraid of being silenced by the other party, Sumu raised his hand and looked around. Let's go now. Etc. Among the group of people, Sudaika, who had the highest cultivation level, suddenly looked strange and interrupted Sumu's words. Young master, someone is catching up with us. The group of people's faces suddenly became stern and they immediately started brainstorming. Is it the Chen family? Or the other two families? Have they discovered us? The Blood Blade Hall is catching up. Both sides became extremely alert and stopped walking at the same time. Get rid of the tail here to avoid any complications. Sumu and Chen Mu had the same thought at the same time. Chapter 205, You Give Up So Quickly? Both parties agreed. At the same time, he began to restrain his breath, hide his body, and prepare for the battle. When they saw each other's actions, both sides were stunned. Sumu raised his eyebrows and found that Chen Mu next to him had done the same thing as him, and even started to take out several formation plates from his arms, obviously intending to set a trap. After all this fuss, it's all because of Lao Lu. Sumu suddenly developed some liking for this old man and this young man. There is nothing more reassuring than a good old teammate. The rest of the people quickly understood what was going on, all with strange looks on their faces, and they all took action at the same time. Soon, in the dark forest, it seemed as if nothing had happened. The white flames did not leave any traces on the trees, it seemed that they only destroyed the demons. Looking at it now, there is not even a trace of battle, only a faint fluctuation of vitality in the air. Sumu hid in a corner. He didn't actually have any relevant concealment powers, but he had a lot of treasures on him, so he just took out a cloak and put it on, and the effect was almost the same. Plant some white flames slightly in the ground for future use. It was at this time that Sumu suddenly noticed something strange. Why does my white flame feel a little weird? There seemed to be a faint flash of black light. He also didn't notice that not far behind him, Yi Yan's delicate body trembled slightly. There was no time to think about it, the people behind caught up with me. The leader was a burly man, who was leading hundreds of people. All of them were flying in the air and gradually approaching this place. There seems to be a fluctuation of vitality around. The burly man with 2 swords on his back suddenly spoke, then took out the 2 9-ring swords on his back and looked around vigilantly. Master! Could it be that they had fought here before? Yes, Hall Master, there are demons everywhere in the Western Demon Mountains. We encountered quite a few on the road just now. Does this mean that we are getting closer to them? The subordinates all echoed him, and even smiled a little flatteringly. The big man snorted coldly. The 9-ring broadsword in his hand jingled. Of course your boss, know about this kind of thing. Do I need you to remind me? Yes. The boss is the most powerful. Long live the boss. As expected of you, you are the candidate for the next Hall Master. You are truly so domineering. Hearing this, the big man suddenly showed a slightly smug expression on his face, curled his lips slightly and snorted. Hee, even if you guys try to flatter me, I will remain calm. As expected of you, the boss. The boss is indeed a killer from Fengyu Tower. It's so handsome. All right. The big man waved his hand, signaling his younger brothers to shut up. Don't talk about these nonsense. Even if you flatter me, you still have to do your job. Keep searching forward and make sure to find that old man and that little girl. Although I don't know what their plan is, why they insist on going into the Western Demon Mountains, but we absolutely cannot let them escape. Wildfires can't burn everything, and the spring breeze blows longer and longer. When the big man recited the poem, there seemed to be some sadness between his brows. As soon as he said this, the people behind him brightened up and cheered. Boss, you are so talented. As expected of the future Hall Master, you are so awesome. Right in the corner below this group of people, where no one noticed. Sumu had an extremely strange look on his face, and he could hear clearly everything the other party said. I always feel that. This group of people don't look very serious. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shinjawi, who was hiding beside him, with a strange look in his eyes, as if saying, Is this person really from your Fengyu Tower? Are all of you in Fengyu Tower like this? Little did she know that the girl's face had already turned red, and she didn't have the courage to look Sumu in the eye. Shinjawi secretly swore in her heart that she would capture this group of people alive and ask them which branch of Fengyu Tower they were from. This is so embarrassing. And the most important thing is that Sumu saw all of this. There was no need for Shinjawi to look back, she could feel Sumu's eyes on her, and her face turned even redder. Damn it! I can't stand it anymore. Just do it. Shinjawi's face turned dark, and without saying a word, she activated the means she had set up earlier. The training she received under Ugly 9 naturally included traps, which was easy for her. The big man in the sky was still laughing, when suddenly his expression changed. Oh no! There's an ambush! Run! Before he could finish his words, strange patterns suddenly appeared on the tall tree trunks around him. These patterns connected to each other, and rays of light passed through the space. Soon the whole group of people were trapped inside. The leading big man's face turned pale and his eyes widened, because he recognized this formation. Thousand Death Silk Formation. Fengyu Tower. Ruined. The formation took shape in an instant, and before most people had time to react, they were already trapped in it. The big man in the lead did react, but he was too slow and couldn't rush out. Shinjoi immediately released her full energy, flew up from below with a dark face, and faced everyone in the formation. "Which branch are you from? Tell me now, or I'll be rude." "Ah." The big man threw away the two swords in his hands and half knelt in the air with a pale face. "Auntie. The auntie from Fengyu Tower. I'm from Blood Blade Hall. Bloody Sword Hall." Shinjoi frowned and her expression became even uglier. "There is no Blood Blade Hall in Fengyu Tower. Who are you? Also, don't call me aunt." Sumu also flew up quietly from below at this moment, but did not speak. He just stood quietly beside Shinjoi with a strange look in his eyes. Good job. In his memory, Shinjoi has always been a gentle and friendly person. Even though she was a little careless when she was a child, she became very gentle when she grew up. They were able to make her so angry. This group of people are really talented. "Gu no, this fairy." The big man forced a smile that was uglier than crying and explained softly. "I am indeed from the Blood Blade Hall, but not the Fengyu Tower. I was just a killer before Fengyu Tower, so I just got a name for myself." "In name only? What level?" "Forehead." The big man seemed a little embarrassed and spoke in a low voice hesitantly. "It's just an ordinary iron level token. Shinjoi." The iron level token is the lowest level among all personnel in Fengyu Tower, and is basically given to everyone who joins. Does that mean that the other party just joined Fengyu Tower to gain a glimpse of fame? In fact, he is not a member of Fengyu Tower? Shinjoi's face turned even darker. "Then why do you dare to follow us?" "Ah." Chapter 206 Packing Up. "It's unfair." Upon hearing this, the burly man Li Zhong immediately began to wail. "Fairy, we are not following you, we are looking for." He paused for a moment, then widened his eyes and quickly raised his hand to point, his fingers trembling. "We're looking for them." Looking in the direction of the other person's finger, Chenmu and Yun Susu also appeared quietly in the darkness, with expressionless faces. If you look carefully, you can see strong hatred in their eyes. "My fairy. Our targets are the two of them. We really don't dare to disrespect you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Just treat us like shit. We will get out of here right now." Li Zhong begged for mercy again and again, not caring at all about the surprised looks of his subordinates. It turns out the boss isn't that awesome? Is the boss pretending? Blanche got fooled. But now they didn't dare to show it. Everyone was a captive now, so how could they dare to move around? For fear of attracting attention. Moreover, even after they went back, they actually had no choice. Li Zhongai is a bit boastful, but he is also a celestial cultivator after all, although he is not as good as the lady in front of him. No, this fairy. The aura of Shinjoi was as overwhelming as a mountain and an ocean, causing everyone to feel an indescribable pressure. They could only lower their heads and remain silent. Sumu suddenly laughed softly. "Just treat them as nothing?" This was said to Shinjoi. He couldn't help but turn his head and secretly glance at the other person, as if he was imagining that scene. Shinjoi's face turned even redder. She turned around and glared at Sumu fiercely, then whispered something to him. "Don't think of weird things. I didn't say anything." Sumu suppressed the smile in his heart and replied in a voice transmission. Shinjoi showed helplessness, and then looked at Li Zhong and others in the formation again. What do we do with this group of people now? Let me think. Sumu lowered his head and pondered. Shinjoi also breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around quietly. They surrounded the enemy and trapped them with a formation, so there would be no problems for the time being. The girl first glanced at Sumu, who was in deep thought beside her, then turned to look at everyone else. Meng Xiaoxiao, Yi Yan, Yin Yanxiu, Xiaoju. Everyone was winking at her, and the meaning was very clear. Don't forget the agreement we made. No one is allowed to steal food. That's right. Long before the group set out, the 5 women had met each other and had an in-depth communication. They only stayed at the Su family for 2 short days, but they still used various means to find out what had happened before. Especially those who had arrived at Su Mu's side in advance, they were probably already enjoying the blessing. This made them feel angry. But for a moment, there was nothing I could do. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. Although strictly speaking, this is not good news, it is a rare opportunity for them. Su Mu will take people out and will be out of the family's control for a period of time. This is really great. The girls were very excited. They had already lost their first mover advantage. If they didn't find a way to make up for it, they might not have any chance in the future. So they had agreed with each other before they went out that she would help Su Mu with the housework first, and then they would compete fairly among themselves. In this way, Su Mu will not be harmed, and no one else will benefit. Well. Shinjawi sighed slightly inwardly. His eyes returned to Su Mu once again. Looking at the other person's profile as he thought seriously, he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy for a moment. Su Mu, I disappeared for half a year and finally saw you, but now I can only look at you. I really missed you. At the same time, Su Mu was still brainstorming. The group of people in front of him must be dealt with. Kill them directly? It seems unnecessary, especially since he doesn't want to cause trouble. Should I bring them along? That's out of the question. It would be best if they could shut up safely. Why not lock them up here? But there are monsters everywhere, maybe they will be eaten up in a couple of days. Su Mu hesitated for a moment. And at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Would you like to pack them up? Shang's tone is ethereal and plain, but it always appears at the critical moment and can play a miraculous role. Pack. Yes, I remember you have a space magic weapon that can store living things, right? Shang spoke softly. Why don't you seal up all the cultivation of these people, pack them up, and carry them with you first? Wait until all your tasks are completed, then throw it out somewhere randomly. This way, the risk can be minimized. Good idea. Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was ready to take action. Etc. Shang spoke softly again. Speaking of which, what are you going to do with that little girl? Su Mu lowered his head in thought. His original plan was to just take the other party out, but now it seems that there will be endless troubles. If the other party's enemies follow this line to find you, it will make a big fuss and it will be difficult to deal with the follow-up. I've decided, let's pack it together. As long as we use the same method to take the other party away first, and then slowly plot to get the fragments of destiny from the other party, it is not impossible. Shang. Okay, actually there's one more thing. What? Didn't you feel it? Shang's tone was somewhat helpless. The moment you came out of the family, the atmosphere in your team was weird, especially those girls. The way they look at you is almost tearing. Don't you plan to deal with it? You can't have failed to sense it, can you? Su Mu was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. I knew it was a little strange, but I didn't think much about it at the moment. I have thought about testing their attitude, but now is not the right time. At least, I don't have the heart to do these things before I know my father's safety. Su Mu had no expression on his face. He has a destined immortal body, and exploring the relationship between himself and these heroines is, in a sense, also enhancing his own strength. But he doesn't have that intention now. Especially when the journey is not as smooth as expected, there will always be some things happening on the way that delay you. According to the original plan, they were almost crossing the mountains, but now they are still here. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Su Mu casually evaded the question, withdrew his thoughts, and looked at Shinjawi standing beside him. I've decided to pack these people up and take them away first. Once we find Dad, we'll consider the follow-up plans. Good. Shinjawi of course unconditionally supported Su Mu's decision, and then she looked at Chen Mu and Yun Susu. What about these two? Don't care. No, pack them together. Chen Mu and Yun Susu were stunned for a moment, and then at the same time. Chapter 207 Righteousness. Sumu took out some space magic tools. He picked out 2 more suitable ones and put Li Zhong and his group in first, ignoring their struggles and wailing. I'm just sealing my cultivation temporarily and packing up. I'm not going to do anything to them, so why are you reacting so strongly? Sumu didn't quite understand. Then he turned around quietly and looked at Chen Mu and Yin Susu, who were still confused. Would you two do it yourselves, or should I do it? Chen Mu. If given a choice, he doesn't want either. But the situation was stronger than him, and he had no choice but to obey. But, may I ask, after you capture us, what will you do next? Chen Mu bravely asked. He was not worried about his own safety. After all, he had lived for so long, and death didn't seem to be a big deal. But Yun Susu couldn't do that. She was only a teenager and was carrying a blood feud. How could her life come to an abrupt end here? While speaking, Chen Mu kept his young lady behind him, looking very alert. Sumu showed helplessness, put away the space magic weapon in his hand, and also put away his weapon. Don't worry, if I wanted to do something to you, why would I wait until now? As for the specific reasons, don't ask. Anyway, I won't let you go now. This is too risky for us. I'll keep you with me for now, understand? Chen Mu was stunned when he heard this, as if he was thinking, but finally he nodded and actively cooperated. I know. If there is anything I can help you with, please let me know. We were wrong in the past, and I will always keep it in mind. Sumu nodded calmly and didn't take it to heart. Chen Mu and the other person actively cooperated, closed their own cultivation, and entered Sumu's space magic weapon. The atmosphere at the scene calmed down for a moment. Sumu turned and looked at the people around him. After this farce, some people still had some residual shock on their faces, while others had complicated expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking. Especially Xin Jiaoyi. Sumu couldn't help but smirk and moved closer to the other person with a mischievous look on his face. The people there. No. He's not. Shinjawi blushed and quickly denied it loudly. He and I are not the same kind of people. Don't let your imagination run wild. Sumu suppressed the smile in his heart and nodded lightly, as if saying, so that's how it is. Shinjawi. The group cleaned up the mess around them and set out on their journey again. They had to hurry. Although it didn't take long, Sumu was still a little anxious in his heart. He couldn't wait to know his father's current condition. At the same time, the Su family. Zhang Hanying led everyone to the gate of the clan's territory, and there were more and more people outside. Looking around, you can see flags fluttering. There are not only people from the Chen, Qian and Wang families, but also some small forces. At first glance, they seem to be quite powerful. These people set up camp outside the Su family, and the two sides confronted each other with the Su family's protective formation between them. An immortal king from the Chun family looked around and felt that the time was about up. He slowly nodded to the others, and then they all flew into the sky together. As his figure gradually grew taller, his aura became more and more powerful. Immortal King Realm Level 1, Immortal King Realm Level 2. Until finally, he was promoted to the 9th level of the Immortal King Realm. If the Immortal Lord doesn't come out, this is the top combat power in the world. I am Chen Duanhai, temporarily serving as the head of the Chen family. This time I came here to ask the Su family to return my Chen family member, Chen Shu. The Su family disregarded morality and rashly kidnapped the former head of my Chen family, violating the rules that the 10 ancestral clans have always agreed upon. Today, they must give us a reasonable explanation. As he spoke loudly, his voice was clearly heard by everyone present, including the Su family. There were more than tens of thousands of people around. After hearing this, different expressions appeared on their faces. Chen Duanhai? Raging Immortal King. Those who knew the inside story looked shocked and seemed a little surprised. Raging Immortal King, a 9th-level Immortal King, is a figure as famous as Chen Fuxing in the Chun family. He disappeared a long time ago. Why is he showing up again now?
I heard that he lost the competition for the position of patriarch of the Chen family and was in seclusion.
I didn't expect that. It seems that the Chen family is not peaceful at all.
Even such an ancient figure has returned to the fore.
Some old men looked melancholy and seemed to be feeling a little emotional.
The angry immortal king, this was a resounding name 1,000 years ago, and the other party was once a peerless genius who was famous for a time. But in the end, for the stability of the family, he chose to restrain his edge.
I never expected that I would see the day when the other person would be reborn.
High in the sky, Chen Duanhai had stopped talking. Seeing that the people from the Su family had no intention of responding, he gave a look to the person next to him. The man understood immediately and flew forward, opened a jade slip and read aloud. After just listening for a short while, Jiang Haining understood the other party's main meaning. The content of the reading was nothing more than condemning the Su family, saying that they behaved inappropriately, their words and deeds were flawed, and so on.
None of this matters.
The other party just wants to take advantage of this to claim a righteous position, making it easier for them to take action later and appear less shameful.
Cut. Jiang Haining showed disdain.
Their Su family is one of the most powerful families among the 10 immortal clans.
Is their strength just based on words?
The other party said that they kidnapped Chen Shu.
Well, this is indeed true.
The other party is still hanging in the dungeon with a dazed look on his face.
But so what? It was the other party who came to Sumu first and attacked him.
It was his own fault that he ended up like this.
The Su family has never relied on their eloquence to achieve their current status.
Since the other party has the leisure to read a manifesto of war here, let them do what they want.
Both sides need time anyway.
As long as I stay here long enough, Sumu will be safer.
It wasn't just Jiang Haining who thought so.
All the senior members of the Su family had reached a consensus. When they looked at the outside world, their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain.
Outside world.
The Chen family and their group finally finished reading the manifesto, which attracted countless people to unite against the common enemy.
The Su family is really going too far. That's right. Do you really not take other people seriously just because you are one of the 10 great immortal clans? Today the Chen family is the one suffering, tomorrow we will be the ones suffering.
Many independent cultivators who were watching the battle were aroused and filled with indignation. Chen Duanhai looked around and saw that his goal had been achieved, and he was very satisfied. So he took over the conversation again and spoke loudly.
Did the Su family understand? Let your master come out and talk to me now. It's the one called Sumu. Chapter 208, Heavenly Destruction Array. Let Sumu from the Su family come out and talk to me. The Su family's direct lineage has always been sparsely populated. This is no secret among the 10 great immortal clans. This is also the reason why many people are unwilling to offend Sumu. Now Su Ningye is gone, and in the eyes of many people, Su Ningye is already dead.
Under such circumstances, Sumu would naturally become the person in charge of the Su family, and the only candidate. Chen Duanhai's voice spread in all directions, and everyone in the Su family heard it clearly, but no one reacted. This made him feel a little confused. He was about to speak again, but found that the other party sent out a little girl as a representative.
Jiang Haining had a blank expression on her face.
She did not change back into her skirt, but wore the outfit she usually wore on the battlefield. The Su family never compromises.
As for the former head of your Chen family, what does that have to do with us?
You have the audacity to come to our Su family to look for someone.
Do you really think we are easy targets? Who are you? Where is Sumu? Chen Duanhai looked puzzled.
Jiang Haining spoke calmly. The patriarch doesn't have time to waste with you, so he entrusted me to handle this matter.
As for you, you're not worthy of Sumu personally coming forward. Isn't your ancestor out yet? Let him come in person. Wow. Jiang Haining's extremely strong attitude shocked everyone. You really don't give me any face at all? Even if the opponent is a 9th level immortal king. Sure enough, Chen Duanhai's face turned gloomy. Now I am the patriarch of the Chen family. I came here in person, but the Su family is so arrogant? They really don't take me seriously. I'll say this one last time. Ask Sumu to come out and talk to me, and open the clan protection formation so that we can go in and find our clan member Chinshu. Otherwise, we won't be polite. He. Jiang Hanying smiled contemptuously. No master would invite a jackal into his home. Why don't you open the Chen family's treasure house and let me see if there are any treasures of my Su family inside? You keep saying that you are the head of the family, but do the people below obey you? Jiang Hanying was too familiar with such internal family affairs and had accumulated countless experiences. She could find loopholes in the other party's embarrassing words. Constantly emphasizing one's status as the head of the family is itself a sign of guilty conscience. Before the union, the previous head of the family was Chen Fuxing. I'm afraid that many of Chen Duanhai's subordinates are still thinking about each other. Jiang Hanying quickly understood. Chen Duanhai wanted to start a war with the Su family directly, and then use it to divert attention within the family and consolidate his own power and status. Using our Su family as a stepping stone? You are really brave. As if he had been hit in a sore spot, Chen Duanhai's expression became even uglier. So there's nothing to talk about. He's obviously a junior, but he doesn't even know respect or inferiority. Then there's no need for me to waste my time talking to you. Just do it. As he gave an order, thousands of figures suddenly flew out from the camp behind him. These people were all immortal-level cultivators of the Chun family. It is also the foundation for it to dominate the continent. Thousands of figures lined up in an orderly manner in the air and soon formed a huge formation. Chen Duanhai waved his hand, and a special formation plate floated into the air. Thousands of formation flags flew out of it and fell into the hands of each person. Soon, a strong pressure began to spread. The great array of heavenly destruction. Some people looked surprised, as if they didn't expect the Chen family to play such a big card. The Tianjuomio formation is one of the few formations that can directly eliminate the effects of the Great Tao. Once someone is in this formation, even if he is an immortal monk, his own power will be greatly reduced. It's like a mortal who has fallen into the deep sea, feeling endless restraints in every move he makes, and nothing goes as planned. When Jiang Hanying saw this formation, his face darkened and he had a bad feeling in his heart. There's something wrong with the Chen family's attitude. Although the situation is confusing to outsiders, to the family leaders themselves, it is nothing more than a game of interests. The other party wants to take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. But now, this doesn't seem right. If it was just for some benefits, the other party would probably make excuses and shirk responsibility, rather than taking such direct action. And he played a trump card at the very beginning. If you look at it this way, it's a bit. I can't wait. Why? Jiang Hanying looked puzzled, but the news was not good at all. The other party seemed to want to win quickly, but they needed time. Especially there is Su Mu in the outside world. Just as she was hesitating, the opponent's formation had already formed in mid-air, carrying a mighty force and pressing towards the Su family's protective formation. The two soon collided. There was no earth-shattering collision, nor any heart-shaking tremor. There was only a violent flash of light. The formations of both sides were almost invisible, and when they collided, they just stuck together, emitting some strange light, but it seemed like nothing happened. But the Su family's group looked even uglier. The Su family's protective formation is extremely special. It is said to have been left behind by their ancestors and has reached a power close to that of an immortal emperor. A normal attack on it should go straight through without leaving any trace. And now, the formations of both sides are actually wearing each other down, engaging in a war of attrition. This in itself is wrong. Unless this formation of the other party also contains the power of the immortal emperor level. Trouble. Jiang Hanying quickly gave orders. Let the elder who was in charge of the formation try harder and delay the situation for a little longer. If they really can't hold on any longer, they will have to take the initiative to attack. But before he could pass on the message, the other party's message arrived first. Miss Han Ing. The opponent's formation is far more powerful than we imagined. It seems to have the power of an immortal emperor. The elder who presided over the formation can no longer hold on. Now the formation spirit of the Great Formation has awakened on its own initiative and started to take over the situation. But we don't have anything that can replenish their strength. I'm afraid we can't hold out for long. Zheng Hanying bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She didn't expect that an unexpected situation would occur just as the battle began. After all, the Great Formation is something that is of the Immortal Emperor level, and the Immortal Emperor had long been extinct in the Shenyuan Continent and had not appeared for several epochs. They could only watch as this power was consumed, unable to recover it. Unless someone gets those special pieces of destiny. We have to delay it. Delay it as long as possible. Zhang Hanying gave orders with an expressionless face. We must buy time for Su Mu. Once the formation is broken, we must take the initiative to attack. By then, I'm afraid many people will lose their lives. Zhang Hanying's face looked extremely ugly. She really hadn't thought that the Chen family was actually here with a desperate attitude. Aren't they afraid that others will take advantage of them? Or did something happen that required both sides to fight to the death? Something's wrong. Chapter 209 Accompanying? Storms from distant areas cannot sweep over. Su Mu and his group finally walked out of the western Demon Mountains. I didn't expect that the road would be so unpalatable. It's really troublesome. I think there's something wrong with our disguise. It's hard to explain a group of independent cultivators like us. What should we do then? Is there no good way to disguise your identity? I don't know who asked this question first, but everyone fell into deep thought. Yes. Among the 12 of them, 7 are earthly immortals and 5 are celestial immortals. This level of cultivation is not common in itself. In the entire continent, it can be regarded as the cutting-edge combat force. As a result, a group of people appeared in a group with a clear goal, which was too easy to arouse suspicion. There is no telling if they will pass by some small place later, and there may be some independent cultivators in seclusion there who may sense the group's presence. The method of hiding one's aura is not absolute, especially when one is on someone else's territory. What's more, the destination of Su Mu and his group is so sensitive. You never know, it might be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. How about we split up? Into groups of 2-inch. Su Huijin suddenly spoke softly. No. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately expressed his opposition. We gathered together to protect the young master's safety, but now you want us to separate? What is your intention? I'm just afraid that the target is too big. Anyway, I don't agree. A group of people were arguing, but Su Mu did not join in. Instead, he was thinking seriously. He was not worried about protecting himself. Not to mention the various magic weapons on his body, his own combat ability, and the sorrow lurking in his mind. He is a man with a trick. So efficiency comes first. How about this? We should split up and move in groups of 3, and choose a few locations along the way to meet up with each other so that we can check on their status. Try to use the communication jade token to communicate. How about we finally meet at the coordinates of the Fengzhou Forbidden Land? As soon as Su Mu spoke, even if others still had opinions, they swallowed them and didn't say anything else. Just listen to the young master. Su Huijin also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the matter was over here, but he didn't expect that bigger problems would soon arise. You should let me go with the young master. Why? I want to be with Su Mu. Why you? In order to decide on the 2 candidates to travel with Su Mu, the group of people quarreled fiercely, especially the women. Su Huijin couldn't understand it at all. It was fine if it was just the Su family, but why were these people who were not from the Su family arguing with each other so fiercely? What's going on? Yi Yan blushed. When Su Mu was still in the Holy Land, I was by his side, so of course I followed him. I don't agree. Yin Yanxiu shook his head and refused. You also know that you are the patrol supervisor elder in the Holy Land. There must be many people who know you. I should be the one to come. Aren't you the saint of Miaoyin Holy Land? Aren't there more people who know you? Some people looked puzzled.
Yin Nianqiu's body froze immediately, and a strong regret surged in his heart. If he had known earlier, he should have been more low-key.
This is an opportunity to be almost alone with Sumu. How can I let it go?
I think I should go, Shinjoui said softly, with strong confidence in her tone. I have the cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm, I can protect him, and most importantly, Sumu and I have known each other since childhood, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. When speaking, Shinjoui deliberately emphasized the word since childhood, causing the girls to roll their eyes.
Of course, many people are also jealous.
Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke softly. Don't forget, we have a secret mission later, so I must go with Sumu, so that I can play a role. Although the reasons were strong, people who wanted to refute them could always find a way to argue, and the group of people suddenly started arguing with each other.
Su Huijin poked Su Daika's shoulder beside him. What do you think happened to these people?
From the moment I came in, I felt that their atmosphere was not right, but it seemed like they were all holding it in.
What's going on now?
Su Daika glanced at the muscular man next to her and sighed slightly in her heart.
It's okay, just go play and we'll take care of it. Su Huijin. I always feel offended, and I don't know why.
The group of people argued for a long time, and finally Sumu couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to nominate two people.
Su Daika, Meng Xiaoxiao. The former is Sumu's own clansman.
Keeping him by his side can not only protect his own safety, but also reassure other members of the Su family. Because the other party is the one with the highest cultivation level among all the people present, which can convince people.
As for the latter,
Sumu did remember the special task that Zhang Haining had assigned to him, so Meng Xiaoxiao had to stay by his side.
Of course, there are more reasons to make others give up.
He could already tell that these heroines were really determined to stay with him.
How can this be possible? If you all get together, how can I test you one by one? The enemy outnumbers us, so isn't that a disadvantageous start? Of course, Sumu couldn't accept it.
We can only divide and conquer, and proceed step by step. As for the selection, let's start with the person who has been with him since the second plot. Meng Xiaoxiao, the other person should be called Meng Xiaoxiao, but now she has changed back to her real name. Sumu looked the other girl up and down and noticed that the girl was very different from before. Not only has his cultivation reached the earthly immortal realm, but there seems to be more thought in his eyes and brows. Sumu suddenly remembered that he had previously labeled the other person as a scheming lowly.
Looking back now, it seems to be quite consistent with her character.
I just don't intend to hide it anymore and show it directly. The group of people quickly split into 4 teams, and Sumu took Su Daika and Meng Xiaoxiao and left in one direction. They are now resting in a small city on the edge of the western Demon Mountains.
Sumu plans to inquire about some information in case of emergency.
When the 3 appeared again, there were obvious changes in his clothing and appearance. Sumu was dressed in brocade, with a purple gold crown on his head, a emerald green jade belt around his waist, and a fan in his hand. He was dressed like a nouveau riche, looking a bit sloppy. Behind him were 2 maids with ordinary faces, Meng Xiaoxiao and Su Daika. Sumu returned to his previous state after a long time, walking on the road with an arrogant attitude and a provocative tone.
Xiao Hua, what do you think is fun in this small city? Can it make me happy? Master, we can go to the business first, how about that?
Su Daika secretly twitched her lips, and wanted to complain about the weird name the other party had given her, but she could only respond in a low voice.
Good idea.
Sumu's eyes lit up and he was thinking about heading to the business, but he saw a young man walking towards him from the opposite side. The other person was also wearing an extremely flashy brocade robe, and the fan in his hand was even more exaggerated than Sumu's. He had pink hair and white face, and the aura all over his body was very strange. Sumu and the other person looked at each other, and enlightenment arose in their hearts at the same time.
Oh! He's also a nouveau riche. Chapter 210 Xia Yanxuan. Su Mo saw it at a glance.
The upstarts in front of him was just an ordinary mortal, whose cultivation level was barely at the nascent soul stage.
But he felt something familiar about this person. It's not that kind of nouveau riche temperament. I'm not talking about the kind of dandy second-generation coolness, but a vague feeling of affection.
Su Mu narrowed his eyes immediately. The last time he encountered something that made people inexplicably feel a liking for something was when he encountered Chen Shu. He suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Shang some time ago. If I remember correctly, a lot of heaven's favor on Chen Shu dissipated. Could it be that the person in front of me got some of it? Su Mu has now reached the celestial realm. Many things that are imperceptible to others are as clear as day to him. Zhang Qing can see through the other person's disguise just by focusing his eyes on him. Appearance, fake. Sex, fake. The maid following the other party was also fake. Su Mu has already figured out that this is actually a girl in disguise, and the real identities of the two maids behind her might be bodyguards or something like that. And right across from him, Xia Yanchuan looked a little embarrassed. He just came out to play secretly without telling his family, so he pretended to be a showy person. I didn't expect that there are actually people who dress like this in real life. The key point is that two people wore the same clothes. Wearing the same clothes is not terrible, what is terrible is we are wearing the same outfit, but why does this person look better than me? I can't tell why, but he has a very special temperament. Weird. The two groups just stood there in the middle of the road, and no one spoke for a while. After a long pause, Xia Yanchuan coughed softly, and was about to pretend that nothing had happened and walk around. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly decided to see what the other party was going to do. He didn't know who would receive the favor from the heavens. Was there any standard for this? Why not take this opportunity to observe? Anyway, I have to stay here for a short time to get some information, so just pay attention. This was not a difficult task for him. With his celestial perception, it would be no problem for him to cover the entire city. This was just a remote city. The city lord is only at the Tianyuan realm, not even an earthly immortal, so he is nothing to be feared. Su Mu and the other two disguised themselves and merged into the crowd again. But behind him, Su Daika noticed something unusual about Su Mu. She just felt that Su Mu left a mark on the girl who walked past. Why should she pay attention to such a person? Is there something special about the other person? Su Daika suddenly remembered Su Mu's attitude towards Yun Susu some time ago. They are both little girls. They both caught Su Mu's attention. Su Daika suddenly felt her heart tighten. She felt as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Why does the young master like this? After a little thought, she looked at Meng Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to her. She was also petite in appearance. I understand. This may be the young master's habit. Otherwise, why would he let her follow him when there are so many beautiful women around? Su Daika felt helpless for a moment. Should she turn a blind eye to this kind of thing? But this was a major event concerning the inheritance of the Su family after all. How can such a small one carry on the Su family's bloodline? How about think of a way to correct the young master's aesthetic taste? Su Daika seemed to be thinking about something. But there is no need to rush. There are many women around the young master, so there are still many opportunities. Su Mu and his group dispersed in the city and soon found out the information they wanted, and it was a completely different perspective from before. According to internal information obtained by the Su family themselves, the three families of Chen, Shen and Wang have united and are preparing to put pressure on the Su family in order to gain benefits. But up to now, it was heard that only the Chen family members arrived at the Su family, while the other two families were missing, and the Chen family members did not say anything. In addition, Su Mu also heard some real-time news. The Great Heavenly Extermination Array. The boy's face darkened slightly. Something's wrong. It's so obvious. There's obviously something wrong. Why does the Chen family want to fight to the death? Don't they know that this kind of thing will not benefit either of our families? Why did it go to this extent? Su Mu told the other two women about his doubts and wanted to ask for their opinions. Su Daika was somewhat helpless. She was a pure cultivator from a family, and these twists and turns involving interests and calculations were not her strong point. Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly.
Maybe something went wrong within the Chen family.
Oh? What do you mean? Su Mu looked over immediately.
Meng Xiaoxiao responded to his gaze generously, and then continued to talk. The Chen family is so impatient.
It is very likely that they have some unknown reasons within themselves that force them to do so. Or maybe there is a problem with their own top management.
But the other two families didn't show any signs of abnormality, and they disappeared inexplicably. They must be plotting something in secret.
Having said this, Meng Xiaoxiao paused for a moment.
Actually, there is another possibility. What? Su Mu frowned.
Although I don't know the exact reason, but have you noticed that the Chen family's Gangzhou Immortal Venerable has not appeared since the battle?
Silence. Su Mu and Su Daika fell silent for a moment.
There was a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. The group discussed for a long time, and although they did not come up with an accurate answer, they still had some vague guesses. If they want to deal with these possible bad situations, they must speed up their actions. Su Mu was about to speak, but suddenly paused.
Etc.
At the same moment, at the other end of the distant city, Xia Yanchuan was standing in front of the gambling table at this moment, with a look of disbelief on his face.
What? How is this possible? Not long ago, driven by curiosity, Xia Yanchuan walked in with her two maids. This is a luxurious casino.
She had never been to such a place before, and now, she finally had the opportunity to see the whole picture.
Finally, no one is watching over her.
She has finally come to a place like this, so of course she has to try it herself.
Unexpectedly, maybe it was because of luck, she won all the way.
She only invested a few hundred yuanshi, but now her funds have reached 780,000 yuanshi.
This directly caused a shock in the entire casino. It also attracted the casino owner to personally come out. Chapter 211, Strength is the Rule. Xia Yanchuan won too much.
A total of 780,000 yuan worth of stones. If the other party really lets this money take away, the entire casino can be closed down.
How could anyone be so lucky?
The owner of the casino was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face as he looked at his subordinates who came to report.
Boss, we don't know either.
The little manager below was in tears. They had started cheating a long time ago, and the other party was like having a cheat, they could win no matter how they bet. Even if they used more obvious means, and even risked being discovered, they still couldn't stop the other party.
How can one play this?
Even the most skilled cheating masters in the casino tried their best, but still they were defeated by the opponent.
The casino owner was silent.
He even began to wonder whether the three people outside were sent by other competitors to cause trouble, or whether they were high-level monks who had hidden their abilities.
But no matter what, he couldn't just sit here and watch. This casino is all his hard work.
He is only at the Nahai realm now and he still has plenty of time to practice in the future. Naturally, he cannot cut off the resource of yuanshi. So he decided to take action himself. When he arrived at the venue, he saw through the opponent's disguise at a glance.
It's just a little girl. There are two soul-body realm cultivators following him.
Which big family do they come from? But even if he knew that the other party had a background, he could not retreat. If he retreated, the rest of his life would be ruined.
Inside the venue, a cultivator following Xia Yanchuan was the first to react.
He gently tugged at his young lady's sleeve and whispered a reminder.
Miss, why don't we quit while we're ahead? I feel like we might get into trouble later. Yes, miss.
Another person also spoke at this moment.
This kind of casino usually has a background.
Even if we have won so much money, we probably won't be able to take it all away later.
We should leave quickly.
What are you afraid of? Xia Yanchuan was completely excited at this moment. She had never thought that she could win so much money. A total of 780,000 yuan worth of stones.
As long as I bring it back to the family, it will definitely impress my father.
I'm afraid even my dad himself can't earn that much money.
And I don't know why. Xia Yinshuang always has a kind of confidence that he can continue to win and keep winning. Until a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. "This young master, I wonder if you can be so kind as to spare me a favor." "Who are you?" Xia Yinshuang asked with his head tilted. "I am the owner of this casino," the middle-aged man chuckled. "As long as you are willing to stop, I am willing to pay half of the 780,000 yuan. "Ah, only half." Xia Yinshuang immediately looked unhappy. "I obviously won all of it. Why can't I take it away? I want to continue playing." The middle-aged man's face immediately turned gloomy. "Young master, don't you understand the principle of leaving a way out for us so that we can meet again someday?" As he spoke, he had already released the aura of his cultivation, which was basically a threat. The two maids behind Xia Yinshuang hurriedly stepped forward and at the same time withstood the pressure from the middle-aged man. The cultivation levels in the mortal realm from high to low are Xuanqi, Ningdan, Hunti, Nahai, and Tianyuan. Generally speaking, people without cultivation account for the vast majority of people in this world, and among cultivators, the so-called geniuses usually stop at the soul and body realm. This is also the origin of many small families. Only from truly large families can someone break through to the Tianyuan realm, which is also the limit of mortals. If you go further up, that is the realm of immortals. The immortals on the Shenyuan Continent are no strangers, and everyone knows the names of the 10 major immortal clans. But in a sense, this kind of thing is too far away for them. Many people live in the Shenyuan Continent and spend their entire lives in their own city, or at most in a few surrounding cities. The Shenyuan Continent is vast and boundless. Even if mortals spend several lifetimes, they cannot go far. Good, very good. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already used courtesy before force, and now, the other party was obviously unreasonable and ready to kill him. Then he doesn't need to hold back. So he simply waved his hand and ordered his men to close the entire casino and then reopen the game. "Come on. I'll bet with you myself." "Let's bet, who's afraid of who?" Xia Yinshuang had a strong premonition in her heart that she could win and would definitely win. Although the atmosphere was very tense, the other gamblers did not dare to speak and just stared at the place. But Xia Yinshuang seemed not to feel it and his eyes were always on the table. Finally the results are out. She won again. Yeah. The girl jumped up suddenly, even forgetting to disguise her original voice, and her face turned red with excitement. "Did you see that? I won again. And this time the prize is 5 times as much. 4,350,000 yuan. Sure." The girl was so excited that she could hardly control herself. What does 4.35 million mean? With this money, she can start a small family right here. Xia Yinshuang was so excited that she didn't notice the increasingly ugly looks in her two maids' eyes, nor did she think that the casino could not afford such a large sum of money. "So what should we do at this time?" The middle-aged man had a dark face and had already given the answer with his actions. The subordinates hiding around them began to reveal their aura, emitting terrifying power. "Since you can't beat the opponent on the plate, just overturn the table." The middle-aged man was also confused. How could someone be able to do such a thing just by luck? He had seen it when they were betting just now that this girl really had no clue and was purely going by her feelings, yet she managed to win. Catch them and I'll see what opportunities they have. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The middle-aged man suddenly felt that this might not be a bad thing. As long as you keep the other person, you don't have to pay anything, and maybe you can get some extra benefits. Yes, boss. All his men responded in unison and pressed forward together. No matter how slow Xia Yinshuang was, she should have reacted by now. She widened her beautiful eyes with a look of disbelief. You. Are you planning to cheat? Humph. I've already told you that you can't take these things with you. Even if I cheat, what can you do? You run a casino, why don't you follow the rules? Xia Yinshuang was shocked and angry, and even a little frightened. Rule. As if he heard something funny, the middle-aged man sneered. Fists are the rules, strength is everything. The strong are respected. Now, take off all your clothes and leave all your money to me. Then kowtow to me and apologize. And hand over the treasures on your body. Perhaps I can consider letting you go.
The middle-aged man had a fierce look on his face, and he was vaguely looking forward to the scene after he got this treasure.
Xia Yinchuan's face was pale and he looked extremely desperate. Watching everyone rushing up. Chapter 212, Make a Deal? Xia Yinchuan was in despair. Her two maids were no match for the opponent and were quickly defeated. They were knocked unconscious and trampled underfoot. These people simply ignored her two subordinates and rushed towards her instead. Seeing the other person's hand getting closer and closer, Xia Yinchuan almost gave up hope. Bang! A very crisp sound. Everything around was quiet. What's going on? Why it seems to have stopped.
Xia Yinchuan slowly opened his eyes and found a very familiar figure standing in front of him. He was wearing a flashy golden brocade robe and holding an exaggeratedly shaped fan, but the expression on his face had changed. It was no longer frivolous and arrogant, but expressionless.
Is it you? Sumu nodded slightly, ignoring the person he had just knocked away, and ignoring everyone's gaze. He slowly turned around and looked at the girl in front of him. How about making a deal? Deal. Xia Yinchuan looked surprised. She felt that this shouldn't be the right style at this time, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. What deal? Sumu smiled slightly when he heard that. I'll help you solve the trouble here, and then, let me take something from you. What? The girl was a little nervous for a moment, and her face turned slightly red. It was obvious that she was thinking of some unhealthy scenes. But she looked around and at her two unconscious maids, although they had now been helped up. Standing next to his two maids at this moment were the subordinates of the man in front of him. Xia Yinchuan understood, and even his not-so-bright brain suddenly became mature. I see, I agree. Thank you for saving me. Good. After getting the other party's permission, Sumu stopped talking nonsense and turned around to look over. May I ask who you are, Excellency? The middle-aged boss of the casino was extremely nervous, thinking that this girl's backer had arrived, but it turned out to be another dandy guy in flashy clothes. Why are all the dudes so popular here these days? Although he didn't understand, he still felt alert. From the movement of this person's attack just now, it can be seen that this person's cultivation is probably not low, at least not lower than myself who was in the Nahai realm. Sumu didn't want to waste any more time talking to this person, so he just issued the notice directly. How about we just forget about what happened today and pretend that nothing happened? Why? Who are you? You say. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but Su Daika couldn't stand it anymore. The young master is really good-tempered. He actually wastes so much time talking to a mortal. So she flashed directly to the other person's side, and with a slap, she slapped the person up into the sky, and he spun in the air for an unknown number of times. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Puff! The man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with his broken teeth. His face looked horrified. Su Daika stepped on the other person's face and spoke slowly. No matter what grudges you had before, you'd better keep your mouth shut when talking to my young master. If the young master is willing to talk to you, you should kneel down and listen carefully, and then just do it with peace of mind. How dare you bargain? Su Daika was very angry. If she was not afraid of attracting unnecessary attention, she would not mind killing everyone here. Sumu. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Sumu almost covered his face with his hands. He suddenly felt that the villains he had played before were not ruthless enough. At least, he was just pretending to have such a cool temperament, but Su Daika was serious about it. All right. They are just some mortals, don't bother with them. Sumu shook his hands helplessly. The middle-aged man lying on the ground looked even more terrified. Mortal? What do these people mean by this? Doesn't that mean they are immortals? Immortal-level cultivator. Knowing that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, the middle-aged man begged for mercy quickly, fearing that his life would be in danger. Master! This was all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. If you like anything, take it. All of it is yours. This casino is yours too. I just beg you to let me go. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. He sounded like he was some scary villain. Even though he's a good guy. At least that's what Sumu himself thought. At the same time, he didn't feel any need to get involved in this farce, nor did he care what kind of entanglement there was between the two parties. He just wanted to make a pure deal. Without further ado, Sumu took everyone and disappeared in an instant. Inside the empty casino room. No one has recovered from the incident that just happened. Many people had pale faces and trembling legs. But when he saw the other person disappear, he collapsed to the ground for a moment, his body trembling. Yes, it's an immortal cultivator, so scary. Have we offended them? That person actually has such a background. Everyone's eyes widened, and for a moment no one dared to leave without permission. In the center of the crowd, a middle-aged man with blood foam on his face turned his head and looked around. There was no loss of yuanshire. He was slapped only because of his foul mouth. Who can he blame? Well, it is a great blessing to be able to save my life. The middle-aged man thought very clearly. Just as he said, in this world, the strong are respected and fists are the rules. The other party did not kill him directly, but just took him away. This is enough to show that the young man just now was not a bad person. No. Who knows, he might not be a young man. Who can see the true face of that kind of high-level cultivator? The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel envious. When he was young, he actually had quite a talent and almost joined one of the 3 holy places. But then something unexpected happened. Outside the city, Sumu and his group suddenly appeared in an open space. Xia Yinchuan's body shook, and he immediately stood firmly on the ground, then looked around. Just then, Sumu came up. Okay, I've got you out here, now it's time to fulfill your promise and give me what I want. Xia Yinchuan's heart suddenly tensed up, and she even subconsciously clutched her thin sleeves, her face flushed. Right here. If not here, where else? Sumu had a strange look on his face, then he slowly moved forward and understood Shang in his heart. A faint wave began to spread. Xia Yinchuan watched the other party getting closer and closer, and instinctively wanted to step back, but he held back at the critical moment. I felt a warm hand caressing my cheek. She felt her cheeks were so hot that she was about to faint. Just when she thought something would happen, Sumu suddenly let go. All right. Xia Yinchuan was suddenly stunned. Chapter 213 Bloodline of the Immortal Emperor. Of course, what else do you think it is? Sumu had a strange expression on his face. Looking at the girl in front of him who suddenly blushed, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. You blush like a bubble teapot. He is a serious man. What does your sudden blushing mean? Xia Yinchuan wanted to say something but stopped herself. Soon she realized that she had misunderstood the other party and felt extremely ashamed and angry. Not only the cheeks, but even the neck is red. Ah! A sharp cry suddenly came from her heart, and the girl turned and left without saying a word, covering her face. Her 2 maids were left standing there in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. One of them was the first to react. He slowly walked up to Sumu and saluted respectfully. Thank you, senior. The Xia family will never forget your kindness. May I ask your name? Xia family? This doesn't seem to exist among the 10 great immortal clans. That doesn't matter. Sumu waved his hand casually. It was just a deal, don't take it to heart, goodbye. Without waiting for the other party to try to persuade him to stay, Sumu took Meng Xiaoxiao and Su Daika and disappeared from the spot. Xia Yinchuan suddenly reacted and wanted to say something, but found that the other person had disappeared. Walking so fast. Is this the high-ranking monk? The girl stood there in a daze for a while and didn't speak for a long time. The 2 maids behind her looked at each other with complicated expressions. It's normal for a young girl to be in love, especially when a hero saves a beautiful girl, to have feelings for her, but the gap is too big. I'm afraid that the senior just now has already broken through the realm of mortals and reached the realm of earthly immortals. How can they interact with each other? Besides, to be able to cultivate to the level of an earthly immortal, if he is not a true genius, he must be hundreds of years old, or even 1,000 years old. There is really no need. Miss, shall we go? Although the disguise was still there, everyone knew it, and since there was no one here, they simply stopped hiding it. Good. Xia Yanxuan spoke blankly, with some indescribable emotions in his eyes. Miss Haning. The formation can no longer hold. At the Su family, an elder came forward with a serious expression to report, and handed over a jade slip. The following records in detail the situation of the formation, as well as some external information. Zhang Haining took it expressionlessly, and after reading it carefully, he sighed slightly in his heart. We have finally reached the worst. I didn't expect that from the very beginning. The Chen family was determined to fight us and both sides would suffer losses. What good is this doing? But the situation was urgent and did not leave her more room for thinking. Zhang Haining asked directly in a low voice. Are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? Miss, it's ready. Okay, don't wait any longer. Although the power of the formation can still last for another day, we can't consume it all. Let's act now. Yes. Outside, Chen Duanhai looked at the two large formations colliding with each other in front of him, his eyes a little dazed. How beautiful. This is the remaining power of the immortal emperor level. Even though countless years have passed, he still has power far beyond that of an immortal venerable. It's really fascinating. Immortal Emperor, the most powerful realm in the legendary Shenyuan Continent. The 10 major immortal clans have all produced immortal emperors in the past, which is also the origin of their immortal clan names. However, everyone fell into poverty afterwards, leaving only some remnants of the immortal emperor's former power. Including the fragments of destiny, many of them have the same origin. Speaking of which, Chen Duanhai had heard of such a saying before, that is, the fragments of destiny themselves do not exist. These things are the authority of heaven, which is invisible and intangible, and even more impossible to be used by humans. It is because there are some incredibly brilliant geniuses in the world who have stood firm in the long river of time and eventually cultivated to the realm of immortal emperor. Relying on astonishing means, he directly materialized part of the rules of the event and condensed them into fragments of destiny. To benefit future generations. The immortal emperor has not appeared in so many epochs. Well. Although Chen Duanhai is also a genius, those legendary existences still seem too immature. Bang! His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a violent vibration. Looking carefully at the scene in front of him, he saw that the formations of both sides were completely entangled with each other. Both sides have the power of immortal emperor, representing the will of their former master. This battle cannot be stopped. Why is there still no movement from the Su family? Are you really planning to use up all this power? The immortal emperor is already a thing of the past. Every time these powers are used, they are gone and cannot be replenished. Just as he was thinking this, a space fluctuation suddenly came from not far away. Here it comes. Chen Duanhai's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that the Su family would not sit still and wait for death. Once the formation was broken, who knows how many people would rush into the Su family's homeland. The losses will probably be even greater by then. So the other party will definitely come out, but I don't know who they will be. Chen Duanhai, how are you? A strong male voice suddenly sounded, followed by several figures emerging. And even as he spoke, more and more figures appeared behind him, and soon there were hundreds and thousands of them. Chen Duanhai immediately narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of vigilance. Su Jiangchen. You old thing, you're still alive. And right in front of Chen Duanhai was the old man who had reported respectfully to Zhang Haining before. Although in the eyes of the Su family, he is amiable, gentle, a trustworthy elder, and also a reassuring subordinate. But only outsiders can remember that he is the patriarch of the Su family, one of the most powerful fighters of the Su family, the 9th level of the Immortal King realm, Su Jiangchen, known to the world as Immortal King Jiang Kuei. Su Jiangchen laughed out loud. You're not even dead yet, how can I say that? How did you, an old man, finally get the position of the head of the family? You must be so happy. I remember you in Chen Fusheng. Shut up. Chen Duanhai's face looked extremely ugly. The past is the past. Now I am the head of the Chen family.
And you are still just a small patriarch.
Cut. Su Jiangchen sneered disdainfully. Our Su family is different from your Chen family. Your bloodline is so thin that we can't even find the main vein. That's why there are so many problems. The bloodline of our Su family has never been polluted. The legitimate line is the legitimate line.
Whether it is the head of the family, Su Ningye, or the young master, Su Mu, they are all the true bloodline of the immortal emperor, and naturally they are invaluable. When Su Jiangchen said this, the pride in his tone was evident.
Chen Duanhai was speechless.
No matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that the Su family's bloodline was the purest among the 10 immortal clans.
The bloodline of the immortal emperor is also the most noble. So he became angry and embarrassed. There's no point in talking anymore, just do it. Humph. I've had this idea for a long time.
The two of them immediately used their skills, and the sky and earth changed color, with terrifying momentum.
Chapter 214, Bad Luck? How is that possible? We have to be careful. Sumu spoke softly and looked at the city not far away. From here on, we are entering the Qian family's territory.
They are allied with the Chen family.
If we are exposed, I'm afraid we will be in big trouble. Yes.
Su Di nodded in response.
Meng Xiaoxiao just looked at Su Mu. Danger? She didn't feel it.
Instead, she thought this atmosphere was very good. Although it was a mission with great risks, Meng Xiaoxiao enjoyed it very much.
She enjoyed the feeling of being able to work with Su Mu. It was like returning to the Holy Land. Don't think about anything, just be Su Mu's follower, do whatever he tells you to do, and protect him at the same time. But, after all, it's a little different. The girl couldn't help but look gloomy. He felt his own cultivation level in the earthly immortal realm and thought of the surging aura of Su Mu.
She can no longer protect the other person, but instead needs the other person's protection.
Why is this life different? What happened?
It was obvious that in his previous life, Su Mu only stayed at the Tianyuan realm until the end and did not break through the limits of mortals. In this life, Su Mu broke through to the level of Earth Immortal at an early stage, and even made rapid progress all the way. Now, in less than 2 years, he has actually reached the 5th level of Heavenly Immortal Realm.
Isn't Su Mu not talented? Is this also called a bad talent? Meng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but fall into self-doubt for a moment.
She began to doubt whether her reputation as a genius girl was just exaggerated. Su Mu had no idea what the girl next to him was thinking.
Just staring at the city in front of him.
In fact, if he had a choice, he didn't want to pass through here.
The main reason was that there was no other way.
The Fengzhou Forbidden Land was within the Qian family's sphere of influence, and it was the core area. If our group wants to get there, it is impossible to avoid contact with the other side. As for exposure, Su Mu was not 100% sure about completely hiding this kind of thing. He could only say that it was done as soon as possible.
From now on, we really have to race against time.
Su Mu suddenly remembered that he had regained some favor from heaven from Xia Yinshuang a few days ago. He thought that things would not be that troublesome, at least like what he did to Chen Shu, with a whip. He was a little worried that if he suddenly whipped someone for no reason, he would seem a bit perverted. However, Shang reminded him in time.
What?
You still want to whip her? Shang's eyes were very strange, as if he was looking at a top pervert, without even the slightest intention of hiding anything.
She only has a few pieces of destiny fragments.
Even if you absorb them all, you can only replenish 40% of her destiny.
You already have more than 30%.
Why would you need to go through so much trouble to whip him? Just listen to me, go up and put your hands on her face. The moment Xia Yinshuang showed shyness, Su Mu felt something being pulled away from her and then merged into his own body.
Being shy can be considered as subduing the other party? Sumu had a strange look on his face, because he remembered that if he wanted to deprive the other party of the favor of heaven, he can only do so through oppression. If you continue to thwart your opponent's arrogance, your destiny will change without you noticing. Sumu suddenly thought of a scene. If in the future, the fragment of heaven's favor is in the hands of a man, especially a strong man, and I still have to make him embarrassed. Vomit. Just thinking of that scene, Sumu's face turned pale. If there really is such a person, he will definitely be the first to attack without hesitation, and no one can stop him. Collecting his thoughts, Sumuching coughed. Okay, let's disguise ourselves a little and go straight in. Yes. When the three appeared again, their appearance had changed drastically, and they all exuded the aura of the earthly immortal realm. Sumu transformed into a young man with powdered hair and fair complexion. He looked pale and his body seemed to have been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. And at this moment he was hugging two girls, one on his left and one on his right. The girl on the left is cool and aloof, while the girl on the right is gentle and has above-average looks. My two ladies, you will definitely make a fortune on this trip. Just listen to me. What my husband said is right. Meng Xiaoxiao, dressed in makeup, plays a gentle woman with eyes full of affection and no trace of disguise can be seen. On the other side, Sudaika's body couldn't help but stiffen, especially when she felt Sumu's hand on her waist. Snort. She didn't say much, just snorted coldly, seeming to be a little dissatisfied with the journey. The identities of the three people are obvious, a husband and his two wives. This is very common in the Shenyuan Continent. As long as you have the strength, you can even have multiple husbands as a woman. As for some people gossiping, can't you just kill him? It's no big deal. Sumu and the other two walked towards the city while teasing each other. The three of them had just approached when a middle-aged woman came up to them. Stop. The middle-aged woman had a blank expression on her face. The city ahead is my Qian family's. Who are you? What's your purpose? This fellow Taoist. Sumu bowed to the other party and spoke softly. We are from Dongyu City and are going to Hailuo City to do some business on the way. Business? The middle-aged woman frowned slightly. Hailuo City is considered the core area of the Qian family, and there are many merchants coming and going. This is also normal. Even if they were immortal cultivators, so what? Immortal cultivators also had to make a living, so naturally some of them would engage in business. But the middle-aged woman shook her head slightly. Do you want to use the teleportation array in the city to jump directly to the next city? Probably not. Sumu frowned immediately. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Could it be that? No. The middle-aged woman shook her head slightly, looking helpless. Don't misunderstand me, fellow Taoist. It's not that I don't want you to use the teleportation array. After all, the Shenyuan Continent is so large. If you don't use the teleportation array, you must be at least a cultivator at the immortal king level to be able to move around freely. I mean nothing else, it's just because the teleportation array is broken. Broken. Sumu's mouth twitched. This shouldn't be the case. I am favored by heaven, so it's unreasonable for me to have such bad luck. Yes. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly. I don't know why, but there seems to be some problem with the coordinates of the teleportation array, and it didn't teleport to the designated location. It's being repaired now. If you don't mind, you can come into the city and wait. You will know whether it is true or not at a glance. Sumu was silent for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Good. He always felt that there was something strange about this matter. For others, it may just be pure bad luck. But he is favored by heaven, so things like bad luck are unreasonable for him. I want to see what's going on. Chapter 215, The Immortal Emperor's Handwriting. The four of them flew inside side by side. During the process, Meng Xiaoxiao kept holding Sumu's arm and seemed very clingy. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but smile when she saw this. the Taoist couple are very loving. No, no. Sumu smiled lightly, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. Ever since he accepted Meng Xiaoxiao's suggestion of pretending to be a couple, the other party seemed to be very excited. To be precise, I am very happy. But Sumu didn't make a random choice at that time. The three of them were independent cultivators. Although the target was a little smaller, it would inevitably arouse suspicion if they did not have a reasonable identity. The combination of one man and two women, as husband and wife, seems to be the most normal. As for why we want to enter the city, the main thing is that taking a detour is really troublesome. If they were to head to the next city, it would take at least several more days, and this was assuming that everyone did not conceal their abilities and traveled at full speed. Now they are on the Qian family's territory. Nature is as low-key as possible. At the same time, when Meng Xiaoxiao heard the middle-aged woman say the word husband and wife, a sweet feeling surged in her heart. If only this were true. It would be nice if this mission could continue. Couple. Meng Xiaoxiao couldn't help feeling shy. Do she and Brother Mu really look like a couple now? That would be great. Fellow Taoist, why don't you just rest here for a while? If there is any news about the teleportation array, I will let you know. Good. Sumu nodded in response, then suddenly turned around and asked. By the way, I still don't know what to call you, fellow Taoist. Just call me Qian Ruo. Fellow Taoist Qian Ruo. My name is Mu Cheng. Could you take me to the teleportation array to have a look? I have been to many places and seen many teleportation arrays. Maybe I can help you at the door. This. Looking at the extremely enthusiastic fellow Taoist Mu Cheng in front of him, Chen Ruo thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since you have experience, come with me. Everyone did not stop and flew towards the city center at the same time. On the way, Qian Ruo began to explain carefully. Even though Qian Ruo is just a local immortal stationed in a remote city, one can tell from her last name Chen that she probably has direct bloodline of the Qian family. However, the possibility of a branch vein is greater. To be honest, the problem with the teleportation array is actually quite strange, and it happened just 3 or 4 days ago. Chen Ruo explained carefully. I don't know what went wrong, but the coordinates of the teleportation array are broken, so I can't mark the exact location. What's more, the teleportation array in this city is in a fixed location. As far as I can remember, it has been used for tens of thousands of years and has never had any problems. But now, Qian Ruo's tone was also very helpless. There are teleportation arrays all over the Shenyuan Continent, and the origins of many of them cannot be verified, and they are so old that it is unimaginable. I heard that these teleportation arrays were created by a certain immortal emperor a long time ago. He connected the entire Shenyuan Continent, allowing cultivators with lower cultivation to travel freely across the continent. Although I have also invited some formation masters, to be honest, I actually have no clue at the moment. So that's how it is. Sumu nodded slightly in agreement with the other party, and had some thoughts of his own in his mind. In fact, he knew a little more than others, especially after being exposed to the Su family library. He had some understanding of the inside story. In fact, most of the teleportation arrays on the mainland were designed by the Su family, especially the large teleportation arrays with a particularly long history of use. That's right, the legendary immortal emperor was one of the ancestors of the Su family. No one knew his motives at the time, nor did anyone know how he did it. Anyway, the entire continent has changed because of the teleportation array. There is nothing incredible about this. This is the immortal emperor. The deeds of every immortal emperor are terrifying when told. For example, the Fengzhou Forbidden Land that Su Mu and his party are about to visit is said to have been created by the immortal emperor himself a long time ago. But he is not the immortal emperor of the Su family. In fact, the forbidden areas on the Abyss continent are more or less related to the immortal emperor, or they are related to some secrets of the origin of the continent. If Sumu remembered correctly, there seemed to be a total of 12 forbidden areas on the Shenyuan continent, distributed in 12 directions, and even seemed relatively evenly distributed. This obviously could not have occurred naturally. Following Qianruo's footsteps, Sumu and the other two soon arrived at a large hall.
Quite a lot of people had already gathered here, all looking at the formation in the center with helpless expressions.
What on earth is going on with this formation?
The coordinates are all messed up.
Too wonderful. It's really wonderful.
The formation can actually be done to this level, no wonder there have been no problems for tens of thousands of years.
Damn it. Where on earth did my batch of goods go? 5 million yuan sure. The Qian family must compensate me.
The atmosphere was very noisy, with all kinds of emotions. Chen Ruo looked helpless, as if he had anticipated this situation.
Look, my friend, this is the situation here. Take your time to look at it. I have something else to do first.
After Chen Ruo brought Su Mu and the other two here, he left in a hurry, fearing that these people would come looking for him.
She is just a small earthly fairy, what problem can she solve?
To be honest, she didn't bring Su Mu and the other two here with any hope, but just wanted to show them the whole situation so that she could get rid of the responsibility. The corner of Su Mu's mouth twitched. After thinking for a moment, he walked around many people and brought the two girls to the teleportation array.
Although this hall is magnificent, its center is very simple and ancient, consisting of 6 bluish-white stone pillars.
There were various complex white lights above and below, which eventually intertwined into a complex formation. Sumu felt a little dizzy just after taking a look.
To be honest, he actually didn't like the feeling of riding on the teleportation array.
The world was spinning around him, and he felt as if his whole body was being torn apart.
This is why he always likes to use flying boats. Can you tell anything?
In his mind, Sumu decisively asked for help and asked Shang directly. Shang seemed to roll his eyes, his tone somewhat helpless.
You finally remembered me now? Why didn't you ask for my opinion before? Isn't it because Sister Shang is kind-hearted and always responds to requests?
Could it be that Sister Shang would watch someone die without helping? Sumu seemed very surprised.
Shang. Ahem.
After coughing lightly twice, there was a hint of delicate emotion in Shang's voice, making people feel that she was obviously happier.
I really can't do anything about you. In that case, I will help you reluctantly.
Shang's voice was a little proud, and then he looked through Sumu's eyes and fixed his gaze on the teleportation array in front of him.
Suddenly, he let out a light exclamation. Ha! This thing, why does it look a bit like your family's protective formation? Chapter 216, The Long-Lost Gangjiao Immortal. My family's protective formation. How is this related? Sumu was confused and didn't quite understand. Shang Zhe had anticipated this situation.
Although Sumu's cultivation had improved, he still needed to make up for a lot of knowledge in the cultivation world.
Don't worry, let me tell you slowly. I just took a closer look.
The formation here is definitely from the same source as your family's protective formation.
Do you remember the effect of your formation?
It is the use of space. Any direct attack will pass through it, as if your house does not exist at all. If you want to enter, even if you are from the Su family, you have to be teleported through each node.
Teleport. Sumu suddenly understood something. Shang nodded with satisfaction. This was the good thing about Sumu.
Although his basic knowledge was a bit poor, fortunately he had a high talent and could react quickly.
Sumu spoke softly.
You mean to say that these teleportation arrays are modeled after the Su family's large array?
No. Shang simply shook his head to deny it. It is more closely connected than you think. It is not just a replica.
It can even be said that the teleportation array of the entire continent relies on the large array of your Su family to operate. Sumu's face suddenly turned very ugly. If that's the case, there have been no problems for tens of thousands of years, so why did it suddenly go wrong recently?
That can only mean one thing. Something happened to the Su family. Miss Haning. A family elder came to report in a hurry.
The state of the clan protection war is becoming increasingly unstable. Not only are there some problems with the protection function, but even the individual nodes are starting to become unstable.
Jiang Hanying frowned immediately. She looked at the Tianju Miedao array hanging high in the sky. The opponent was still constantly eroding the Su family's protective formation. The two sides have been fighting to the point where they are inseparable, and even the formation spirits have been activated. Just above the Su family, a somewhat illusory baby figure suddenly appeared. It was wearing a red belly band and looked pink and tender. This illusory formation spirit looked somewhat angry, with one hand on its waist and the other pointing at the Tianju Miedao formation not far away, as if it was cursing. On the other side, inside the Tianju Miedao formation, there was also a similar formation spirit, which also looked like a baby, but was wearing a black belly band. The other party was also hiding inside the formation, pointing in the direction of the Su family and cursing. If you listen carefully, it seems that both sides are swearing quite dirty. Red Array Spirit, fuck you, you are a creature made by humans but not taken care of by anyone. You just eat my energy all day long. Go eat me. Black Array Spirit, can you please have some manners? Didn't the immortal emperor who created you teach you how to speak? Red Array Spirit, I see you. Black Array Spirit. Because the languages of both sides were too beautiful, and of course mainly because the Su family's formation spirit had such a rich vocabulary, the monks fighting below all blocked each other at the same time. Even Chen Duanhai and Su Jiangchen, who were fighting at the top, reached a consensus and blocked out the movements of the two formation spirits at the same time. Just to avoid bringing shame to my family. Both of them looked unhappy. Chen Duanhai sneered. Who did you, the Su family, learn this formation spirit from? You are really full of shit. Su Jiangchen. To be honest, this kind of thing is not something he can control. The age of these formation spirits is older than the two of them combined. Even if his ancestor comes out, he has to call the other party ancestor. Who did I learn these formation spirits from? Do you really want to know? Su Jiangchen had no expression on his face. They are all immortal emperor-level formation spirits. Who do you think they learned this from? Chen Duanhai didn't dare to speak, and his face turned pale for a moment. Even though the immortal emperor had lost countless years, he didn't dare to say a bad word about the other party. What if he had a backup plan? The two men fell silent for a moment, but they became more ruthless when they attacked, both aiming to take each other's life. Su Jiangchen seemed to be frightened by the lack of moral integrity of his own formation spirit. He couldn't wait to end the battle. He even abandoned his manners and etiquette and began to attack the lower three directions. Su Mu was in trouble for a while. Does that mean we won't be able to leave for a while? Shang's tone was helpless. It's not just this problem. Since the teleportation array here has problems, it means that other places on the continent are not much better. If your Su family's formation really collapsed, I'm afraid the civilization level of the entire continent would have to regress tens of thousands of years. After losing the teleportation array, cultivators below the Immortal King realm can only fly slowly if they want to go to other places. How much effort will this take? Su Mu frowned when he heard that. Is there no other way? We can't stay here any longer. Well, it's not completely impossible. Shang suddenly smiled. I do have a way to make you move quickly, but it only applies to you. Others may have to be left behind. This. Su Mu was silent for a moment. It's not that he felt that he couldn't get anything done if he left the others behind, but the main thing was that if the teleportation array was really broken, he would have to leave Meng Xiaoxiao and the others behind. So when can they go back? Is it really flying slowly? Flying for decades? Su Mu was a little confused for a moment, but after thinking about it, he realized that the other three masters were probably in a similar situation and were all trapped in the same place. Strange, how could such a thing happen? After hesitating for a moment, Su Mu decided to rest here and wait for a while. Outside the Su family, two huge formations were entangled in the air, and the monks below were also caught in a fierce battle. But the situation is not very optimistic, especially for everyone in the Su family. As time went by, the clan protection formation seemed to be unreliable. Even if the support from within the Su family wanted to get out, they would be teleported to an unknown place. This resulted in them being short of staff.
Jiang Haining also had a grim expression on his face at this moment. He kept watching the battle outside, constantly thinking in his heart what trump card he had that could change the current situation.
How about using the fate fragment?
Before Sumu left, he handed the key to the family treasury to Jiang Haining, and told her that there were 2 more fragments of destiny in the treasury.
Just when Jiang Haining was struggling.
Above the sky outside, there was a figure standing there quietly, but everyone seemed unable to see him, and no one could perceive the existence of this person.
The plan went smoothly and everything went as expected. The man chuckled, looking a little weird. It turned out to be the long-lost Gangjia Immortal Venerable. Chapter 217 I Will Always Wait for You.
The immortal Lord Gangjia was laughing at this moment. The whole person's condition seemed a little strange, especially his eyes, which were flashing with a dark purple. If someone looked at him at this moment, they would probably be driven crazy by the power contained in this purple light.
It went smoothly. It went so smoothly. No one even noticed. He. Things are going well on the other side as well. At the same moment.
At the southernmost part of the entire Shenyuan Continent, there is a residence of a hidden family.
Song family.
At this moment, the entire Song family was covered by a large formation, completely cutting off any contact with the outside world. And just above the formation, a man and a woman stood quietly, watching the people in the formation being continuously refined into flesh and blood until they were completely dissolved. The most important thing is that the aura of these 2 people has reached the level of Immortal Lord.
2 immortal lords came out of seclusion quietly. No one on the entire continent knew about it. The man spoke first.
I'm afraid that apart from our 10 great immortal clans, not many people remember this family, and no one would know that the communication jade tokens they use are all from the Tsung family.
The woman responded boredly. This kind of thing is secretive, so it's normal that few people know about it. We must break through here quickly.
As long as we destroy the half-immortal Emperor's sacred weapon, all the communication jade tokens on the continent will be useless.
That's when we really start. Speaking of which, the man suddenly asked again.
How is the progress at the Su family?
It went very smoothly.
Although the woman had a pretty face, she let out an obscene laugh at this moment, and her whole posture seemed quite strange.
Except for Su Ningye, I'm afraid no one knows the importance of the clan protection formation. As long as the formation is broken, all the teleportation formations will be useless. TSK, what a great plan. The man shook his head, seeming to feel a little emotional. First cut off all communications on the entire continent, and then defeat them one by one. You guys are really playing dirty. What do you mean you? You will soon become us too. The man's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything else. Think about it for a moment. Sumu finally decided to act alone. Sumu.
In the room, Meng Xiaoxiao grabbed Sumu's hand tightly, with a pleading look in her eyes. Please, don't abandon us, and don't enter the forbidden area alone again. The lesson of Sumu's disappearance last time is still fresh in people's minds, and no one wants to take the chance again. Sumu was silent for a moment, then gently patted the other person's hand. No, this is all I can do. The teleportation array here is definitely broken. As of today, it can't even be activated at all. I have a way to move quickly, but I can't take you with me. I have to find Dad. He's still waiting for me. But Sumu. What about you? Meng Xiaoxiao was a little frightened for a moment, because the area where the Fengzhou Forbidden Area was located was the very center of the Qian family. Even if they were close to the Qian family's base camp, they would be discovered by the other party if they were not careful, and by then the people they would send out would be immortal kings. It's impossible to resist. Sumu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will be fine. Meng Xiaoxiao remained silent. She didn't believe what was said at all. She just felt panicky and as if she was about to lose something important. The girl immediately broke down in tears, ignoring everything else and hugged Sumu tightly like a madman. I can't watch you put yourself in danger.
I absolutely can't. It was the same last time. Is it going to be the same again now? I can't accept this. Watching the person I love die. Silence. The room fell into silence for a moment.
Sudaika also sighed slightly and said in her heart, I knew it. No wonder she had long felt that there was something wrong with Meng Xiaoxiao. It turned out that she was coveting the body of her young master.
No wonder she had to follow him.
However, Sudaika's feelings towards the other party were not very bad, instead she had some admiration for him.
Young master.
Sudaika spoke softly. You also know the reason why all of us followed you.
It was to protect you. We can't just watch you go alone. What if something happens? What should we do then?
The other party is still chattering.
Sumu just remained silent.
Feeling Meng Xiaoxiao's delicate body in his arms, he had many indescribable emotions in his heart.
Damn, so annoying. I have been favored by heaven, so logically speaking, shouldn't I be treated like a protagonist? How can I be so unlucky?
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he seemed a little speechless. He heard everything Meng Xiaoxiao said just now, but his heart was not as stirred as he expected. The main reason was that the other party's expression was too obvious and he had already seen through it. He patted the other person's shoulder gently.
I still have to go. I will go no matter what. I can't delay any longer.
He did not say this out loud, but kept it in his mind.
However, what he said verbally meant the exact opposite. I see. Let's wait for a while.
The two girls were silent for a moment. Sumu has already made up his mind.
Let's do it tonight. When the night gets dark, he will quietly leave. If he hides his body, there won't be any big problem.
Little did he know that in his arms, Meng Xiaoxiao had stopped crying and her body was trembling slightly, as if she sensed something.
Night came quickly.
Sumu and the other two were sitting cross-legged in the house to rest.
No one was sleeping.
After all, they were all immortal-level cultivators and no longer needed sleep. Seeing that the time was almost up, Sumu opened his eyes first and spoke softly.
I'm going to go out and take another look at the teleportation array. You wait here for me.
Good. With light steps, Sumu was indeed walking towards the teleportation array in the city, but he suddenly stopped and looked behind him helplessly. Meng Xiaoxiao was standing there quietly at this moment. There was no longer the violent emotional fluctuations as during the day. He just stood there, looking at Sumu with endless tenderness in his eyes.
You're leaving, aren't you?
Sumu was slightly stunned and didn't know how the other party guessed it, but he nodded and did not deny it.
Well, that's my father after all. Meng Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and didn't say anything like don't go. She knew that she had gone too far during the day.
Moreover, Sumu is a very kind person, so he will naturally not abandon his father, even though he knows there are many dangers.
Then, the girl walked up slowly and gave Sumu a gentle hug.
A lingering fragrance filled Sumu's nose, and a soft voice came to his ears. Be careful on your journey, I will always wait for you.
Chapter 218, Gang Jiao Immortal takes action.
Sumu felt the warm body in his arms and gently patted the other's back.
I will.
At this point, perhaps there is no need to test Meng Xiaoxiao, as the other party has already fully revealed himself. Just like when Sumu first arrived at the Holy Land.
I didn't have any other thoughts, I just wanted to be with him.
Looking at the face that was about to leave, Meng Xiaoxiao gently tiptoed and slowly kissed it. Sumu did not dodge, but just hugged the other person quietly, feeling the warmth for a moment.
After a long time, Sumu was the first to break free, touched the other person's head, and smiled softly. Wait for me to come back, and then I will take you home.
Good. The girl's eyes were firm, and her gaze was always on Sumu.
Just watch the other person leave. Watching the other person's back getting farther and farther away.
Until finally, the other party's breath suddenly disappeared from perception, leaving no trace at all.
Don't forget me.
The girl whispered softly, with some indescribable emotions.
Su family.
In the two large formations in the sky, The original formation plates of both sides were somewhat damaged, and at a rough glance, there was even a tendency for them to merge together. The two formation spirits with very different styles have now started close combat, and they are also constantly speaking with their mouths.
I'll fuck you. Play dirty with me. Don't bite my feet. Ah!
The black formation spirit screamed, quickly clamped its legs together, and glared angrily.
How dare you say that to me? What are you talking about?
You play much dirtier than me.
I fuck you.
The battle was still going on, but there was no doubt that the figures of the two formation spirits had become extremely faint, and even their power had weakened a lot.
And at this critical moment. Ha ha ha.
A strange laugh suddenly sounded beside the two formation spirits, and then an old figure was seen slowly walking out.
Great, great, now you have finally exhausted all the power of the origin. Ha 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 ha.
The immortal Lord Gangjiao laughed strangely. If there is no power, there is no value.
F***ku, old man, who are you?
The red formation spirit spoke bluntly. He just glanced at him, and after seeing that he was a small first-level immortal, he sneered nonchalantly and continued to fight with the black formation spirit in front of him. Upon hearing this, Gangjiao Immortal Venerable's face froze, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. This formation spirit has a really foul mouth.
But it doesn't matter. Snort. You will soon find out who I am.
After Gang Jiaolong Immortal Venerable finished speaking, a strong aura brewed from his body, directly covering the two formation spirits.
Ha!
The black array spirit's pink little face was suddenly confused. It felt the blood of the Chen family in this old man. Why did he attack itself?
Little kid. You're mistaken. I'm your ancestor.
The black array spirit tried to explain, but his tone was helpless.
Upon hearing this, Immortal Gangjiao's face turned even darker.
Although he knew that the other party was telling the truth in a sense, it didn't sound much better than what the formation spirit had just said.
Humph. It doesn't matter, let's die together.
As he spoke, the powerful aura enveloped the two formation spirits at the same time, and then began to dissipate the power of the two at the same time.
I fuck you? You can actually hurt me.
The red array spirit looked surprised. After all, it had the power of the immortal emperor level. How could this little immortal lord of the first level hurt it? The corner of the black array spirit's mouth twitched, and it gradually understood that maybe the first 4 words of each sentence of the other party were not really insults, but just a habit and an interjection. But its condition is not much better, and the strength in its body is also decreasing.
Why? Why did you attack us? Aren't you from the Chen family?
The black array spirit looked puzzled. The immortal Gangjiao smiled coldly.
Who told you that I am a member of the Chen family? I don't want to explain too much to you.
You just need to die in peace. The momentum that was secretly melting became stronger and stronger, and even gradually spread out, and was sensed by the people below. Many monks immediately widened their eyes and looked up, with expressions of surprise on their faces.
The Chen family members cheered. It's the ancestor. The ancestor took action personally.
The ancestor is worthy of being called the Immortal Lord.
He controlled the opponent's formation spirit with just one move. We're sure to win. Ha ha ha.
There was jubilation below, but Chen Duanhai had a serious expression on his face.
That's not right, no one told me that the ancestor would come? Wasn't my mission a feint attack? Moreover, the ancestor is not targeting the Su family's formation spirits, he even didn't let his own family go.
Chen Duanhai had some bad thoughts in his mind, so he quickly flew over, got close to the other person, and saluted respectfully.
Ancestor! May I ask what you are doing? Oh? This youngster is here? Just in time.
The immortal Gangjiao smiled coldly.
The opponent's formation spirit has controlled my formation.
I am trying to stop him now, but there is nothing I can do.
I can only refine the two together.
As expected of the immortal emperor's formation, it's already like this, but you can still resist.
Come and lend me a hand.
Chen Duanhai frowned immediately, keenly aware that something was wrong, but at this moment, Su Jiangchen also flew up, his face full of shock.
What are you doing? Let go of my Su family formation spirit.
As he spoke, Su Jiangchen released all his aura and rushed forward. The immortal Gangjiao spoke quickly. Youngster, come and protect me.
But even though he shouted like that, Chen Duanhai had no intention of taking action. Instead, he watched the opponent approach and moved away.
Seeing that the attack was about to hit him, Gangjiao Immortal Venerable immediately snorted coldly and released a powerful aura from his body.
Snort! Bang!
With a dull thud, Su Jiangchen was blown away, his body flipped several times in the air, and he finally managed to stabilize himself, looking a little embarrassed.
What on earth are you going to do?
His face looked extremely ugly.
Chen Duanhai spoke up at this moment. Ancestor, what are you doing?
There was a strong suspicion in his words, and he even quietly gathered his own momentum. The immortal Master Gangjiao had a blank expression on his face. He looked at the two men's faces one after another, and then suddenly laughed.
Ha ha ha.
The youngster was quite alert.
I didn't fool you. Ancestor, what do you mean by this? Chen Duanhai suddenly felt alert, but it was too late.
The immortal Gangjiao suddenly smiled strangely.
What do you mean? What I mean, Ancestor, is that you can go die. It just so happens that I need some nutrients to refine these two formation spirits. You two seem to be very suitable. You are the 9th level of Immortal King, and you can provide me with some vitality. Ha ha ha.
The laughter of the immortal Lord Gangjiao became more and more outrageous and rampant, and he even began to attack directly.
None of us can escape today. All of us. No one can escape. A dark light suddenly radiated out from him.
Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a black light enveloped everyone.
Chapter 219 Su Mang, Aurora Immortal. Fuck. Seeing the black light coming towards them, many casual cultivators who were watching the show felt unlucky and quickly flew out.
But it was too late and it was swallowed directly.
Fuck. What the hell is this? I'm just here to watch a show, and the audience is also getting beaten. Grass.
In an instant, countless people scattered like birds and beasts, trying to avoid the terrifying black light.
Didn't you see that the two immortal kings were swallowed up? Wouldn't it be a dead end for them if they went in?
Many people run for their lives, regretting that their parents did not give them 2 more legs. No one noticed that the expansion range of the black light was very subtle. It expanded in all directions and avoided the entire range of the Su family's land. The immortal Lord Gangjiao laughed strangely, he was thinking very clearly. There's no need to provoke the Su family now.
Let's finish the important things first.
Once I throw this foreign robbery light into the Su family, it might wake up a few old antiques, and then there will be trouble again. There is plenty of time, no rush. At this moment, the Su family also keenly noticed the changes in the outside world. The large formation had lost contact, along with all the people sent out, including Su Jiangchen.
Zhang Heining's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. Something happened.
And it is clear that unexpected changes have occurred. She had just clearly seen the immortal Gangjiao in the sky, but the other party was very cunning in avoiding the Su family, and it was obvious that he had other plans.
What on earth is he doing?
Could it be that from the very beginning his target was not our Su family, but that clan protection formation?
A bad feeling gradually arose in Zhang Heining's heart.
The clan protection formation has lost contact, and the Su family is now basically in an undefended state. Although they have been prepared for this situation, the unexpected changes on the scene are still unexpected.
We can't wait any longer.
We need to go back to the ancestral temple and use the secret method to wake up the ancestor.
Yes. Everyone echoed in unison and walked towards the interior of the Su family.
Soon, a special aura spread from deep within the Su family, as if a gaze had spanned an endless distance and projected itself onto the black light ball outside. The immortal Gangjiao was slightly stunned.
I didn't expect it to be so fast. Then he let out another strange laugh. But it's too late. Deep inside the Su family, An old man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He looked a little drowsy and in poor condition, but his aura was still frightening. This person is none other than the immortal ancestor of the Su family.
Su Mang, a powerful immortal master of the first level, was known as the Aurora Immortal Master in the world. At this moment, he was forced to wake up quickly from his deep sleep and inevitably felt uncomfortable.
Su Mang frowned slightly and felt the external environment, and his heart sank. The perception of the Tao is getting weaker and weaker. Is this world really degenerating? If this trend continues, won't the immortal king be forced to sleep one day?
Su Mang lowered his head to look at the younger generations kneeling in front of him. When he saw Jiang Haining, he was slightly stunned and then frowned.
Why are you leading the Su family? Where is the direct bloodline? Where is the head of the family? Report to the ancestor. The whereabouts of the patriarch are unknown and his life or death is unknown. The young master has gone to look for the patriarch. I will temporarily take charge of the Su family affairs. You. Su Mang frowned.
I don't know what happened in the outside world that a person with a different surname is leading the Su family.
Or is it that the younger generation is no longer useful to this extent? From now on, I'll be in charge. Yes.
Jiang Haining's heart moved slightly. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, he could sense that the other party was a little unhappy. Su Mang thought about it for a moment, then asked.
Now that the direct descendants of the Su family are gone, what about their Taoist companions? Are there none?
What he meant was asking where the mistress of the Su family was. Jiang Haining thought about it for a moment, and finally reported the truth. Including the relationship between himself and Su Ningye as adoptive father and daughter, the relationship between himself and Su Mu, and the relationship between Su Mu and other people. Su Mang was stunned when she heard this.
There are so many women, but not one of them has a family? It's really outrageous. Snort. Su Mang snorted coldly. As a sister, you don't know how to take the initiative. The eldest sister is like a mother.
Why don't you help him arrange the marriage first? The previous patriarch's life or death is unknown, yet he dared to let the young master go out and get into danger.
He should at least leave his bloodline behind. Do you want me to teach you these things? Never mind. Well.
With a soft sigh, Su Mang's gaze swept across everyone present and looked at the black light ball that was constantly fermenting outside the Su family, his eyes slightly condensed. I didn't expect to see the power of chaos here. Has the boundary wall been damaged to this extent?
Su Mang couldn't help but feel that the situation was very tricky.
This kind of power from outside the world is simply not something that a first-level immortal venerable like him can handle. At least the ancestor deep in the ancestral temple needs to wake up. After all, in the past, the opponents of this kind of thing would all be immortal emperors. Only the immortal emperor can truly contend. Su Mang raised his hand and directly absorbed a ray of purple light from the Su family's treasure house, and then imprinted it on the palm of his hand.
The fragment of Destiny Eternal Summit can keep any living being that possesses it at its peak state, forever. Why is this thing also in the treasury and no one is using it? Su Mang couldn't help but frown, and his figure disappeared from the spot.
When he appeared again, he was already standing outside the Su family, facing the huge black ball of light.
Gang Jiao, I didn't expect it to be you.
Looking at the purple-black light in the other person's eyes, Su Mang sighed slightly.
Well, it seems that you only have this body, but you are no longer him, but that doesn't matter.
Right in front of Su Mang, Gang Jiao Immortal Venerable laughed strangely.
Aurora, I didn't expect it was you. You're not dead yet. You can't stop me. I know. Su Mang clenched his palms calmly, and then the aura on his body gradually rose until it reached the sky of Gaia, affecting the lives of half of the continent.
I can't stop you, and I can't kill you for the time being, but this doesn't stop me from taking action. I can still suppress you here temporarily.
Power outside the realm should die.
As the last words fell, Su Mang's aura was immediately fully unleashed, and colorful light rose up behind him, more dazzling than the sun in the sky. And then it collided violently with the black area. Buzz.
There seems to be a slight vibration.
On the other side of the continent, Shang was controlling Su Mu's body at this moment, but suddenly stopped. She used Su Mu's eyes to look at the other side of the continent with a somewhat surprised look on her face. Is this a battle between immortals? Why did another one wake up? Something's wrong. According to the current environment of Shenyuan Continent, it is simply unable to support an immortal lord in full condition. Coming out at this time would be no different from chronic suicide. Something happened. Shang frowned. Chapter 220. You are quite cute sometimes. Shang always controls Su Mu's body. There was a small disc on its head, moving towards the distance at an unimaginable speed. If there were other people here, they would probably be shocked. He was only at the 5th level of the celestial realm, but the speed of this explosion. I'm afraid even the immortal king may not be able to catch up. Moreover, Su Mu was not simply moving, but was continuously jumping in a manner that was almost flashing, and his rapid flight seemed to be used to correct direction. Su Mu had never thought that his body could move so fast. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked softly. By the way, what happened just now? I saw you suddenly stopped. Is there anything in that direction? Shang spoke softly while he was busy on his way. If I'm not mistaken, there might be immortals fighting in the distance. In fact, it was quite difficult for her to speak at this time. She had to hurry on her way, concentrate on the conversation, and avoid other people's perception, because she had already gone deep into the core area of the Qian family. Immortal Lord. Su Mu was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the direction just now seemed to be the location of the Su family. Is there something wrong? How should I know? Shang felt somewhat helpless. I live in your body now. It's good enough that I can sense it. Do you want more information? How is it possible? This world can't even support the immortal lord, let alone me. Su Mu's heart suddenly moved. By the way, Sister Shang, what is your level of cultivation? Why, asking about me? Are you planning to do something to me too? Shang's tone was somewhat mischievous and a little teasing. I'm not like those women around you. This kind of trick won't work on me. Marriage is like a dream, and it won't work on me either. Forget it. Ahem. Su Mu coughed awkwardly. Having said that, he has actually always been a serious person, but without him noticing, it seems like many people have taken the initiative to get close to him. Su Mu swore that he had never taken the initiative to attack anyone, all of them were accidents. No, I just want to ask a serious question. I won't tell you. Shang even had the leisure to make a face, of course, using Su Mu's face. If you can meet my requirements one day, I will tell you everything. What do you want? Su Mu couldn't help but feel confused. When he first saw Shang, the other party had a strong sense of purpose, but he still hasn't made it clear what he wants to do. You can't really ask him to save the world, right? That's a bit too cliché. Hearing this, Shang fell into deep thought. I don't think I have ever told Su Mu the specific details. Is this not a good idea? After thinking about it for a while, Shang decided to tell Su Mu some temporary goals so as not to let the other party completely lose motivation. How about this, when you go beyond the distant sky, I will selectively tell you some things. Including who I am and what exactly I want you to do. To the far sky. Su Mu was stunned when he heard this request. The Shenyuan Continent is actually not a planet. He knew this a long time ago. No matter which direction it is, it seems that no one has explored to the end. As for Yuan Tian, it is the name of a certain area in the upper space of Shenyuan Continent. The higher you fly, the more you feel a strong pressure, and your sense of the Tao will become weaker and weaker, just like a bad signal. To reach the distant sky, one generally needs to be at the Immortal King level, and only the Immortal King can move freely in the distant sky. Even if he is an Immortal King, his strength will be greatly compressed in the distant sky. This is also why Su Ningye and Gangjiao Shinzuan chose the battlefield far away in the sky last time, just to avoid hurting innocent people. To go beyond the distant sky.
The realm of immortal venerable, this is the lowest requirement.
So, as long as I reach the level of immortal venerable, you will tell me everything.
This part, oh, a part.
Shang stubbornly corrected the mistake Su Mu had made deliberately, as if he had seen through his little thoughts.
Don't think too much, it's almost there. Ah. So fast. Su Mu was stunned at the moment. How long had it been? Less than a day.
And he was only relying on this physical body to travel.
It's almost half a month faster than before. What on earth is this formation plate of yours? Su Mu couldn't help but feel a little curious for a moment.
He remembered that the other party brought this thing when he came out from the bottom level of the forbidden area. He still remembered that the entire space was basically built on this array plate. Now it seems that things can not only change size at any place, but also have some unimaginable functions.
There are so many good things. Su Mu raised his brows slightly. What do you want to do? Shang showed a very vigilant look, like a hamster guarding its food.
I'm telling you, these things are all mine, don't get too hung up on them, and have some sense of boundaries.
Su Mu. We are already one, why should we separate you and me?
Shang always felt that there was something wrong with these words, but he couldn't put it into words for a moment, and suddenly stopped in the air.
Su Mu regained control of his body and subconsciously looked up not far away.
The strong wind beside his ears ruffled his hair, making him frown.
We've arrived at the Fengzhou Forbidden Land.
Not far away, there is an endless mountain range. Looking ahead, there is a particularly tall green peak in the center. There are no lush trees on it, but only green rocks. All the winds come from there.
The Fengzhou Forbidden Land is called a Forbidden Land because it is extremely dangerous.
The inexplicable strong wind can only cause harm to the body of the monks.
Some people have even verified that this thing seems to be able to take away a person's life without knowing it.
If you stay in the forbidden area for too long, you will probably die of old age.
And that's not all.
The years of strong winds seem to have some intelligence of their own, forming a number of green wind spirits. These wind spirits have different personalities, but most of them are not very friendly to humans. Once they are brought into the opponent's home court, it will be quite troublesome to start a fight.
What's more, the cultivation level of these wind spirits is not low. The circular formation above Su Mu's head did not disappear.
Instead, some light purple mist began to flow out, enveloping him completely. People outside could no longer see his figure and face clearly.
Don't thank me. Shang spoke softly. It's not worth wasting your life here.
I'll lend you this thing for now, and it can also help you hide your body. Su Mu smiled softly. Suddenly I felt that sometimes, Shang was actually a pretty good teacher.
Have I ever told you that you are actually quite cute sometimes? Ha! Shang was stunned. Chapter 221 Packing up directly. I don't know what happened, maybe he got angry because of playing.
Anyway, Shang didn't say another word afterwards, as if he was unhappy with Su Mu's behavior of teasing the teacher. But Su Mu actually felt quite wronged. What he said was from the heart. Even though the other person was an old monk who had lived for who knows how many years, he was quite lovable at certain times.
Well, only sometimes.
Su Mu's body was covered in billowing purple mist, and he looked quite mysterious. The closer he got to the Fengzhou Forbidden Area, the more he felt a mysterious sense in his heart.
That is the induction that comes from blood connection. I feel it, that's the direction.
Su Mu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the towering mountain in the center of Fengzhou Forbidden Land.
His father must be there.
So he didn't hesitate anymore and flew directly inside quickly. Along the way, he found that there were quite a few people outside this forbidden area.
Why are there so many people?
Su Mu was puzzled.
Could it be that these people are also here to look for Dad?
His heart sank slightly, and Su Mu decided to observe for a while, and soon he understood. These people are probably from the Qian family, and many of them are also searching for Dad. It's more it seems to be collecting these dark blue crystals.
Su Mu picked one up at random and sensed it carefully.
He discovered that there was some faint power in this thing, and it was very complex. A faint vitality, energy, and a small amount of Tao trace fragments. Basically, they are all laws related to time, but they are too fragmented and messy. What's the use of them? Sumu didn't quite understand, but he saw that many people were collecting this thing, and when they arrived early, they would make very surprised expressions. It seems that there is still a lot of value. Otherwise, these people would not risk shortening their lives by coming here. It seems to be the same everywhere. Sumu suddenly became silent. It's not just here, and it's not just the Shenyuan Continent, it's the same everywhere. Pay some price of yourself, and then exchange it for something you need. In fact, sometimes when I think about it, there seems to be no difference between human beings and all things in the world. Sumu's heart moved slightly, as if he understood something, but he couldn't understand it completely for a moment. I could only keep this feeling in mind and fly towards the depths of the forbidden area. The further you go in, the fewer people you meet along the way. And then suddenly... Who? A loud shout suddenly sounded from below, and finally 3 figures flew up one after another, looking in the direction of Sumu from afar. Who are you? Why are you here? Sumu was slightly stunned and felt a little surprised. I was using a magic weapon to hide my aura, so I shouldn't have been discovered. How did this person find me? Looking over, the 3 people in front of me seemed to be relatively young, 1 woman and 2 men. Their hair looked similar, so they might be brothers and sisters. Who are you? No, what are you? Why are you not talking? Among the 3, the leading girl looked alert and protected her 2 younger brothers behind her. Xianzi looked at the purple thing in front of him and felt a little alert. She brought her 2 younger brothers out to gain experience and did not bring any other people with them. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a strange thing. If I hadn't brought the fragment of destiny with me, I would have almost missed it. What on earth are you? Hearing the other party's words, Sumu looked strange and looked down at his current appearance. As he continued to go deeper into the center of the forbidden area, more and more purple smoke rose from the array plate, making it impossible for him to see any human figures. So he adjusted his state slightly, making his voice sound hoarse and harsh. Get out of the way. Hearing the other party suddenly speak, Shenzi was startled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Wow! This thing can actually talk. What on earth is this? Is it a person? The 2 younger brothers behind her were all surprised, and even had a hint of excitement in their eyes. Xianzi had a headache and didn't know what to do for a moment. If I had known, I wouldn't have shouted that time. Should I have just let it go? Will it eat us later? No, I just broke through to the Tianyuan realm and haven't become an immortal yet. Watching the girl's face getting paler and paler, Sumu suddenly found it a little funny. It was a false alarm after all this time. He thought the other party was some kind of expert who could actually detect him. Now it seems that they are just 3 mortals. But now that he has discovered me, there is no way he will let me go. What should I do? Just pack it together. Sumu immediately made up his mind and raised his hand to grab the other party. The 3 siblings' faces changed drastically and they wanted to run, but they couldn't escape. Soon, Sumu held them all in his hands. You! Don't mess around. We are the Qian family. And we are the direct descendants of the Qian family. We can give you yuanshi. One of the 3 boys quickly spoke up. He didn't notice at all that his sister's face was becoming increasingly ugly. My silly brother. Xianzi felt hopeless. If we tell them our identities now, what if they kill us? You should at least test it first. Sumu just found it funny and looked at the girl on the other side. I have to say that the other person's appearance is still very good. At least she was more beautiful than most people Sumu had ever seen. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink and her lips were like red cherries. Now that she was held in Sumu's hand, she looked even more pitiful, which made people feel pity for her. If you have to say it, it seems that the other person's appearance has reached the level of the Nangong sisters. You, don't kill us, we can trade for something. Shenzi pouted her lips and looked like she was about to cry in the next second.
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he spoke in his still hoarse voice. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your lives. Just keep quiet and you'll live. Got it. Qian family. Although the other party had joined forces with the Chun family, Sumu also remembered that he once had a younger brother named Qian Koan under his command, who was also a direct descendant of the Qian family. I don't know what the situation is like now. Calming his mind, Sumu directly took out a space magic tool that could store living things and put all three of them inside. Then continue walking towards the depths of the forbidden area. The strong wind in his ears was getting stronger and stronger, and Sumu could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding environment. I always feel like something is watching me. Sumu frowned suddenly, feeling a mysterious sense in his heart. However, he did not expose himself. He just quietly activated the Baishao flame puppet, scattered some white flames at his feet, and then hid underground. Just wait for the other party to make the first move. There was no one around, the environment was extremely empty, with only the sound of the whistling wind. Until Suddenly, a sharp and strange laugh came into Sumu's ears. Chapter 222, All Kings? Fuck! The sudden strange laugh startled Sumu, and he reacted quickly, turning around and punching. The giggling stopped abruptly, and the owner of the laughter did not seem to expect that Sumu's reaction would be so intense. Then the laughter turned into a sharp roar and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The terrifying airwave shattered countless blue crystals behind him and also exposed the hiding place of the owner of the strange laugh. What the hell is this? Sumu had a strange look on his face. He looked at the small figure hiding behind the rock and couldn't help feeling curious. The opponent's body didn't look big, about the size of a fist, but his whole body was basically light blue, a bit like a ball, with a round head and a pointed tail. I didn't see any hands, feet, wings, or anything like that. At this moment, there was an expression of utmost fear on the round head. Sumu grabbed the other person in his hand. It felt a bit like jelly, icy and cool, and he couldn't help but pinch it. What on earth is this? It's quite interesting. Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm nothing. The little ball in his hand suddenly spoke softly, with a strong sense of panic in the tone, and the voice sounded a little like a baby. Sumu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party could actually speak. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Were you sent by the Qian family? A small ball shivered. I am King Qingfeng. You are in my territory now. Of course I have to chase you away. King Qingfeng? Sumu's expression became even weirder. He looked at the small ball in his hand and couldn't connect it with the word king. So he just squeezed it harder and put on a vicious attitude. What's wrong? You're not convinced. The little ball in Sumu's hand seemed to be frightened by him. His whole body trembled, and then he tried to bury his face in Sumu's palm. I will tell my boss. Let me go now. Sumu wanted to tease the other party, but Shang's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Okay, you are too mean. You have already seen that this is just a wind spirit, right? And you still bully him. Judging from his mental state, he is probably only a few years old. Bullying a child is shameful. Sumu felt a little embarrassed and could only cough softly in his heart. Ahem, please don't talk nonsense. I just want to get some information from him. After all, we know nothing about this place. I don't care, you are just bullying a kid, give me control of your body, it's my turn to play. Sumu. After all this fuss, this is actually your purpose. How despicable. Sumu regained his composure and picked up the ball in his hand and shook it. Tell me, what's going on this mountain in front of us? This mountain in front of us. As if realizing where Sumu was pointing, King Qingfeng's soft body trembled even more violently. This is King Mountain. There are many kings living there. They are all very powerful. Many great kings? Does that mean there are many wind spirits? Sumu frowned slightly, then poked the other person with his little finger. Tell me, what are the strengths of these kings? How do they compare to you? Sumu had sensed it as early as when he caught the other party. Before this, Fengling's strength was probably only that of a newly entered earthly immortal. The reason why we failed to find the other party's trace before was because the environment here is special. The other party has the advantage of geographical location and can completely blend into the environment. Perhaps, this is also a kind of racial talent? Strength. King Qingfeng seemed to be thinking seriously, and he thought about it for a while. No one knew where this monster in front of him, with purple air all over its body, came from. Although King Qingfeng could easily control it, its strength must be extraordinary. Will it eat me? Thinking of this, King Qingfeng couldn't help feeling panic in his heart, but he was so smart that he soon came up with an idea. I can trick this monster into the deepest part of Dawang Mountain. The kings there are the most powerful. With a roar, the whole Dawang Mountain will move, and both sides will suffer losses. After thinking about his plan for a while, King Qingfeng couldn't help but secretly admire himself. He was really too smart. He could actually come up with such a brilliant plan. I am afraid that those cunning humans who often come to them to steal wind crystals are not as smart as me. Humph. Thinking this in his heart, King Qingfeng felt more confident. Those kings are not that strong. Just go to the innermost part. That's right, it's the top of the mountain. The kings there are the weakest. Go quickly. As if he felt that his tone was not right, King Qingfeng quickly pretended to be weak and continued to advise. If I, King Qingfeng, wasn't so busy, I would have gone up and beaten them to a pulp. Now I can only leave this good thing to you, alas. When speaking, King Qingfeng's tone was quite regretful. Sumu's mouth twitched. Are you really just a few years old? You're treating people like fools. You should act more realistically. So he spoke directly. Now those people are as weak as you say. Why don't I take you with me? We can go and kill them directly and then occupy their territory. What? Why did you take me with you? King Qingfeng jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Please don't take me with you. King Qingfeng is usually very busy. That's right. I'm still busy picking up wind crystals. Hey. Sumu simply waved his hand. What kind of talk is that? There are priorities. Wouldn't it be better if I just went up and occupied their territory and turned them into slaves? Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Sumu vaguely guessed what the wind crystal the other party was talking about was. Perhaps it was the small crystal he had seen before. What? You're turning your own kind into slaves. What a horrible monster. King Qingfeng was greatly shocked. He felt that the purple monster in front of him was as terrifying as the humans outside, and that any random thought was so vicious. He will eat me. King Qingfeng felt desperate and felt that he would never be able to escape the clutches of this monster. Sumu just found it funny in his heart, and seeing that the other party seemed to be wilting, he simply gave up the idea of teasing him. He simply grabbed the other person in his palm, squeezed him from time to time, and then continued to move towards the Dawang Mountain in front of him. The sense of connection deep in the blood became stronger and stronger, and Sumu was finally able to confirm the direction where his father was. Coincidentally, it was at the top of the mountain. Ha, I'm coming. Sumu's eyes were determined and he strode straight in. Chapter 223 Abnormal Behavior. As Sumu just stepped in, he could feel the covetous gazes coming from the dark. Get out! Suddenly, there were shouts around him. It seemed that the other party was very angry because their territory was invaded. Purple monster, get out! This is the territory of King Yellow Wind. Not far in front of Sumu, a slightly larger yellow ball suddenly appeared, with a lot of yellow crystals lingering around it, constantly moving around its body. Yellow Wind King? Why are all these wind spirits named like this? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he sensed it carefully. The cultivation level of the Yellow Wind King in front of him had actually reached the first level of the Celestial Immortal. I'm afraid there's more to it than that. The opponent is a natural elf, and is currently fighting at home. I am afraid that his actual combat power is much greater than ours. I just want to make a pass and leave right away. Sumu still spoke in a hoarse voice. When he arrived at the foot of Dawang Mountain, the purple mist on his body had become very thick, and even spread out a lot. It is to counter the strong wind here. No. King Huangfeng refused sternly, and his voice was much more mature than King Qingfeng's, like a teenager with a spicy voice. This is the territory of King Huangfeng. No one is allowed to pass. No one is allowed. Well. Sumu sighed softly, and a blazing white flame gradually ignited on his body. Then there's nothing we can do. A moment later. You can pass, you can pass. King of purple monsters, you can pass as you please. My territory is prepared for you. King Huangfeng showed a flattering smile on his somewhat embarrassed face, and at this moment he was held firmly in Sumu's hand, pinching him from time to time. The yellow crystals surrounding it have now become broken and their luster has dimmed. In other words, it has become honest. That's more like it. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. The strength of this little yellow ball was estimated to be only at the first level of the heavenly immortal realm, but the combat power it exerted reached the second level of the heavenly immortal realm. If a normal fifth-level fairyland being were to be here, and have to fight against the external environment, he would probably be caught in a tough battle, or even in danger of his life. But Sumu didn't think it was much of a problem. Now holding a ball on each side, Sumu began to think about how to deal with it. In his hands, King Qingfeng and King Huangfeng looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. How did you get caught too? How dare you say that to me? Aren't you also someone who can be manipulated by others? I was different. I surrendered on my own initiative and was not beaten. No wonder he came to my territory. It turned out to be you. Unexpected. After hearing this, even though King Huangfeng was a simple-minded wind spirit, he also had the urge to visit the other party's manufacturer. But unfortunately, they are born and raised, so strictly speaking, their parents are the same. So I could only look at each other viciously. Sumu finally thought it through at this moment. Why not just catch them all? There's nowhere to put them anyway. So he simply sealed the two balls of cultivation in his hands, and then imprisoned them in the magic weapon that had previously housed Qian Ziyi and her two siblings. To be honest, Sumu didn't bring many of these space magic tools that could store living things. The main reason was that he didn't expect to capture so many prisoners along the way. The group of people from the Blood Blade Hall, Chen Mu and his partner, Qian Ziyi and his three siblings, and now these two great kings. Why does it feel like they're here to restock? Sumu had a strange look on his face, but he quickly perked up and continued walking forward. As expected, they soon arrived at another Phoneling's territory. Stop. This is King White Wind. I was wrong. Stop fighting. What are you doing? A very skilled process. Sumu felt that doing this kind of thing didn't seem to be very difficult. He could just take action when he met them. These wind spirits wouldn't reason with you. After you're done, grab it and put it into the magic weapon. Sumu was having a great time. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, the special means of transmitting messages between wind spirits began to take effect. There's a giant purple monster heading for the top of the mountain. He's already eaten 7 of the giants along the way. What? How horrible. I, King Zifeng, am not afraid. No one can make me surrender. We can't let this big purple devil go to the top of the mountain. That's our holy land. There were invaders there some time ago. Those kings on the top of the mountain will definitely be able to do it. They are the strongest. King Zifeng, are you still there? Sumu had a lot of fun catching these little wind spirits, and he even gradually felt a little bit of pleasure. Could it be that those fishermen in the previous life also felt the same way? Was it for this sense of achievement? Sumu seemed to understand, but not quite. So where's the fun in the Air Force? After throwing a small purple ball into the magic weapon, Sumu looked up and took a deep breath. The road behind is a bit difficult to walk on. He had just reached the mountainside when he encountered an opponent whose cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm. With the advantage of terrain, the opponent's strength could reach the 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm. If it was a normal 6th level celestial realm, Sumu would not take it seriously. The main reason was that these little wind spirits were fighting in a round-robin battle, and there were too many of them. If this goes on, won't I have to fight the immortal king later? Sumu had a strange look on his face, and secretly decided to communicate with Shang in advance. Sister Shang, can you help me fight in the second half? Now you know to ask me for help? Why didn't you let me play before? Hearing that the other party was still concerned about the previous incident with King Qingfeng, Sumu's mouth twitched and he tried to comfort him. I'll bring you two back to play with later, okay? That's better. If you can't do it, let me take over. No, Sumu always felt that there was something strange about these words, but now that he needed help from others, it was not easy for him to say much. We can only keep our heads down and move forward. At the same time, inside the space magic weapon in Sumu's hand. Not long ago, Shen Ziyi felt that his cultivation was completely blocked, and looked at his two younger brothers who were sleeping soundly beside him. He couldn't help feeling a little angry. You are so stupid. We have been captured, and you still want to sleep. Damn it. The main thing is that I haven't slept yet. Why should you guys sleep? Get up and go back to sleep. She was just about to go forward and slap the other person to wake him up, but suddenly she felt a wave, and then two small balls, one green and one yellow, flew in and landed in front of her. When they fell in, the two little groups were still arguing and even wanted to fight. It's just that because their strength is sealed, they can only carry out the most primitive collision. You traitor. You are a defeated general. You. Xian Ziyi looked at it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This thing looks like a wind spirit? Isn't this only found in the center of the forbidden area? So cute. Chapter 224 Father and Son Meet. Xian Ziyi never thought that Fengling could be so cute. Why haven't the elders in the clan mentioned this before? It feels soft and chewy, and there's an indescribable feeling that makes you want to pinch it. This is so much fun. Xian Ziyi held one in his left hand and one in his right hand, and for a moment he actually felt happy. And at this moment, another wave of waves came, and another little one was sent in. Xian Ziyi was stunned. And when she came to her senses, another one was stuffed in. The girl's eyes gradually became excited, even to the point of being a little perverted. Looking at the wind spirits that were constantly stuffed in, she suddenly felt that being locked up here wasn't such a bad thing. Only the wind spirits looked strange, even a little frightened. Wow, the purple devil has a human. What a horrible human. She's biting me. I'm not clean anymore. Woo woo. With a loud bang, Sumu finally defeated the opponent, then sealed him and stuffed him in, providing a one-stop service. Very skilled. Only a little tired. Huff, I can't take it anymore. Sumu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the attack methods of these wind spirits were simple, they became more difficult to defeat as time went on. Moreover, it was a round-robin battle. The one he just defeated had already reached the 8th level of the celestial immortal realm. Sumu has really reached his limit. If he delayed it any further, he might still be able to fight, but there was no need since he still had external aid. Shine, come out. With a low roar, Sumu's eyes went from clear to confused in an instant, and then he woke up again. His eyes were completely different now, with a hint of agility, helplessness, curiosity, and excitement. In short, it is a very complicated expression. At this moment, Sumu finally had the mood to take a rest. It's really troublesome. It gets harder and harder as we go along. And it feels a little off. Sumu frowned and thought, always feeling that these wind spirits seemed to know in advance that he was coming, and even gave him a unified name, Purple Devil. There are even some wind spirits with higher intelligence who have begun to learn sneak attacks and have no martial ethics at all. Let Shang worry about it.
Sumu turned his gaze to the outside world, and then suddenly froze. I saw Shang controlling his body, and the raging white flames were still burning on his body, but these flames were more powerful and more agile. Every wind spirit would try to avoid this kind of flame and would be surrounded by it without knowing it. Then at this time, Shang would suddenly attack, directly hit the opponent's core with one move, and then instantly seal the opponent's power. Before Xia Fengling could react, Shang had already held her in his arms and rubbed her back and forth with his face several times.
Then top it off.
After passing through the lungs, it is stuffed into the ritual instrument like garbage. Often after this process is completed, Fengling will suddenly realize at the last moment that he is no longer clean.
Sumu couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Fortunately, there was no one else around, otherwise my image would be completely ruined.
What's the difference between this and a pervert?
And Sumu didn't notice at this moment that the wind spirits suffered not only the first time, but also a second and more lasting attack after entering the magic weapon. With Shang taking over, the progress along the way became much smoother and there was basically no enemy that could match them. Sumu also vaguely felt that although his cultivation was still at the celestial immortal level, there were some different changes in Shang's hands. More agile, more powerful, not at all like the performance of a celestial being. In terms of combat capability alone, I'm afraid he has already reached the immortal king level. Finally, after a long wait, Sumu finally reached the top of the mountain.
Big purple devil. You're finally here. He. We have been waiting for you here for a long time.
There's no way you can defeat us today, ha ha ha. For huge wind spirits of different colors appeared in front of them, and their voices lost a lot of their immaturity, gaining some of the power between heaven and earth.
Moreover, the number of various colored crystals surrounding the opponent has also increased greatly, and the momentum alone makes people breathe heavily.
However, Sumu's eyes swept past the other party and looked behind the four wind spirits. There was a golden shield there, and it was the style that Sumu was very familiar with. He had used it before in the secret trial of the Holy Land to deal with the ancient ferocious beast Baki. It was a shield that was powerful enough to counter the power of the immortal king. It was also handed to him by Sumu's father himself. And now, the man who Sumu had always regarded as a backer was sitting cross-legged in the shield with a pale face, breathing weakly, as if he was going to die in the next second.
Dad! Sumu's eyes widened. Finally! He finally saw the other person.
After more than half a year, the father and son finally met again, but under such circumstances.
Get out of the way.
As if sensing Sumu's emotions, Shang no longer had the mood to play around. He immediately showed a serious look, and the flames on his body became even more ferocious.
Humph! If you ask me to get out of the way, I'll just get out of the way. Wouldn't that make me lose face?
Take this move from King Golden Wind.
This is my territory. No one is allowed to act recklessly.
Shang let out a slight breath and then spoke softly.
Although you are very cute, I don't have the heart to play with you right now.
This is your own fault. As soon as he finished speaking, the white flames on Shang's body burst out directly, then fell to the ground and transformed into human shapes. These human-shaped flames quickly condensed into claws and huge heads, and roared fiercely at the four wind chimes not far away.
Roar!
After the sharp roar, some white flames appeared inexplicably in the air. The color of this world is gradually changing. Shang's movements are very fast, even to the extreme, and he rushes forward directly.
But the four wind spirits in front of her were no pushovers either.
They were able to occupy the most core position in the center of the earth, so their cultivation was certainly not weak. All of them are the 9th level of Immortal King.
Although they sound young, their actual existence can probably be traced back to the last era, and this is their home ground. Come on. I'm not afraid of you.
Ignoring the opponent's roar, the purple array plate above Shang's head suddenly enlarged, directly covering the entire mountain top, and a feeling of gravity reversal emerged.
Ha!
Before Fengling could react, Shang had already arrived in front of it, raised his hand into a claw, and grabbed directly at its core.
Chapter 225 Father, I'm here to take you home.
The smile disappeared from Shang's face.
Even though this body only has the foundation of the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm, she is not. The 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm is not much different from an ant in front of her original body. The 4 wind spirits in front of him were extremely large, and the crystals surrounding them were much more numerous than the previous ones. The aura of each of them had undoubtedly reached the 9th level of the immortal king realm. To be honest, if Sumu were to be in this kind of situation, he would only be able to perform a death show in front of the other party. Even if he has a lot of cheats, the gap in strength is difficult to make up. Of course, if he had the full version of heaven's favor, perhaps these wind spirits would bow down to him. He punched hard into the core of the purple gold wind spirit in front of him, causing the opponent to gag and fly backwards. Shang also shook his fist. So hard. The formation plate above his head has now covered the entire area on the top of the mountain. Endless purple mist is pouring in, even squeezing out all the original vitality in this space. Ah! What is this? I feel like I have lost all my strength. It's poisonous. What a vicious way of fighting. The wind spirits are still shouting. Shang was just defending and had no intention of taking any further action. No matter what, these things are at the 9th level of the immortal king realm. If I want to defeat them head-on, it is either impossible or too difficult and unnecessary. And with the help of her formation plate, she can drain all the vitality in this area and then make the original laws of the universe chaotic. These wind spirits are all born and raised here, and the environment here is their greatest reliance. Once they are out of the environment, their strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Even if you put them in a completely different environment, it's hard to say whether they can still maintain their own shape. At this moment, the 4 wind spirits also clearly felt the changes around them and became frightened. Oh no! My hand has melted. My feet have melted too. Wow, this purple monster is so scary. It's turned white now. As the array plate separated from his body, Sumu's true appearance was finally revealed, but his whole body was still burning with blazing white flames, wrapping him up. Come on, continue. Shang hooked his finger provocatively. As long as these wind spirits move violently, the power allowing them to maintain their state will become less and less. In other words, as long as the battle drags on long enough, Shang will definitely win. Sure enough, the simple-minded foamling could not guess her intention at all, and was so angry that she screamed. Wow! What a hateful monster! How dare you challenge me, the purple gold king? And I'm the golden king. Eat me. Gather the wind. One of the wind spirits shouted loudly, and the already violent wind on the top of the mountain became even more violent, rushing towards Shang with an unstoppable momentum. But they were all blocked by the white flames and purple haze. When it blew on Shang's cheek, there was only a slight breeze, and it was quite cool. Comfortable. Shang was still challenging him, and even raised his hand to fan himself. This is all your strength? Is it possible? Foamling. This is so fucking pretentious. I can't stand it. I simply can't stand it. So they directly activated their instinctive magical powers, which they naturally realized after living here for a long time, and they simulated the power of this world. Take our move. The 4 wind spirits temporarily merged into one, and then blew out a gale that was countless times stronger than before. The momentum was so terrifying that it seemed as if it would blow the entire mountain top away. Pity. Shang sighed slightly in his heart and glanced at his formation plate. To be honest, even now, she herself hasn't fully figured this out. After all, this is a magical weapon from outside the domain. If we only talk about the grade, it has actually reached the 5th grade of Immortal, which is a level above the Immortal Emperor. Looking at the opponent's extremely powerful offensive, Shang did nothing but stood there waiting. After a long time. Huff, huff, huff. I can't do that anymore. I can't win. Why don't we run? This monster is so scary. But where can we run to? This person is just as annoying as the previous human. Why does he always come to our house to cause trouble? Woo woo. Looking at the 4 wind spirits panting in front of him. Shang smiled slightly in his heart, but he didn't have the time to play with them at the moment, so he went up and punched each one to death, then sealed them all up and put them into the magic weapon. After sealing off the surrounding environment with the array, Shang spoke softly in his heart. I'll leave it to you next. Good. As his eyes flashed, Sumu finally regained sense of his body. Ignoring the mess around him, he walked quickly to the golden light shield with an anxious face. Dad! Can you hear me? Dad! But no matter how Sumu shouted, the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged did not move at all, and did not even react at all. Sumu's heart skipped a beat. This golden protective light shield was given to him by his father, who said it was only used by the direct descendants of the family and had excellent protective effects. Even when the owner completely loses consciousness, it will automatically deploy to protect the owner's last bit of life. But at this time, it often means that the owner's life has come to the final moment. Sumu's vision became hazy as he recalled the scene his father had told him when he was a child. Son, remember this. If one day this golden light shield automatically unfolds, it means that the people inside are about to die. Don't open it rashly at this time. If you open it, you won't be able to protect the other person, and you will die. Even your father like me can't save everyone, so if you give this thing to someone else in the future, remember to think twice. Su Ningye looked very helpless at the time, as if she knew her son's character. When she handed over the golden light shield, her expression was very strange. Perhaps at that time, he had not thought that one day he would be sitting in this light shield. Sumu secretly clenched his fists and suppressed the unnecessary expressions on his face. Dad, I'm here to take you home. Come with me. Resting his forehead on the light shield and whispering softly, Sumu took out a golden talisman from his arms. As long as the talisman was torn open, the same golden light shield would unfold. Of course, you can move it by simply sticking this talisman on the unfolded light shield. Sumu carefully put the talisman on, and then packed up his father along with the entire light shield, put them into a space magic tool, and finally put it close to his body. The boy's eyes gradually became firm, and finally became deep, with more mature colors. I'm here to take you home, father. Chapter 226, One Move to Kill. Sumu has now taken over control of Shang. As his mind changed, the array plate shrank into a small piece, floating above his head, continuously emitting purple mist, enveloping him entirely. Sumu didn't say anything, but just flew slowly outside, preparing to leave the Fengzhou Forbidden Land first. Due to the disappearance of a large number of Lord-level wind spirits, the entire Dawang Mountain has fallen into chaos at this moment. This was because the four most powerful wind spirits on the top of the mountain had also disappeared, causing the entire Fengzhou Forbidden Land to become restless. The whistling winds were no longer restrained and blew wildly towards the outside. When the strong wind blows, it can directly kill all living creatures. Naturally, the Chen family noticed the abnormality here at the first time and responded quickly. There's a problem on the mountain in the center of Fengzhou Forbidden Land. I don't know who set up the formation there and blocked it. It seems like a lot of wind spirits have disappeared. The entire forbidden area is in chaos now. Withdraw all our children immediately. Everyone. Report to the Patriarch. Miss Ziyi and the two young masters are missing. After deduction, it seems that they have entered the Fengzhou Forbidden Land. What? Countless people in the Qian family were furious, thinking that they had been invaded by foreign enemies and that the enemy had kidnapped their young lady and master. So a large number of people were dispatched directly, led by the head of the family and two other ninth-level immortal kings. When the group was heading towards the Fengzhou Forbidden Land, they happened to run into Sumu on the road. Who are you? Qian Badian, the patriarch of the Qian family, frowned, and his aura of the ninth level of the immortal king was not concealed at all, rolling in like a tide, endlessly. Sumu just raised his head and glanced at the other person. Get out of the way. He doesn't have time to waste with the other party and doesn't want to explain to the other party. Shang's means of rapid movement can only be released outside the forbidden area. The rules of heaven and earth here are too chaotic, and some unexpected changes are likely to occur. Etc. Another elder of the family took a step forward, also emitting the aura of a ninth-level immortal king. Who are you? When did you enter the heartland of my Qian family? You'd better confess everything now. Sumu frowned even more tightly, and before he could say anything, the other party started chattering again.
Have you seen the young lady and two young masters of my family? When the other party said this, his eyes were always observing the strange man in front of him.
Although shrouded in billowing purple smoke, the human figure can still be vaguely recognized.
It can be basically determined that it is a human monk, but the true appearance is unknown.
Miss and the two young masters.
Sumu was stunned for a moment, then he casually took out 3 people from the space magic weapon and threw them over.
Are they the 3? Miss. Master. You are all right. Very good.
The Chen family members cheered immediately and quickly took the 3 people over.
They looked left and right, fearing that they might have been injured.
Sumu thought that the matter ended here, so he turned around and wanted to leave, but unexpectedly he was stopped by someone.
Stop. Qian Badian looked unhappy. Why is my child in your hands? What happened in the meantime? Tell the truth. Otherwise you may not be able to get away today. Sumu.
He really didn't want to explain anymore, and he didn't have the time to waste with these people. He arrested those people just for the sake of convenience, without putting too much thought into it. What's more, he has urgent things to do now.
Get out of the way. I'm only saying this for the last time.
Sumu had no expression on his face.
Qian Badian frowned.
My goodness, since he was promoted to the 9th level of the Immortal King realm, no one dared to talk to him like this for how many years?
Humph. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. I am willing to have a good talk with you, so you should kneel down and thank me instead of playing tricks here. I want to see what you are made of.
Qian Badian no longer hesitated and grabbed him directly. Sumu sighed slightly in his heart, knowing that this would be the final result.
Shang, do you want me to come? Sumu, wait a minute. Looking at the opponent's grabbing hand that covered the sky, the keyboard above Sumu's head suddenly spun rapidly, and the rules of heaven and earth within a 10-foot range around him were directly reversed. Qian Badian suddenly let out a light exclamation. Ha! What kind of magical power is this? Or is it a fairy weapon?
When his attack got close to Sumu, it actually turned back in the same way and hit him. At the moment he took action, he also noticed Sumu's cultivation level. He's just a small immortal cultivator, how could he be able to block my attack? Although this attack was just a casual one on his part, it was taken up by a celestial being.
No matter what means the other party used, it was unreasonable. This person's identity is not right, and he has a big secret.
He felt a slight chill in his heart, and in a moment he communicated with the other 2 elders. The 3 of them had perfect understanding and formed a V-shape to surround Sumu in the middle.
With countless combat experiences and extremely skilled moves, they directly used all their strength. The money-making and wasteland opening hand.
Seeing the 3 illusory hands grabbing towards him, Sumu immediately pushed the Baishao flame puppet with all his strength, and at the same time activated limit of the 9 skies in an instant. His cultivation has now reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm.
There's more to it than that. Even the peak of the heavenly immortal realm seems too insignificant in front of the immortal king, let alone 3 immortal kings of the 9th level?
So Sumu was instantly caught in a life and death crisis. Favored by heaven instantly appeared behind his neck, and the dazzling purple light merged with the surrounding haze, as if something had changed in the dark.
The opponent's attack finally arrived. Snap.
A sound of breaking was faintly heard in the void.
Then, a mountain-like pressure descended upon Sumu.
First, the formation filtered out most of it, and then the purple mist unloaded the force. Then came the white flames on his body.
Puff.
The moment they came into contact with this power, all the flames were extinguished as if they had never existed.
Ah!
Sumu raised the golden halberd in his hand and rushed forward, and then with a snap the golden halberd broke.
It couldn't even last for a moment.
Then, this force produced some mysterious coincidences, and the internal power rioted, causing its original power to drop by 99% again.
Finally, this force hit Sumu's body. Puff. In an instant, Sumu spat out a large mouthful of blood. There were also many broken internal organs in the blood. His body suddenly began to shake, and a golden light shield instantly burst out from his chest, covering his entire body. I didn't expect this to be activated. Sumu smiled grimly. There is only one situation in which this thing will be activated, and that is when he should have died. So, you still can't take it. Chapter 227 Reversal. So? Still can't take it. Is the gap between the immortal king and the celestial immortal really that huge? Sumu smiled grimly, and his whole aura was as weak as a faint candle flame, extremely weak. On the other side, Shen Badian was even more shocked. What? He's not dead. How is this possible? A little celestial being took on the full force of 3 9th-level kings and still survived. Who is the other party? Shen Baishan's face was solemn, and he instinctively realized that the other party was not an ordinary celestial being. Whether it is the formation plate above the head or the aura on the body. Because of the severe blow he had just suffered, the purple haze on the keyboard had become quite thin, allowing people to vaguely see Sumu's outline. It's just a teenager. When he saw the general situation, Chen Badian felt a bad feeling in his heart. When did Shenyuan Continent have such a genius? With the cultivation level of Heavenly Immortal Realm, he could withstand the joint attack of 3 9th-level Immortal Kings. Even the former Su Ningya probably couldn't do it, right? A tall figure echoed in his mind, and Shen Badian sighed slightly. Unfortunately, even such a genius eventually died at the hands of the Immortal Venerable. And the other side. Xian Ziyi was dumbfounded at this moment. She had no idea why the situation suddenly turned out like this. It shouldn't be. Although that person was a bit strange, he didn't do anything to him and his brothers. He just locked them up temporarily. She had no intention of endangering their lives, and she also gave her a lot of wind spirits to play with. How did it suddenly become like this? Xian Ziyi shouted, "Father! It's not what you think, he." Shut up. Xian Baishan's face turned cold. He was the head of the family, how could he allow his daughter to challenge his authority in public? Moreover, it was unreasonable for this person to appear here for no apparent reason. Even if they really had their reasons, so what? They were immortals. Do they need a reason to deal with a casual cultivator? Children should not interfere in adult matters. Shen Badian said this verbally, but he was thinking about something else in his heart. Whatever the cause of the incident, it has now evolved into this situation. It's impossible not to take action. The identity of this celestial being is obviously extraordinary. He can't be an ordinary person. Since I have already offended you, I must root you out. Shen Baishan's face turned cold, and he thought about the current situation in Shenyuan Continent. The three-family alliance and the Su family attacked. A few days ago, the teleportation arrays on the continent suddenly had problems one after another, and there were only a few that could be used left. Today, even the communication jade token has shown some abnormalities. When the distance is a little far, the ability to communicate will be greatly reduced. Shen Badian had an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart, always feeling as if there was an invisible cage that locked everyone in their own area. And in such a critical moment, it would be impossible to cause trouble to yourself for no reason. Although the identity of the person in front of him is destined to be extraordinary, of course he must be killed right now to avoid leaving more trouble. Don't blame me. You came here on your own. Shen Badian gave orders directly to the other two elders in his mind. Kill him, don't let him get away. Yes, ×2. The two of them responded in unison, and at the same time, they displayed their auras. Then, a strange space began to envelope Sumu. Is this the release of the immortal realm? Sumu coughed up a large mouthful of blood again and slowly looked around. After entering the earthly fairyland, you can possess the fairyland and have it embedded in your body. In the heavenly fairyland, the prison began to be filled with 9 wonders, gradually evolving into the prototype of a world. When one reaches the realm of Immortal King, the immortal realm can be released to the outside world. Everyone's fairyland is different, because everyone's perception of the world is different. In one's own fairyland, the master's power will naturally be enhanced to the greatest extent. For the enemy, the result is completely opposite. Sumu just thought that the fairyland of these three people could actually be merged together. He had never heard that the Qian family had such a secret method before. I'm sure I can't handle it. Sumu smiled bitterly. To be honest, up to now, he had not encountered many opponents of the same level as him. Basically, they were all higher than him. But the cultivation world is like this. Who stipulates that you have to fight at the same level? Why should we compete fairly when we can bully the weak? I can't win, am I going to die? Sumu sighed slightly in his heart. You should come. Shang was stunned for a moment. In fact, she really wanted to complain. Why did she have to fight against the wind? The other side started to click on the crystal, so she was allowed to play. But forget it, after all, I am his master. Although Shang had some complaints, he still took Sumu's body honestly without any intention of blaming him. She knew that no son could remain absolutely calm after seeing his father like that. What's more, the actions of these people in the Qian family are currently preventing Sumu from saving his only relative, his father. I'm afraid that after returning Sumu's mentality will change a lot, alas. Shang sighed inwardly, then controlled Sumu's body and slowly opened his eyes. On the other hand, Qian Badian was very cautious. He could directly merge the three people's fairyland completely before taking action, so as to eliminate the possibility of the other party escaping. As long as they are completely integrated, the opponent will definitely not be able to escape unless they directly break through the fairyland of the three people. As for breaking through the fairyland, the difficulty is basically the same as breaking through the boundary wall. What's more, it is the fairyland where three people merged. But suddenly, Chen Baishan's face changed drastically. For some reason, a strong sense of warning suddenly arose in his heart. No more waiting. Just do it. The Immortal King's premonition could not be wrong. No matter what the other party was doing, he must be interrupted now. The other two people moved just as quickly, almost at the same time, and even faster than before. Three illusory big hands quickly approached Sumu's side. But it's too late. Shang slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the formation above his head suddenly enlarged thousands of times, and completely violated the laws of physics. As it enlarged, its rotation speed became even faster. Countless purple mists gushed out, quickly dyeing the place into a purple ocean, and Shang's figure disappeared in it. Not good. Qian Badian quickly punched towards his side. Bang! The space shook, and Qian Baishan's face was filled with shock. Shang caught the opponent's fist with one hand. All the Taoist principles used by the opponent were destroyed in her hand. There was no magic at all. It was as if it was just a punch from an ordinary person. Did you enjoy the fight just now? Shang had a blank expression on his face, and slapped back with his backhand. Since the power that can be exerted is limited, of course every point must be spent on the blade. Close-range attack is the best choice. He raised his palm, and a dark light flickered in it. The white flame that had been extinguished long ago was now burning throughout his body again. Shang directly pushed with his palm. Qian Baishan's eyes widened. Chapter 228, The Clash of Fates. Faced with Shang's sudden sneak attack, Qian Badian finally reacted. He raised his palm directly to meet it. There was no earth-shattering movement, but Qian Baishan's face changed drastically in an instant and he quickly wanted to withdraw. Because there was a strong suction force coming from the palm of the young man in front of him, Qian Badian could sense that something in his body was constantly flowing out. That is the source of life. Who on earth are you? Qian Baishan's face was solemn. He fought and retreated. While they were talking, the two of them had already collided more than 10 times. Every time, he felt that a large amount of life essence in his body was directly sucked away. Now his face was turning pale and he couldn't help feeling palpitations. Shenyuan Continent doesn't have such an attack method that directly extracts the essence of a person's life and ignores any defense. This.
Chen Badian vaguely recalled some secrets within the clan, and his face suddenly changed. He had a vague guess about the origins of the person in front of him.
You are from outside the domain. Shang did not answer, but just kept attacking.
The body she was using now belonged to Su Mu, and it was simply unable to withstand her strength for a long time, not to mention that it was already somewhat tattered. Although I curse Su Mu in my heart, I still have to live my life.
You still have to take action when it's time to do it.
With this mentality, she naturally wouldn't have the heart to chat with the person in front of her.
No matter what he thinks, just beat him down first.
With such belief in mind, Shang attacked faster and faster, and continued to extract the opponent's life force to nourish Su Mu's body.
Otherwise, this body might not last until the two of them got out.
Chen Badian now knew that the person in front of him had no desire to communicate, and he also became extremely alert. He truly regarded the young man in front of him as an opponent of the same level.
Just get started. Come and help.
Before he finished speaking, the other two elders had already started to attack. They launched a sneak attack from the side of Su Mu, and the speed of their attack was so fast that it was beyond the visual limit.
Shang could only rely on some instinctive sensing to dodge, and most of the attacks were actually blocked by the rampant purple smoke.
No one knew what these mists were. No matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it did not come from the owner of the formation, it would be greatly reduced. Even when the distance reaches a certain level, it can be directly destroyed. What grade of immortal weapon is this?
The three members of the Qian family were secretly frightened, and they all chose close combat.
In the vast purple haze, the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard from time to time, but most of the time it was just silence. The Qian family members outside were terrified and could only pray for the three immortal kings to win.
Qian Ziyi was dumbfounded at this moment.
She had never imagined that this young man had such a strong power that he could be on par with her father.
And it was a 1-on-3 situation.
This further proves that Su Mu had no intention of taking action against the three siblings before, otherwise, he would have killed them the moment they met, and everything that happened afterwards would not have happened. Although he knew this was the truth, Chen Ziyi could not change anything and could only watch quietly. A battlefield filled with smoke and haze.
Shang had a blank expression on her face.
At this moment, she had already gained the absolute upper hand and was suppressing three people alone.
Fuck! One of the Chen family elders suddenly started swearing.
For some unknown reason, Shang seemed to be deliberately targeting him, and most of his attacks hit him in the face. At this moment, he had been beaten into a pig's head. Several teeth were broken.
This is really too much.
The family elder roared, and because the opponent's attack method would also drain the essence of life, the flesh on his face was basically drooping, making him look particularly ugly. This man opened fire at full force, and he couldn't take it anymore. This kind of close-range fistfighting and kicking couldn't bring out his strength at all, so he had to get serious.
Protect me for a moment.
I want to use the falling star technique.
Good.
Chen Badian and another person agreed directly, and rushed forward like crazy to hold Shang back. Although they were beaten badly, they just entangled her tightly and didn't let her cross the defense line at all. Just behind the two of them, the patriarch who was beaten into a pig's head began to make hand gestures, and a faint aura began to spread.
This momentum completely ignored the obstruction of the purple haze and directly poured into the sky outside.
Is there such a method? Su Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised.
This doesn't seem like an immortal king-level method. As expected of a descendant of the immortal emperor, he has some background.
Although his mind was active, his hands' movements did not slow down at all, but became even faster. I don't know if it's a little quirk, but most of Shang's attacks hit the opponent's face. Within a short while, the two people in front of him were beaten into pig heads and couldn't speak clearly. But in just this short moment, the attack from the man behind was finally successful. It was at this time that Shang discovered that the man not only used his own Tao principles, but also a purple line appeared on his hand at some point. The fragment of destiny sun shining sky glory. The family elder had a ferocious look on his face and shouted loudly. If you can take this move from me, I will admit defeat today. Die.
The top-level magical power relying on the fragments of destiny, the Yaohua life-destroying art. In an instant, endless white light was emitted in all directions with it as the center. Everything it touched was evaporated instantly, leaving no trace of its existence. At the moment he performed this move, the other two immortal kings of the family had already started to run away with the rest of the clansmen. Just because they themselves know the horror of this move. Even the user would be severely injured by this move. As for the enemy, no one has ever been able to withstand it. None. The very center of the white light. Shang looked a little helpless. I didn't expect that this fragment would be here, but it just so happens that it is mine now. Shang chuckled, then took out a purple pattern from his own array plate and printed it on the palm of his hand. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. He still remembered that when Shang left the bottom level of the secret realm, he took away 3 fragments of destiny. This was the first time he saw him use them. Shang pointed his finger directly into the air, as if he wanted to wipe away something, and wiped it lightly. Fragment of destiny stealing the sky and replacing the day. What she needs to do is not only to use this fragment, but also to use it as the core to perform a magical power. 7 mysterious boundary-breaking hands. The immortal king of the Qin family was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly looked horrified. Because he found that the fragment of destiny in his hand disappeared at some point. And it appeared in the hands of the young man in front of him. Shan looked very helpless. I didn't want this to happen. Chapter 229 Common Enemy. In just a moment, the Qin family immortal king was evaporated without even having time to struggle. The power of this move is so strong that it can even be called his life-saving trump card. As a result, now this trump card has become someone else's. Looking at the nothingness not far away, Shang spoke in a flat tone. If you didn't use this killer move, I would at most beat you up and leave. Unfortunately, you insisted on killing me. Who can be blamed for this? Snort. After a light snort, Shang directly identified a direction. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and no trace of him could be detected anymore. Until a long time later. Qian Badian returned in a panic with another family elder. No more, his breath is gone. The elder had a dazed look on his face, and he looked like a walking corpse, just standing quietly in the air. Qian Badian also said nothing, but a tear silently rolled down the corner of his eye. The 3 of them grew up together and each held the Qian family's 3 fragments of destiny, but he passed his own to his daughter. I will definitely avenge you. Are the enemies from outside the domain coming back again? Qian Badian forced himself to calm down and went back with the other person. Let's go. Let's go back now. Used the secret method left by the immortals long ago to inform other families that the enemies outside the domain have returned. Yes. The 2 were silent and their figures disappeared in an instant. If someone looked down at this place from a high altitude, they would find that most of the Fengzhou forbidden area had been razed to the ground without anyone noticing. Only an extremely smooth deep pit was left in its original place, and the surface even had some traces of crystallization. This is the power of the immortal king. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mu suddenly coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. No, why do I feel that my injuries are worse? What did you do just now? Shang rolled his eyes upon hearing this, and said unhappily, how dare you say that to me? My body was already in tatters when you gave it to me. It's great that I'm not dead. Su Mu's mouth twitched. He directly took out some healing medicine from his storage ring and swallowed it whole without caring about what effects it would have. After a while, his complexion finally looked much better, but he was still coughing up blood from time to time. The attack from the Immortal King Cultivator is not something that a celestial being can withstand, but as for the injuries on his body, those are even more difficult to resolve. It seems that I have to go back to the Su family to find a solution. Su Mu coughed twice again, wiped the blood on his hands on a tree trunk beside him, and sat cross-legged on the spot. He now needs to quickly recover some energy and then adjust his physical condition to a certain level. This is the only way to let Shang take him home quickly. Only after returning home can he save his father. At the same time,
A special piece of news spread rapidly with the Qian family as the center. The enemy from outside the domain has invaded and injured two of the Qian family's immortal kings, and one of them has died.
It's time to fulfill the ancient agreement.
This news quickly spread among the 10 great immortal clans. The first people to receive this were the Mo family members who were already on their way to the Su family.
What? Make sure there's nothing wrong with this message. Mo Fengshan frowned.
Even though he had verified the authenticity of the news before asking, he couldn't help but ask again.
Yes, that's right.
The elder beside him nodded slightly, his expression also solemn.
In fact, we noticed something wrong before.
Recently, the teleportation arrays on the continent have been malfunctioning one after another, and then the communication jade cards. The long-distance communication methods are basically useless.
It is obvious that someone did it deliberately. Moreover, the Su family has recently been provoked into conflicts with other families.
If we were to say which of the 10 great ancestral clans still has the most powerful power, it would definitely be the Su family.
Mo Fengshan looked solemn and said nothing. I couldn't help but worry about Mo Xuanqing's safety. Little sister, why did you go to the Su family at this time? You can't get involved in this muddy water. Alas. Speed up. Keep speeding up.
Mo Fengshan gave orders with a serious face, and the flying boat under his feet accelerated as he spoke. Now that the teleportation array has been destroyed, we can only use this method to transport troops on a large scale.
Mo Fengshan looked into the distance and had a bad feeling in his heart.
Not long ago, he still remembered that the breath of the immortal lord came from that direction.
I don't know how my little sister is doing. Su family.
Su Mang had already been entangled in a fight with the immortal Lord Gangjia. When the fight actually started, he became more and more certain of his previous guess.
This man was no longer the immortal Lord Gangjia.
He had long been eroded by the power from outside the domain and had lost his mind. Su Mang also knew the whole story a long time ago. He now even began to doubt whether the original Gangjia immortal venerable had died while in seclusion, and his body had long been occupied by evil demons from outside the domain.
Su Mang's face was solemn, and he couldn't help but recall the records in the ancient books of his clan.
It is said that in the era when the immortal emperors still existed, the purpose of establishing various immortal clans was to fight against enemies outside the domain. The starry sky outside the Shenyuan Continent is extremely vast, and there are quite a few living creatures in it, but their attitudes towards the Shenyuan Continent are surprisingly consistent.
That is occupation, destruction.
The land under their feet where they were born and raised was always coveted, and Su Mang couldn't help feeling angry.
These are the things. They have been around for countless epochs.
If there were no immortal emperor now, how could such things be so rampant? Su Mang actually knows a little more than ordinary people. He knew that the boundary wall of Shenyuan Continent was artificially built, which was both a defense and a seal. I'm afraid that after a long time, some problems have occurred in the boundary wall.
It is really a troubled time.
And he was awakened urgently, and as this world was becoming increasingly fragile, he was unable to exert his full strength. For a moment, he was even at a disadvantage and could only barely protect the Su family.
Wait, the news here will spread soon, and other families will not sit idly by.
And the ancestors in the ancestral temple are probably about to wake up. Sumu slowly stood up in the lush forest. He casually spat out the blood in his mouth, looking a little ugly.
No, I need some external help. Otherwise, it will take me half a month to heal this injury by myself. I don't have that much time to waste.
Sumu thought about it for a while, and finally chose a direction and moved forward slowly. Although he was seriously injured, he was still able to travel a short distance. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of him. After a little hesitation, Sumu decided to try his luck and walked in directly.
Chapter 230, Meet the Boss Again. Sumu had just entered the city not long ago. I soon sensed a breath, a very familiar breath.
His expression changed slightly and he looked directly in that direction. Xian Koan was currently sitting on the third floor of an auction house with a dull expression, seemingly thinking about something. He had only been back to the Qian family for a short time. Some time ago, the family urgently recalled all members of the family, and he was forced to return home.
But after returning home, Chen Kuan felt particularly unhappy every day. He still likes to stay in the Holy Land.
Although the boss has not returned yet, they now have a new big sister, the woman who used to be with the boss. Even though she was just a maid before, she must have great abilities to be able to follow the boss. I had only been working with her for a short time, but the number of my subordinates had increased several times, and almost every one of them came from a prominent family.
This is much better than being a playboy before. Alas, what a pity. Chen Kuan sighed slightly. I just don't know when the boss will come back.
The big sister said that the boss has returned and is at the Su family.
Why did the teleportation array break down at this very moment? This is really troublesome. Just when Chen Kuan was feeling sad, a group of young men suddenly walked in from a distance. Hey, isn't this young Master Chen Kuan? How come there is no one around to serve you? Why did you come out alone? Chen Kuan frowned and glanced at the other person. It was a cousin of his named Xiangua. He had a rather unpleasant personality and Chen Kuan didn't like him at all. It's none of your business, get out. Xiangua's expression froze. He wanted to explode, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. Chen Kuan is different from him. He is from the direct lineage. The current head of the family, Chen Badian, is strictly speaking his uncle.
The eldest daughter of the Qian family, Chen Zi, is her cousin, and one cannot afford to offend someone from this branch of the family.
But so what?
Xiangua sneered inwardly and forced himself to comfort.
This guy is just a dandy boy.
He has been in the Holy Land for so many years, but his cultivation has not improved much. After 2 years, when I pass the assessment, I will be qualified to enter the Holy Land.
Sooner or later, I will trample him under my feet. Snort.
He snorted in his heart but pretended nothing had happened.
He walked casually to the side and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin.
At this moment, Chen Kuan suddenly stood up like a madman, looking up and around. The sudden noise caused the tables, chairs and benches in the box to be blown everywhere. Are you crazy? Xiangua thought the other party was going to get angry, so he jumped up, still feeling scared.
Chen Kuan frowned and glanced at him impatiently. Get lost, I don't have time to play with you now, I have something important to do. Humph. You fucking.
Xiangua was about to start cursing, but when he remembered that the other person's mother was also his relative, he had no choice but to stop.
He could only stare angrily at the other person's back as he walked away.
He is just a parasite of the family.
What can he do? It's in an alley downstairs from the auction house.
Chen Kuan came here following the voice in his mind, and soon saw a somewhat familiar figure.
Boss. Is that you? Chen Kuan's tone was excited, and he moved closer.
At this time, the other party slowly turned around, revealing a completely unfamiliar face.
Forehead. Chen Kuan was stunned.
Just as he was about to ask who the other person was, he heard the extremely familiar voice of this stranger.
Why, you don't remember me? It's you, boss.
Chen Kuan was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He now realized that the boss must have come here in disguise.
What could be so secretive? Could it be something big? That's not right. The smile on Chen Kuan's face suddenly froze.
The eldest brother is now the young master of the Su family.
The relationship between their Qian family and the Su family is now at war.
Why is the boss here?
Not good. Chen Kuan quickly looked around vigilantly. Boss, hurry up and leave. This is the core area of the Qian family.
You will be discovered soon.
Sumu smiled slightly, feeling warm in his heart.
He didn't expect that the little brother he just casually recruited at that time could be so loyal, so he patted him on the shoulder.
Don't worry, it's okay. I've prepared a good disguise. I need you to help me now. Boss, you say.
Chen Kuan didn't even ask Sumu what he needed him to do, he just started thinking about what to do.
Sumu burst out laughing. To tell you the truth, I'm actually seriously injured now and can't leave for the time being, so. So, boss, you need a place to hide? How about coming to my house? My house is in the core area of the Qian family's territory. I will give you a visitor token and you can come and go freely. Su Mu. Well, not really.
No, I just need to heal my wounds.
Do you know where there is a large amount of life essence? Life essence. Xian Kuan was stunned for a moment.
According to his level of cultivation, he really couldn't touch this kind of thing.
But, boss, if you don't mind, my cousin has a pond at home.
Her father prepared it for her.
It's full of life. Isn't it the kind you're talking about?
Oh. Sumu was slightly surprised. He had just been asking around, but he didn't expect to actually get something out of it.
That should be it. Boss, I'll take you there now.
Xian Kuan patted his chest, acted as if it was up to him, and then swaggered out with Sumu.
Before entering the Qian family, he considerately took Sumu to change his clothes first. Not far away, Shenguo saw Qian Kuan, who was very proud and couldn't help feeling a little confused. What's wrong with Qian Kuan? Why is he so happy as if he had eaten honey?
Who is the person next to him? After looking carefully for a while, Shenguo confirmed that he had never seen this person before. However, Qian Kuan's attitude was unusually respectful, making it difficult for people to figure out the identity of this mysterious man.
Who on earth is it?
Who can make it so respectful? Could it be those 3-inch? Xianguo suddenly thought of the patriarch's 3 children, and a mysterious light suddenly flashed in his eyes.
Below. Qian Kuan looked at the refreshed Su Mu and nodded with satisfaction.
Although his face was still unfamiliar, his temperament had become familiar.
As expected of you, the boss.
This is how you should dress to look good.
Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He looked down at his unusually flashy clothes with a strange expression. I can only say that he is worthy of being a playboy, and his aesthetic taste is exactly the same. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind them.
Etc.
Xianguo walked over with a smile on his face, full of flattery.
Young master, how about I accompany you for a walk? Chapter 231, Entering a Den of Thieves. Qian Kuan frowned immediately. Xianguo, get away from me. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to beat you up. Can you be a little more considerate? This is my eldest brother, why are you here to join in the fun?
But who would have thought that when Xianguo heard the other party's insults, he didn't care at all, but instead laughed.
Why do you curse at me so easily?
This young master is obviously a distinguished guest who has come from afar.
I am willing to accompany him and show my hospitality. Is that not okay? You. Qian Kuan glared at him immediately and was about to take action.
However, Sumu raised his hand to stop the other person and gave Qian Kuan a reassuring look.
The meaning is very clear, let me do it.
Sumu looked over with an expressionless face and spoke bluntly.
Roll.
It was just a simple word, but he suddenly exuded a strong pressure like a mountain.
He directly pressed Xianguo almost to his knees, his face pale. Immortal level cultivator. Xianguo's face changed drastically. Such a young immortal cultivator? How did Qian Kuan know this person? No wonder his attitude is so flattering.
He cursed inwardly a few times and wanted to say something else.
Sumu just snorted coldly. Snort.
The powerful pressure pushed the opponent backwards, causing him to retreat and finally sit on the ground with a thud. Although he was injured, it was not something a mere mortal could withstand.
Ha ha ha.
Qian Kuan laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased.
Xianguo, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is my boss. I've been following him for a long time. You want to cling to my boss now? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror, ha ha. This is the Qian family's territory.
Sumu didn't do anything too excessive, but Qian Kuan had no scruples. His words were full of sarcasm and he even wanted to pat the other person on the cheek.
He was really pretentious.
Xianguo gritted his teeth, but was helpless and could only watch the two men walk away.
Damn it! I'll remember you too. Just wait for me. After saying that, he quickly got up from the ground, and when he sensed the strange looks from other people on the street, he roared. What are you looking at? Get out of here. My last name is Qian. What the hell do you think you can see? Passers-by were terrified and fled in all directions. After rescuing Qiangua, he was left alone here, muttering to himself with a gloomy look. The other side. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the Chen family's land right in front of him with a strange expression. Is this the place you said you would take me to? Yes. Qian Kuan said this as a matter of course. In the Qian family's territory, if there is a place with the most good things, isn't it their own home? Don't worry, boss. We still have some way to go. Qian Kuan chuckled and walked directly inside with Sumu. Because the two of them walked in an arrogant and even domineering manner, most of the guards passing by ignored them. After all, many people know Qian Kuan, and they don't want to know anything about the bad friends around him. So no one wanted to cause trouble and came up to question them. Sumu was magical and strange. I didn't expect that I had just had a fight with the Qian family, and then I ran to their house in a swagger. This feeling always feels very weird. But he did not show it at all. Instead, he followed Qian Kuan's steps and gradually came to a secluded courtyard. Boss, wait for me. Qian Kuan chuckled and walked up to the courtyard and knocked on the door. Who? A soft female voice came from inside the house. Cousin, it's me. Qian Kuan spoke in a humble voice, and it was obvious that the person in the room was of special status. Qian Kuan. The person in the house was stunned for a moment, but still slowly opened the door of the courtyard, looking somewhat helpless. What's the matter? You haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? I'm telling you Shen Ziyi was suddenly stunned because she found that there was not only Qian Kuan outside the house, but also a handsome young man following behind him. I don't know why, even though I have never seen the other person's face, Shen Ziyi always feels that the other person is very familiar, and has a very gentle temperament. The only shortcoming is probably the nouveau riche outfit he's wearing. Who is this person? Faced with his cousin's question, Qian Kuan smiled a little embarrassedly. He also knew that it was somewhat inappropriate for him to rashly bring people to his cousin's house, especially since his cousin was not yet married. Therefore, this also caused Qian Kuan to feel a little guilty. Cousin, this is my friend, a very important friend. He's in some trouble, so I want to borrow your life-giving spring hee-hee. Shen Ziyi glanced at the two people outside the house, sighed slightly in his heart, and said indifferently. Come in, the door is not closed. Thank you, cousin. Qian Kuan suddenly became happy and quickly pulled Sumu towards the house, while constantly thanking him. Sumu was silent for a moment. For some reason, Sumu always felt uncomfortable when he saw the other person being so servile for him. Since crossing over to this world, Sumu has always been nice to the people around him, and he always felt that others owed him something. But now the situation is the other way around. Sumu secretly memorized this scene in his heart. Then he followed in and kept looking around the environment in the courtyard. At the same time, Shen Ziyi also quietly turned his gaze to Sumu, and the sense of familiarity in his heart became stronger and stronger. Who is this person? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He looks so familiar. And for some reason, when I saw this person, I felt an indescribable throbbing in my heart. Why is that? Shen Ziyi had a complicated expression. She had just witnessed the death of an elder in her family some time ago and realized that the situation in the world was about to undergo a drastic change. Then I returned to my normal life as if nothing had changed. This feeling made her feel powerless and terrified. And even now, she still had inexplicable feelings towards a strange man she met for the first time. Shen Ziyi's face turned slightly red. Ziyi, what's wrong with you? You can't be in love at first sight, right? This is too ridiculous. At the same time, Sumu's thoughts were completely different from this person's. He could also feel that the other person was constantly looking at him, and his heart skipped a beat. There will be induction between the fragments of destiny, especially the deeper the degree of fusion, the stronger the induction will be. It was probably because of this reaction that Qianzi was able to sense me in the forbidden area before. Sumu also had some vague feeling at the time, but he didn't investigate it in detail. But now, at this critical moment, he could feel that the other party was constantly sizing him up. Could it be? Did you find me? Sumu was secretly alert. He is now in the real core area of the Qian family. If he is discovered, he will have nowhere to escape. It was too hasty. Sumu's heart trembled, and he forced a gentle smile towards Qianzi. Chapter 232, with an accent? Looking at the other person's smile, Qianzi blushed. The girl knew that her peeping behavior had been noticed by the other party, and she suddenly felt even more shy and had an urge to dig her toes into the ground. But she didn't show it, and just led the two of them towards the backyard. A faint white mist began to appear in the air. The further one walked inside, the thicker the mist became. Sumu immediately perked up and took a deep breath. The hidden injuries in the body were immediately relieved to a great extent, and the pain was reduced a lot. It really is a vast amount of life essence. As they moved, a small spring soon appeared in the eyes of the three people. The spring here was not very big, only the size that 2 or 3 people could hug together. However, there was an extremely thick white mist all around, which made the whole courtyard look like a fairyland, as if it was in another world. Just behind the spring, there is a 2 or 3 meter high rockery with many complicated golden patterns engraved on it, which looks a bit like a formation. If you look closely, the golden lines eventually condense into 3 ancient characters, Shengzixikan. This is it. Qianzi gently lifted the hair by her ear and spoke softly. Since you want to use the Xingxi spring, you must be injured. Take off all your clothes and soak in it for a while. Don't worry, sleight of hand and the like can still be used. Sumu nodded slightly when he heard this. Qianzi's personality was even more straightforward than he had imagined. This was naturally the best and he was easier to deal with. So he quickly stripped himself naked, added a few rays of holy light to his body, and slowly walked into the spring. An extremely warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The liquid in the spring was all transparent, but now it was slowly wrapping his whole body. An extremely rich breath of life poured into his body from every pore, constantly repairing the injuries in his body. It was also at this time that Sumu's aura of cultivation was finally no longer concealed. A celestial being. Qianzi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his cousin had such a genius friend. Are they really serious friends? She couldn't help but worry that her cousin was being taken advantage of, but she didn't think of the mysterious purple figure from a few days ago. The main reason is that the gap between them is too big. Both of them are celestial immortals, but one of them can walk sideways in the forbidden area and beat the immortal king. The other person came to her to borrow something, which seemed a bit petty in comparison. Qianzi had no intention of leaving. This spring was very important to her, and there was no one else around her, so she could only watch it by herself. What if these two people mess things up? The atmosphere in the field was quiet for a while, but Qian Kuan felt a little awkward and quickly found a topic. By the way, cousin, where are the 2 cousins? They? Qianzi knew that the other party was talking about his 2 younger brothers. Some time ago, something happened in the family, and the 2 of them were forced by their father to go into seclusion. He said that they would not be released until they became immortals. Qian Kuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he was still frightened. Fortunately, my father is not so strict. Then he said casually. What's the big deal? Qianzi's red lips slightly parted, but in the end she didn't say anything, just shook her head slowly. Fine. Oh. Qian Kuan was also very tactful and did not ask any more questions. The other party was a direct descendant of the main lineage, and if he didn't want to know something, it would be better for him not to know. So as to avoid getting into trouble. The 2 fell silent again for a while. Just when Qian Kuan was still thinking about what topic to talk about, Qianzi took the initiative to speak. Is this person not just an ordinary friend of yours? Qian Kuan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Cousin, how did you know that? Nonsense, don't I know you? Xianzi rolled his eyes slightly. If you can come to me and beg me humbly, something big must have happened, otherwise you would rather avoid me. My cousin's words.
Shenyuan was embarrassed for a moment, then turned to look at Sumu in the pool with a look of pride.
This guy is actually my boss.
Ah?
Boss. Yes. Cousin, you also know that I have been to the Holy Land in recent years, right? This is the boss I recognized in the Holy Land.
I didn't expect to see him here today.
Cousin, let me tell you about the boss's deeds. Shenyuan was beaming with joy.
Our boss is not only a genius in the Holy Land, but also has a very good family background. He is also from the Immortal Clan, and he is especially kind to those around us.
He never lets us suffer any injustice. The most amazing thing, you know what it is?
Our boss picks up girls. Nothing special.
Shenyuan stopped talking abruptly. His expression suddenly became a little embarrassed and he didn't continue talking.
Pick up girls.
Xianzi frowned slightly.
What do you mean by picking up girls? What's wrong with your boss picking up girls?
Why don't you continue talking? Shenyuan wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he suddenly let the cat out of the bag?
Xianzi continued to ask, and just when Shenyuan was at a loss, Sumu had already walked out of the spring and took over the topic softly.
Just do everything that other people have done to pick up girls. Xianzi was speechless for a moment. So this person has an accent?
Then she turned her head and looked over when she heard the voice, and suddenly she was stunned. Sumu slowly stood up from the spring water. His hair had already been soaked and he casually pushed it back. In the looming clouds and holy light, Sumu's handsome figure gradually emerged, with well-defined muscles on his upper body and a slender and well-proportioned figure. Although all the places that should be covered were covered, the sense of impact coming to the face was not reduced at all. It's the smell of hormones.
Xianzi didn't know what was going on. For no apparent reason, his heartbeat quickened and his face turned red. He just stared blankly.
Sumu slowly walked out of the spring and glared at Shenyuan quietly. His meaning was very clear.
Don't talk nonsense, kid. I was forced. I never thought about picking up girls. Then he noticed Xianzi, who was already stunned.
Following the other person's gaze, Sumu looked strange.
He raised his hand and put his previous clothes back on. Ahem, thank you, Miss Qian. I'll keep this in mind and will definitely repay you in the future.
Xianzi only reacted at this moment with a red face, and quickly retracted his gaze, pretending that nothing had happened before.
Oh. They are just trivial matters. Don't take it to heart.
The girl looked somewhat flustered, her cheeks as red as apples.
Then we won't stay any longer. We'll take our leave now.
Hearing Sumu's words, Xianzi suddenly raised his head with a complicated expression. For some reason, when she heard these words, she felt a strong sense of loss in her heart.
Etc. Chapter 233 Killing Someone Along the Way. Etc. Xianzi took a deep breath and then slightly opened her red lips. Excuse me, may I know your name?
At this time, Sumu suddenly realized that he had not introduced his name to the other party yet. It sounds a bit rude to go to someone's house for no reason, borrow their things, and then leave immediately. But he can't tell his real name now. His heart was slightly moved, and he quickly bowed in apology. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself in such a hurry.
I am Luo Su from the Luo family. Lo Su. Xianzi frowned slightly.
She had never heard of this name before.
Does the Luo family have such a young talent?
How could she remember that the most famous people of this generation in the Luo family were the Luo Haicheng siblings, and this pair of siblings had disappeared for a long time?
That's right. Sumu remained calm and talked freely. Good brothers are meant to be used at times like this.
Luo Haicheng, the young master of our Luo family, is my younger brother in a sense.
Is that so? Xianzi kept the news in mind and returned the gift. My name is Xianzi. There is no need to say more about repaying you. Since you were brought here by Qian Koan, you are naturally a friend of my Qian family. No, I have to thank Miss Z. The two of them chatted back and forth and seemed to be having a great time.
Qian Koan, standing aside, had a strange look on his face. He always felt that the boss seemed to be in great comfort in such situations and did not feel uncomfortable at all.
And am I feeling wrong? Qian Koan thought for a moment.
I always feel that Qian Zi's interest in Sumu exceeds that of his cousin.
How strange. In a trance, Sumu finally finished arguing with Qian Zi, and he felt relieved.
To be honest, he actually felt that the other party's attitude was abnormal, but this was not something difficult to understand. You know, he has the fragment of destiny favored by heaven in his body. If anyone doesn't feel favorable towards him when seeing him, it would be an abnormal situation.
Sumu is not so arrogant as to think that he is the most handsome man in the world.
He has a very clear understanding of his own situation.
After saying goodbye to Qian Zi, Sumu followed Qian Koan directly out of the city. After just a while, all his injuries had healed. He also understood which fragment of destiny Qian Zi had. To be more precise, this fragment is not on the other person. The other person only has half of it. The other half is actually in the fountain of life. Fragment of destiny, 9 turns of life. Sumu silently kept this news in mind.
In fact, the top leaders had some speculations about which fragments of destiny the major families had. But there is no exact information, after all, it is a secret of each family. However, Sumu didn't know about this 9 rebirths before, and even the entire Su family didn't know about it. I didn't expect that he would find out the news in this way.
Outside the city. Boss, are you leaving so soon? Why don't you stay a few more days? Let me show you around. Qian Koan knew that he couldn't say anything nice, but he was sincere in wanting to keep the other person. The last time I saw the boss was more than half a year ago.
Today was purely a pleasant surprise, but now he is leaving again. Sumu smiled slightly and patted the other person on the shoulder.
Don't worry, I have a feeling I'll be back soon. After all, there are still many people in your Qian family's territory. Sumu will definitely come to take them away, but not now. Boss. Next time you return to the Holy Land, remember to send me a message. I'll come find you again. Ha ha. Okay. I'll remember this. Sumu laughed and patted the other person generously. Let's go.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly, and the breath he sensed gradually faded away. Qian Koan stood there for a long time without saying a word. After a while, he finally cheered up.
Ha ha.
Wang Tizi would never have imagined that I got to meet the boss today.
Should I give him a good compliment when I get back?
He was about to leave when he suddenly saw a small figure coming from the horizon.
Cousin? Why are you here?
Qian Koan opened his eyes wide, feeling that his previous guess seemed to be confirmed.
Where are the others? Qian Zi looked a little anxious and asked quickly. Boss? Boss, is he gone? Gone? So soon? How is that possible? Qian Zi frowned slightly.
If she remembered correctly, the nearest teleportation array was basically unusable.
How did the other party get there? Flying directly in the flesh? Does that mean he brought a flying boat with him?
She just realized that the situation on this continent has changed.
If the other party crosses it alone, he might encounter unimaginable danger. In addition, the other party's identity should also be fake. Qian Koan, tell me the truth, who is your boss? Qian Zi also reacted at this moment. Why would someone from the Luo family appear here at this time? This is obviously not normal. This. Qian Koan hesitated and couldn't explain it for a long time. Qian Zi got angry immediately. Tell me quickly. Do you know how dangerous the environment outside is now? I don't mean to harm him.
If you can contact him, persuade him to come back.
What?
Upon hearing that there was danger outside, Qian Koan suddenly became alert and directly picked up the jade token to start making contact.
After a while, he suddenly stopped with a bitter face. I don't know why, but the communication jade token didn't reply. By the way, cousin, what danger do you mean? Xianzhi frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. It's okay. My father won't let me say anything. But in fact, you will all know it soon. Sumu's figure flashed through her mind involuntarily. There are some indescribable emotions in my heart. I didn't have any other thoughts, I just hoped that the other person could survive, or at least not be in danger. The other side. Sumu's body finally recovered completely. Shang took over control of the body again and shook his arms and legs. It's finally my turn to show my power. Wait, I'll take you home now. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu's figure began to move quickly in that strange state again. He couldn't even figure out his current speed and could only watch the other party control it. We'll be there soon. Shang spoke softly. Then. She suddenly stopped in midair and remained stunned for a while. What's wrong? Sumu noticed that the other party seemed to be in a bad mood, so he quickly asked. Shang's tone was cold, and he no longer had the mood to play around. I feel something disgusting. I'm going to use your body to kill someone. What? Before Sumu could react, he found that the formation above his head had automatically unfolded, and the white flames on his body were burning again. Moving faster than before. Shang didn't care and madly approached the breath he was sensing. Chapter 234. Then I ask you. Outside the Su family. Su Mang's face looked somewhat ugly. He looked up and saw that the black area was getting bigger and bigger. He had miscalculated. Unexpectedly, that thing was not some kind of magical power, but the fairyland that had been alienated by the immortal Lord Gangjia. The earthly immortal realm has its own fairyland, the celestial immortal realm has built 9 levels of wonders, and the immortal king realm has its own fairyland, but there are still clear boundaries between them. When one reaches the realm of immortal lord, the fairyland can directly merge with the heaven and earth, and use one's own rules to move the entire heaven and earth. It's like becoming a programmer of the world's underlying code. Although it's only temporary, it also represents the authority of the world. Su Mang woke up in a hurry, but his strength was not enough to deploy his immortal domain, so he was naturally at a disadvantage during the fight. But by now, he was no longer able to contain the opponent's momentum. Ha ha ha. Gangjiao Immortal Lord laughed loudly towards the sky, and unknowingly, his originally gray hair turned pure purple-black. A strange black line, like a plant's roots, covered his cheeks, making him look extremely scary. Aurora. I haven't seen you for so many years. It seems that you are not doing well anymore. It just so happens that I have digested these 2 formations at the last minute. All the plans can finally begin. Ha 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 ha. I can feel it. More and more power is flowing into my body. When Gangjiao Immortal Venerable said this, cracks kept appearing in the void beside him, and a lot of purple-black gas flowed into his body through these cracks. These gases exude an ominous aura, and any living creature who sees them will feel the most primitive discomfort. But his face was full of enjoyment, and he even squinted his eyes comfortably. It feels so good. I don't have to suppress my strength anymore. I don't have to hide anymore, ha ha. Su Mang's face was cold, and he looked at the other person as if he was looking at a beast. Gang Jiao, you and I are both immortal masters of the same era. We have achieved our current level of cultivation by relying on this world. Why do you want to throw yourself into the arms of the outside world? Humph. What do you know? The immortal Gangjiao had a ferocious look on his face and gnashed his teeth. We are both immortals, but our descendants are unfilial. In order to help them, I have been awake for much longer than you, and I have already consumed a lot of my lifespan. I don't have that much time left. Moreover, our world is becoming weaker and weaker. I have finally cultivated to the realm of immortal venerable, but I am forced to sleep to maintain my existence. Why should I still cling to it? Look at yourself, Aurora. Aren't you also trapped in this world and dare not even use your full strength? Why not join me? Roll.
Sumang had a blank expression on her face, showing no interest in the other party's long speech. They all knew very well what the attitude of the creatures outside the domain was towards the Shenyuan Continent, and the other side had obviously been corrupted. Then there is no need for conversation. He was willing to listen to the other party's nonsense just to take the opportunity to recover more.
Gang Jiao, there's no point in talking nonsense, let's see who's the real deal. Humph. Just what I want.
The two of them emitted light again, and two huge balls of light immediately collided with each other. The entire world became distorted, and more cracks appeared in the surrounding void. The battle was in full swing, and others had no right to participate at all.
Even watching the battle became a luxury. Snort.
Zhang Hanying suddenly groaned, quickly lowered his head and covered his stuffy chest.
Too powerful to even look at for long.
She raised her head and looked around, and found that the only people who could observe the situation on the battlefield were a few elders at the 9th level of the Immortal King level.
But their expressions were not considered good.
The battle between the two immortals had been going on for some time, and Zhang Hanying had thought it would continue like this, but suddenly something strange happened in the sky.
Crack!
Suddenly, a loud crisp sound was heard in the void, and finally the entire sky was like a broken mirror, with a huge crack appearing.
Immediately afterwards, two figures walked out of the crack, a man and a woman, also emitting a purple-black aura. Why haven't you finished it yet? Gang Jiao, eh? There's actually an immortal venerable here.
The woman spoke first, and then showed an excited look.
It's still an incomplete immortal. Great. Let me devour him. Then I can go one step further. Get lost.
The immortal Gangzhou had a hoarse voice and roared towards the sky.
He's mine. Ha, whoever grabs it first owns it.
The woman rushed down regardless of anything, and her aura was instantly released. As for the last man, he just stood in the air and watched, his eyes constantly looking in the direction of the Su family.
To be more precise, it was placed on a woman. There seems to be something wrong with this person. Following the man's gaze, I saw a gorgeous woman in an ice blue dress.
She was standing on a hilltop, looking out, holding a sword in one hand, her clothes fluttering in the wind, like a real immortal. Qing Jingru looked indifferent, but her heart suddenly started. She felt a malicious gaze and quickly looked up. The two looked at each other for a moment.
I see. The man's face was gloomy.
He is actually a person who practices Heavenly Tao.
I hate Heavenly Tao the most.
Especially the Heavenly Tao of Shenyuan Continent. The man gritted his teeth, even making a sharp friction sound, and raised his hand to grab Qing Jingru.
Come here.
Qing Jingru's beautiful eyes immediately focused, and her aura suddenly rose. Unknowingly, she had reached the 4th level of the Heavenly Fairyland. But even so, her power seemed too weak in front of an immortal lord.
Puff!
Under the tremendous pressure from all around, Qing Jingru immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and fine blood oozed out of the pores on her body, as if she was about to be crushed by someone out of thin air.
Jingru!
Zhang Hanying had already noticed the abnormality here and quickly called for the elders to come for the rescue.
But it's too slow. Snort!
The man snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force with his hands, trying to tear Qing Jingru to pieces.
But suddenly, snap!
He felt a strong hand on his wrist, completely blocking his power.
Hello, are you from outside the domain?
The man's face changed drastically as he looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him.
When did it get close?
I didn't even detect the other person's presence. He tried to break free immediately, but found that the other person's big hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly grasping his wrist. He looked a little crazy and kept asking him questions.
Are you from outside the domain? Let me ask you, are you from outside the domain? Wipe. Chapter 235, The Immortal Lord from Beyond Territory, Kueyang. Kueyang's face was grim.
He directly slapped the boy in front of him, trying to force him to let go of him. The main reason was that the other party was too weird, which gave him a very insecure feeling.
But... snap!
Kueyang's eyes widened,
because he found that his other hand was grabbed again. And it was also at the wrist. Are you kidding him? What the hell are you going to do? Who the hell are you? Kuei Yang gritted his teeth. Sumu was still in that crazy state. Let me ask you, are you from outside the domain? Yeah. Isn't it obvious? Kuei Yang was about to collapse, and black energy started to come out of his body. Why did the other party have to ask him? He thought the other party would continue to pester him, but unexpectedly, after hearing his answer, the other party simply let go of his hands, then lowered his head and muttered to himself. I knew I wouldn't be wrong, but how could it be so fast? Shang seemed a little bit unbelievable, and his whole state seemed a little abnormal, as if he was possessed by a demon. Sumu was talking to the other person in his mind, but the other person couldn't hear him at all, as if he was simply ignoring him. You guys came too quickly. I haven't even trained him yet. Why are you here? How abominable. Who allowed you to come? Who allowed you to come? Damn it. You guys came too fast. Kuei Yang? No. He was about to say something, but he was afraid that the other person had already raised his head, with an unusual white light flashing in his eyes. A strong sense of warning immediately arose in Kuei Yang's heart. He was about to raise his hand, but found that the other party's movements were actually faster than his. It was already on his face in an instant. Die. Shang directly slapped the opponent with all his strength, hitting him hard on the cheek, and directly slapped Kuei Yang into the air and spun. The speed of the rotation was so fast that people could not see his figure clearly. It took a long time before he finally stopped. Kuei Yang seemed to be stunned by the slap, and touched his swollen cheek in a daze. This is not physical injury, but more of a damage from the principles of the Tao, and it is the kind that cannot be eliminated in a short time. But he finally reacted and his face immediately turned gloomy. Okay, you're really good. Kuei Yang gritted his teeth. It had been nearly 10,000 years since he came to Shenyuan Continent from outside the domain. He had always been hiding in the dark and never dared to expose himself. As a result, he had just come out of the mountain and was made so embarrassed by a little fairy. It was really outrageous. At this moment, he finally sensed the aura of the young man in front of him, but he was only at the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm. How is this different from an ant? He even slapped him. There's something strange about this guy. Just catch him and interrogate him. Humph. Kuei Yang was not going to hold back. He would catch whatever he could. If he couldn't, then forget it. Death would be the same as well. Anyway, the dead can also speak. Die. Kuei Yang let out a long roar towards the sky, and countless black tentacles suddenly grew out from behind him. The tentacles were extremely fast, bypassing Wen-Ti from all directions and rushing towards Sumu. If you look carefully, you can also see the ferocious fangs on these tentacles and the mouthparts that keep opening and closing. Countless mouthparts competed to open and close, and even emitted a faint sound that was shocking to the heart. Sumu slowly raised his head and spoke softly. What I hate most are things from outside the domain, whether they are alive or dead. As he spoke, a huge formation disk suddenly popped out above his head. This formation disk expanded rapidly, even faster than the other one, and instantly covered the entire area outside the Su family. This also includes the 3 immortals who are fighting below. At this moment, I was forced to include it and was stunned for a moment. Nausea. Shang kept repeating this sentence, without disguising the disgust in his tone at all. It was also the first time that Sumu felt such strong emotional fluctuations from the other party. He couldn't help but feel curious for a moment, but now was not the time to ask. This array. Kuei Yang suddenly widened his eyes and had a bad guess in his mind. He felt that he seemed to have vaguely seen this. Shang Tiandi. His voice was drowned out by the endless purple haze and did not travel far, nor was it heard by anyone else. Sumu suddenly discovered that today's purple haze seemed a little different. It even had a lot of platinum aura in it, making it look particularly luxurious. And the most unexpected thing happened to him. Then I felt a strange sensation coming from my body. Shan actually came out in his true form. Her hair was white, her dress was as white as snow, and in a trance, the temperature of the entire world dropped, and there was even a faint trend of frost. Why did you come out by yourself? Sumu's eyes widened. Isn't this world too big to bear you? Are you sure you're okay? Shang just shook his head slowly. It's okay for now. I don't want to use your body to fight this kind of thing. If it gets dirty, I won't live here anymore. You should send your father back quickly. I'm going to do it myself. Shang in this form seemed particularly reliable, even less jumpy than usual. Sumu was stunned for a moment, but still nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Thanks. Without seeing any movement from the other party, a gentle force suddenly emerged around him, pushing him out of the range of the formation. The moment he just left the range, Sumu actually felt as if the world was turned upside down. This was the first time he felt the difference between the inside and outside of the array. Before, he was just a user and his understanding was not clear enough. It feels like there are two completely different rules of heaven and earth inside and outside this array. Sumu didn't think any more about it. The haze in the array had gradually been replaced by platinum, and purple had become a minority. I couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Sumu flew directly towards the Su family's area. If he was not mistaken, Qing Jingru was probably seriously injured at this moment. Su family. Sumu's courtyard. Go find the elders. The elders are here. How could this happen? Such a weird injury. On the bed, Qing Jingru lay flat on her back with her eyes closed, her brows furrowed, and her face pale. Her delicate face looked like a flower that was about to wither, which made people tremble. Zhang Hanying stood quietly by the side with a serious expression. It was because the injuries on the other party were too strange. The vitality in Qing Jingru's body declined drastically, and disappeared at an increasingly faster rate. They tried to replenish her, but to no avail. There seems to be a strange power in the other person's body. And just at this moment. How about I come and take a look? Sumu walked in slowly and met Zhang Hanying's shocked eyes. Chapter 236 The Coincidence of Fate. Zhang Hanying was stunned. He subconsciously opened his arms and hugged the boy in front of him tightly. You're back. Sumu nodded slowly, then looked at the complicated expressions of the elders around him, and knew what they were concerned about. So he quickly and carefully took out a ball of golden light from his arms. I found my father. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them suddenly became excited and could hardly control themselves. Although Sumu is the young master, he has also been recognized by the elders during this period. But Su Ningye is the head of the Su family and the real core of the Su family for a long time. Now, the backbone is back and everyone is relieved. But then. Sumu shook his head slowly, his tone low. Father's condition is not good. It can even be said that it is very bad. He is already in critical condition. We must save him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around immediately showed a serious look, and the immortal king with the best medical skills in the Su family was immediately summoned. But after careful sensing, the elder frowned, glanced at Qing Jingru on the bed, then looked at Sumu, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Sumu felt something was not right and asked quickly. Young master, I am unable to help the patriarch with his injuries. How so? Old man, did you look carefully? You mean the head of the family is dead? Believe it or not, I will kill you first. Before Sumu could say anything, the others immediately became angry and were about to start fighting if they disagreed. Only Sumu kept his head down and remained silent. To be honest, he had actually imagined this situation. So he asked softly. Tell me what's going on, please. Yes. After the other party's detailed explanation, Sumu finally understood the whole picture of the matter. The injuries on Su Ningye's body and Qing Jingru's body came from the same source. There was a very strange power in their bodies that was constantly eroding their vitality. This is why they can't wake up. Qin Jingru was fine. The power in her body was not much and had just begun to show. Although it was growing, it was still relatively controllable. Su Ningye is different. Perhaps it was the special treatment for a peak immortal king cultivator. The power in his body was like a mountain and an ocean, endless. It could even be said that the fact that he was still alive was a miracle in itself. It is also a reflection of the other party's strength. Su Mu was slightly stunned. Is there any way to eradicate this power? This I don't know. The elder in front of him had no choice but to confess. Based on what I have seen so far, I have only found one force that can contain it. What power? Heaven's way. Sumu looked puzzled. The elder explained patiently. According to my observation, Miss Qing's injuries are much lighter, not only because the initial injury was lighter, but more importantly, it is because she has the power of the heavenly Tao in her body. If I remember correctly, Miss Qing is practicing the way of heaven. The way of heaven is different from other ways. It has power that ordinary people cannot imagine. It seems to have a restraining effect on this strange energy. Sumu frowned slightly. This kind of power can't be used on my father. I remember that my father didn't practice this kind of Taoism. Yes, the elder nodded helplessly, that's why I said there was no other way before. Silence. The atmosphere in the venue became quiet for a moment. No one spoke first. Zhang Haining also lowered his head, then sat down blankly, clenched his fists, and said nothing. Su Ningye is not only Su Mu's father, but also her father. Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, Su Mu suddenly spoke. What if it is the fragment of destiny? Can the power of the fragment of destiny play a role? The elder was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then lowered his head to think. Maybe it really works. Fragments of destiny are the embodiment of the power of heaven. But if I remember correctly, the Su family doesn't seem to have fragments of destiny with similar effects. The Su family's records do not indicate which family's destiny fragments have similar effects. Hearing the other party say this, Sumu sighed slightly. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It's good that it works. I know where there are similar fragments of destiny, and I also know who has them. Very good. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cheered, and some even shed tears. Great! The master of the family is saved. Excuse me, young master, who has this fragment of destiny? Qian family. As soon as these two words came out, everyone was stunned again. Someone spoke slowly. Qian family, everyone knows the current relationship between the Qian family and our Su family. How could they possibly hand over something like the fragment of destiny? Perhaps we can exchange benefits. How could they possibly agree to this? If we go to borrow it, they can guess what it's for. How could they possibly give it to us? Why don't we just take down the Qin family first? This is unrealistic. The other party is also a fairy after all. How can they be so easy to deal with? Why don't we find a way to organize an elite team and raid directly into the Qin family to grab this destiny fragment? Oh, this works. No, now the teleportation arrays on the mainland are broken. How can we get to the Qin family? Can the head of the family hold on for that long? Everyone was talking, but Sumu suddenly looked away. Zhang Haining was holding his hand at the moment, and seemed to have noticed it, so she stroked Sumu's cheek with one hand. The other party has watched Sumu grow up since he was a child, so he naturally knows what kind of person Sumu is, and he also knows that the other party will not make a move without a purpose. You've got an idea, haven't you? Sumu nodded slowly, then looked at the people around him. I know where the fragment of destiny is. I will find a way to bring it back. As for the process, don't ask me. I have my own arrangements. The elders were stunned for a moment after hearing this, and finally fell silent. I don't know since when, but many things in the Su family seem to have to rely on Sumu alone. Although Su Ningye is still the head of the family, Sumu is now the most important person to the Su family. I wonder when the young master will set off. Wait a moment, wait until the battle outside is over.
Sumu looked at it intently, his eyes somewhat complicated. The others also looked out and saw the large platinum-colored area outside the Su family, and they were all a little confused.
Who on earth is it?
How could he fight against 3 immortal lords at the same time?
Will the fight last long? Did the young master bring it?
Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they appeared at the same time?
Chapter 237 Alone. The battle between high-level monks cannot be ended in a short time.
This is basically a consensus in Shenyuan Continent. But to everyone's surprise, the battle outside the Su family ended in less than half a day.
In the extremely astonished eyes of everyone,
the platinum-colored light that filled the sky gradually dissipated, and the huge array plate in the sky was also shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it finally became the size of a palm, the estimated haze turned back to purple, and a slender figure could be vaguely seen in the purple haze. Sumu had a premonition early on, and was waiting here, watching the other party flying towards him. He wanted to reach out his hands to support the other person, but Shang refused very proudly.
I'm not that weak yet.
Don't worry, I won't let you take advantage of me.
Sumu's mouth twitched.
Since the other party can still say such words at this time, it seems that it is really no big deal. But Sumu still heard that there was a hint of subtle fatigue in the other person's voice. Shang completely covered her figure within the range of the formation.
No one except Sumu could see her face clearly.
I'm going to sleep for a while, don't call me during this time. Shang's white pupils dimmed slightly, and although his temperament was still extraordinary, he seemed a little listless. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot, turned into a ray of light that flowed into Sumu's brows, and turned into the white flame mark again. The formation plate that was constantly circling above his head also automatically changed its owner at this moment and gently landed on Sumu's head. At the same time, Sumu also received a piece of information in his mind.
He suddenly understood. Young master. What happened?
Seeing the mysterious man disappear, others immediately gathered around him and became concerned about the battle situation.
Sumu looked around and nodded slightly. I won. Very good. Immediately, some people cheered and looked excited. But some people reacted quickly. That's not right. Where is ancestor Su Mang?
Yes, where is the ancestor?
And where are the 3 immortals? Why is there no one here? Sumu had a blank expression on his face.
As soon as he thought about it, a ray of white light flew out from the formation above his head and landed in front of everyone. This is an old man, who is lying peacefully on the ground with his eyes closed. There are 2 completely different auras on his body that are madly entangled, revealing a weirdness. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became quiet. An elder of the family was about to say something but stopped himself, as he was shocked by the appearance of Patriarch Su Mang. The aura on the other party was exactly the same as that of the head of the family. In other words, the other party had a similar experience to Miss Qing, being eroded by that strange power and unable to wake up for a while?
Ancestor.
The heated atmosphere in the venue suddenly seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and everyone hung their heads and said nothing.
Sumu sighed slightly, then looked at Jiang Hanying beside him. There is no time to lose. I am leaving now. You guys wait for me to come back. It may not take long. Good.
Jiang Hanying didn't say much, but hugged Sumu quietly, put the tip of her nose on Sumu's neck and sniffed very hard. Before leaving, Sumu looked at the sky above his head and muttered to himself.
I hope it's not too late.
In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, and this time it was not because of Shang's power, but was controlled by himself. Sumu's eyes suddenly blurred, and then he saw an extremely familiar scene.
I'm back again. Sumu looked at the city wall not far away and couldn't help feeling emotional. The power of the fate fragment is truly terrifying.
No matter which one it is, it represents the purest power of rules.
By now, Sumu finally figured out why Shang was able to travel so quickly before. This is because of a fragment of destiny on the other party. Break the boundary and chase the clouds. The effect is also very simple. that is teleportation. As long as you have been to a certain place, you can teleport directly to that place with a thought in your mind. If you have never been there, or if you don't have a clear sense of it, you can use your vision to jump there. As long as you can see it, you can reach it in an instant. The only thing is that you can't bring anyone with you. The relationship between Sumu and Shang is quite special. They are considered one, so they can share. Sumu looked at the Qian family's land not far away and hesitated for a moment. Shang gave him a lot of information before he fell asleep, and Sumu's goal of this trip was not just to borrow the fragments of destiny. He also wants to take Meng Xiaoxiao and the others back. And fix those two noisy little guys. At the same time, in the formation above Sumu's head, there was a small enclosed space where two little kids were locked up. I'm fucking you, look, why bother, we're both almost dead now. Can you please stop swearing? I'm not dead yet. With that woman around, I feel like I can still be fixed. F***ku, where did I say any dirty words? My master used to praise me as the most cultured person, how could I possibly say dirty words? Sumu actually didn't know much about the life stories of these two little things, but he still got some information from Shang. For example, these two little guys are formation spirits, and the core of their bodies have the power of the immortal emperor level, so they will not be easily destroyed. Originally, the immortal Gangjia wanted to slowly destroy the two of them, extract the original power for his own use, and prepared for a protracted war. Unexpectedly, Shang showed up halfway. Sumu now knew that the formation spirit wearing a red belly band and speaking the sounds of birds and flowers was his family's protective formation. To be honest, Sumu didn't expect that his family's protective formation would be like this. When he went in to take a look, he was also greeted by the other party. I don't know who adjusted it. Although the opponent's strength has been weakened to the extreme at this moment, the core still exists and can still be used slightly. But the situation is a bit strange, as if the two array spirits are showing some signs of merging together. But it doesn't affect. For Sumu, this means that he can now use the teleportation array to a certain extent. Although there is a risk of accidents, at least he can bring people with him. In fact, the formation was more lively than imagined. There are not only these two little ones inside, but also the three immortals are actually in there too. After all, he is an immortal, it is not that easy for him to die. What's more, Shang himself can't exert much of his strength and is suppressed by heaven and earth. We can only lock up the three of them temporarily to delay some time. Sumu looked up at the sky again, sighed slightly in his heart, and then collected all his thoughts. With a quick scan, he quickly found his target. I didn't expect to trouble you again. Chapter 238. Is it really serious? Xian Koan was numb. In the morning, he was still trying to find a way to send someone to quickly call the boss back to prevent any accidents on the road. Unexpectedly, the boss came back by himself in the afternoon. Did something really happen on the road? Xian Koan's heart tightened, and he hurried to the boss, only to find that the other party was in very good condition, and even had a faint smile on his face. Looking Sumu up and down, Xian Koan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's a bit strange. The boss actually came back in his true appearance this time, without any disguise? Isn't he afraid of being recognized? The name Sumu is somewhat famous in the Shenyuan Continent. Sumu himself can't even tell how many people know him. And then there is. Xian Koan frowned slightly. For some reason, after the boss had restored his original appearance, when he observed him again, he found that he was a little different. He still had a handsome face, but his expression no longer had the frivolity of the past. Instead, it was mature and steady. However, his brows were often furrowed, as if he was worried about something. The biggest change in Sumu, apart from his temperament, is his vast cultivation. Boss, have you really made a breakthrough? Xian Koan was stunned. He thought that the other party's previous cultivation level was also pretended. The main reason was that it was too unreasonable. He suddenly reached the level of a celestial being. Unexpectedly, this thing is actually real? Sumu smiled slightly, looking at the other party's weird expression. He couldn't help feeling helpless. Why, I'm back, you don't welcome me. No. Of course you're welcome. The weirdness on Qian Kuan's face disappeared immediately, and he was filled with a warm smile. Of course I'm the happiest that you can come back, boss. Or why don't you just stay here? The teleportation array outside is broken now anyway, so we can't go back for a while. Why not? Just stay at the Qin family. Of course, it's only temporary. I know a place to live. Qian Kuan's mind suddenly flashed with the image of his cousin, and he recalled the other party's concerned look before. He looked at Su Mu with more admiration. I've known for a long time that the boss is different from ordinary people in picking up girls. I didn't expect that just by hiding his identity and meeting him, my cousin would fall for him. Su Mu didn't know what the other person was thinking, he just patted him on the shoulder. I came here for serious business this time, and I asked you to introduce me to someone. Serious business, introduction. Qian Kuan was stunned for a moment, then looked a little embarrassed. His position in the family is very clear, that is, a playboy. How could serious matters fall into his head? Not to mention introductions, he doesn't have the connections. Boss, stop joking. I can't do this. The most I can do is take you to the door of the Qin family. You have to do the rest by yourself. Su Mu sighed slightly in his heart and patted the other person's shoulder again. Why underestimate yourself? You have more than you think. The fact that your last name is Qin already puts you ahead of 99% of the people on the mainland, not to mention that you know the direct descendants of the Qin family and have a good relationship with them. These are all potential resources, but the other party is obviously not aware of them. Just take me to the Qin family and find someone suitable. While saying this, Su Mu was transmitting the message at the same time. Just bring me to your cousin, just like last time, and I'll take care of the rest. Remember, don't expose me. When Qian Kuan heard what was said, he looked strange and began to doubt the relationship between Su Mu and his cousin. Is this serious matter really serious? Who cares? It's no use for a younger brother to tell others how the boss does things. Just watch and learn more. Got it, boss. Qian Kuan whispered in his heart, and suddenly his usual smile appeared on his face. It's just an introduction, no problem. It's not a big deal. The two of them quickly walked towards the Qin family. When he walked to the gate of the clan territory again, the guard at the gate took a quick glance and immediately reached out to stop him. Wait, Master Qian Kuan, have you forgotten something? The guard raised his hand and pointed at Su Mu's empty waist, implying that he had forgotten to give the visitor token to his friends. Qian Kuan sneered. I didn't forget. This is a distinguished guest from the Su family. I'm going to take him in now. Go and let him know. Ah. The guard was stunned for a moment, thinking he might have heard it wrong. A distinguished guest from the Su family? Who doesn't know the current relationship between the Qin family and the Su family? How dare someone from the Su family come to their base? And even if he is from the Su family, it should be the patriarch or several other young masters and young ladies. It shouldn't be your turn, right? Although he felt a little strange, the guard did not say it explicitly, but just twitched his mouth slightly. If that's the case, then Master Qian, please wait here. I'll go pass the message now. He was just a guard, why should he make things difficult for these masters? He just listened to what they wanted to do, it didn't matter. As for any problems that really arise later, that is the master's business. Looking at the other person's back gradually going away, Qian Kuan was actually a little panicked, but he glanced at Su Mu beside him again. Worthy of being the boss. A person comes to a place like this without changing his expression or being composure. I wish I could have this kind of mentality someday. Qian Kuan forced himself to calm down. Even if he didn't have the confidence, he had to pretend. He absolutely couldn't lose his position as the boss. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, a middle-aged man quickly followed the guards to the door and glanced down at the two young men. Are you the one who claims to be from the Su family? Do you have any proof? Although he asked this, he had actually already vaguely guessed what had happened in his heart. He was afraid that it was Qian Kuan who was causing trouble again. Do you really think that everyone is a playboy and doesn't need to do anything?
The situation of the Qian family and even the entire continent is about to change recently, but these people don't know it yet. Sumu didn't want to waste time talking to the other party, so he just threw out a jade pendant.
Take it and check it out.
The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He thought it was just a formality, but he didn't expect the other party to be so calm.
Something is wrong.
With a bad premonition in his heart, the middle-aged man hurriedly held the jade pendant and carefully examined it. The more he observed, the stronger his premonition became.
Something's wrong.
This texture and pattern looks so real.
Could it be?
The middle-aged man paused slightly, and his attitude immediately became respectful. He walked down from the high threshold, walked in front of Sumu, and saluted respectfully.
May I ask what is this young master's name?
Su family, Sumu. Sumu, the young master of the Su family. The middle-aged man was shocked all over, and then looked at Qian Kuan beside him in surprise. His meaning was very clear.
No, are you serious, kid? Chapter 239, Marriage? Negotiation?
When Qian Ziyi heard the message from the servants, he thought someone was playing a joke on him.
You mean, the young master of the Su family came here alone? He didn't bring anyone with him, and he asked to see me by name? Why? Qian Ziyi's face was full of confusion. The head of the Qian family is his father Qian Badian. He doesn't even have the title of young master, so why does he want to see him? Who brought him here? Qian Ziyi asked quickly.
My lady, it's Master Qian Kuan. The identity of the young master of the Su family has been verified.
Yes, several family elders are already in the family affairs hall, waiting for you. Hearing this, Qian Ziyi's expression became even weirder. How did Qian Kuan get involved with the young master of the Su family? And he brought him here, what the hell is going on?
Qian Ziyi shook his head, followed the other party helplessly, and soon arrived at the family affairs hall. As soon as she entered the room, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on her. Some were confused, some were shocked, and most of them were puzzled.
Qian Ziyi even caught a glimpse of thoughtful expressions on some people's faces, with a hint of joy. What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me?
Qian Ziyi was slightly stunned, and her beautiful eyes immediately looked towards the center of the crowd, only to see a handsome young man standing there. The other person was dressed in luxurious brocade clothes, which gave off an aura of nobility, but not ostentatiousness. Instead, he had an extremely gentle feeling. The whole person's senses are like a piece of restrained jade, warm, cool and smooth, making people want to get close to it.
Father. Qian Ziyi saluted Qian Badian, who was sitting in the first seat. I wonder what's the matter with calling the kid here. Qian Badian nodded slightly, then looked at Sumu below with a serious expression. It's not me who's looking for you.
It's the young master of the Su family who wants to see you by name. Qian Baishan's tone was stiff, and he did not act like a host at all. Even though the relationship between the two families is not very good now, as an immortal king cultivator, it is really inappropriate for him to use such an attitude towards a junior.
It's like taking gunpowder. Qian Badian snorted coldly. The relationship between the Su family and the Qian family has now reached an unprecedented freezing point.
The other party actually sent their young master to the Qian family alone and asked to see his daughter by name.
This thought is almost written on his face.
He knew that the young master of the Su family had not yet married. If the other party was here to arrange a marriage. Qian Badian was slightly stunned, and he clenched and unclenched his fists hidden under his sleeves several times.
The Su family and the Qian family are both immortals, so they are naturally a good match.
A marriage will only bring benefits and no harm to the two families.
As for the fighting outside, it's not a big deal. Moreover, he has now detected the power outside the domain.
The end of the war between the families is an inevitable trend, and it is no longer possible to continue fighting.
Only.
Qian Badian narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. He dared to come here alone, and he chose such a coincidental time. I just passed the news to other immortals, and he came to my door immediately.
What a keen political sense.
Feeling the surging heavenly aura from Su Mu again, Chen Badian sighed slightly in his heart.
Even his talent for cultivation is so good. He has already reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm before he is even 100 years old. This talent is simply the second Su Ningye. Su Mu didn't know what the other person was thinking, he just raised his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him. Master Su, may I ask what you want from me? Xianziyi thought about it for a moment, and had a vague guess in his mind, and immediately clenched his fists secretly. She was born in the Qian family and had been blessed by the family since she was a child. She was supposed to devote herself to the family, even at the cost of her lifelong happiness. This kind of thing is common. But Xianziyi couldn't help but think of the figure from a few days ago, and felt a little unwilling. Su Mu thought about it for a moment and decided to get straight to the point. My goal this time is to find the fragment of destiny in you. What? When they heard the first half of Qianziyi's sentence, everyone thought they had guessed correctly, but the other party suddenly changed the subject, and everyone's expression changed suddenly. What destiny fragment? I don't know. Could it be that Master Su is confused? Qianziyi spoke expressionlessly. The fragment of destiny in his body is a family secret. No one knows about it except his father. Where did the other party get the information? Master Su, do you know what you are talking about? Qian Baishan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he exuded a faint, intimidating aura. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged and he nodded slightly. Of course I know what I'm talking about, and at the same time, I can say something that you don't know. Su Mu spoke calmly. Master Qian, you released information a few days ago saying that an enemy from outside the domain was invading. Is this true? Chen Badian nodded slightly, and for a moment he was a little confused about what the other party meant. Su Mu suddenly smiled. Then I will tell you the truth. In fact, the enemies from outside the domain came earlier than you thought. Our Su family had already fought with them, but it was never made public. What those things from outside the domain have already come in? How is it possible? My Qian family paid a huge price to get this news, even that person. How can you prove what you say? Qian Badian frowned slightly. Su Mu seemed to have been prepared and directly summoned a formation plate. If you don't believe me, you can look at this. Inside the formation, there were 3 vaguely purple-black figures struggling to break through the seal. Qian Baishan's face suddenly changed. Not only because of the aura of the 3 black figures, the 3 foreign immortals. And where did you get this array plate? Qian Badian suddenly thought of his brothers who died in battle and secretly clenched his fists. Of course it was captured. Su Mu remained calm and seized the items from the 3 extraterritorial immortals. 3 extraterritorial immortals. All of them became prisoners? And even the magic weapon on his body was snatched away by the Su family? Is the Su family already so powerful? Their Qian family even lost an immortal king in battle. Isn't Su Ningye already dead? Those who knew the inside story looked unhappy and started to discuss the matter secretly. Qian Badian also had a complicated expression. He stared blankly at the formation plate without saying a word. And what does this have to do with your purpose? At this point, he had already acknowledged that the news of his destiny fragment had leaked out, otherwise the other party's goal would not be so clear. Su Mu smiled. If you are willing to lend me the fragment of destiny, I can pay an equal price, for example, repair the teleportation array for you, or... Su Mu paused slightly. Or, more news from outside the region. Chapter 240 The Original Transaction. Qian Baishan's eyes narrowed slightly. At this point, he finally understood why the other party had the confidence to come alone. It turns out that this young man actually holds so many chips in his hands. This has already exceeded the scope of a normal young master. I am afraid. This person is actually the head of the Su family. Chen Badian sighed slightly in his heart and secretly glanced at his daughter, who was also the heir he chose. Although he does not yet have the status of the young master, he has already handed over the fragment of destiny to the other party, which is enough to explain a lot. As for the conditions offered by Su Mu, Qian Badian lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Okay, I can agree to your terms, but that's not enough. Now that the core interests have been determined, we should naturally strive for the others if we can. Qian Badian is the head of the family. His every move represents the interests of the entire Qian family, so it is naturally impossible for him to relax. At this point, he no longer asked the other party how he knew the information about the fragments of destiny. That kind of thing was no longer important. The other party seemed confident and clearly well prepared, and there would be no problems in such a place. Good. Hearing the other party give in, Su Mu also felt relieved. To be honest, if the other party was directly against him at this time, Su Mu really couldn't think of any good solution except to run away or start over from the same place. However, this is where the magic of interests and politics lies. You just need to choose the option that benefits both of you the most. As for other things, there will be no surprises unless there are factors that have not been taken into consideration. According to Su Mu's own understanding, this kind of thing is the same as the rules between heaven and earth, and it is also an iron law that can be comprehended and applied. It's just that everyone has their own opinion. Afterwards, Su Mu discussed many details with the Qian family. To be honest, this was not Su Mu's forte, but now the Su family could only rely on him. In order to show the hospitality of the host, the group moved their discussion place from the affairs hall to a unique courtyard. There is an extremely large pond in the courtyard, and in the center of the pond stands a lonely palace. There are no roads leading to it, and the only way to get there is by flying in the air. The banquet had been set up in the palace long ago. Su Mu sat down at the table, but he had no intention of eating. He was still communicating with Qian Badian, who was sitting in the host seat. No one knew why, but the other party actually placed Qian Zi on Su Mu's right-hand side, and even picked up food for Su Mu from time to time. Su Mu's mouth twitched secretly. Qian Zi's behavior was completely different from the previous 2 days. There was no longer any trace of indulgence and carefreeness, only endless gentleness. Okay, nephew, now that we have discussed the details, let's move on to the most important part. Just when the boy and girl were in a harmonious atmosphere, Qian Baishan's face suddenly turned serious and he asked the most important question. Since your Su family has already learned about the enemy outside the domain in advance, why didn't you inform us in advance? It's not that we don't want to. Su Mu looked helpless. To be honest, we only noticed it recently. Su Mu sighed slightly, with a look of disappointment. I'm sure you all know that the Chun family has been fighting with my Su family recently, and the commotion has been quite loud. It was only as the battle got more intense that we noticed something was wrong with the Chun family. When he heard it at the beginning, Qian Badian felt a little embarrassed. After all, his Qian family was actually an ally of the Chun family and an enemy of the Su family. But for some unknown reason, on the eve of the official start, the Chen family suddenly spread the news to the Qian and Wang families. It means letting the two families keep their troops in place for the time being, just stay in their own areas, and let them take the lead first. When Qian Badian heard this, he was completely stunned. There is such a good thing? There are actually people who are eager to be cannon fodder? Isn't this a great thing? So he agreed immediately. When the Chun family made this request, they also attached a small condition. When Qian Badian heard what Su Mu said, he suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Nephew, you just said that something is wrong with the Chen family. What do you mean by that? That's what it means. Su Mu spoke softly and told the details. The Chun family's Gangjiao Immortal Venerable has actually been possessed by an extraterritorial demon a long time ago. His attack on our Su family is just a cover. His real target is actually our clan's protective formation. Su Mu selectively told the news he knew. The Su family's clan protection formation is actually the core of the teleportation formation for the entire continent. It was left behind by the immortal emperor. The goal of the Chen family from the beginning was to destroy the teleportation formation for the entire continent. According to my guess, the Jade token cannot be used now. This is also a secret trick of the other party. I heard that an immortal king of the Qian family died some time ago. I'm afraid that the other party is also secretly interfering. Sumu had no expression on his face. Most of the information he mentioned was told to him by Shan, and a small part was inferred by him from the information himself. As for the rest, the other party is already bad enough, so it doesn't matter if there are 2 more shitpots. Xian Beishan's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. To Sumu's surprise, the other party did not ask him how he knew about the immortal king's death, but instead took the lead in confirming it repeatedly. You mean, the Chen family is the devil from outside the domain? And all this was prepared in advance? It was all calculated. Yeah, how? Sumu was about to ask, but he keenly noticed that the other party's attitude seemed to be a little wrong. His face turned slightly pale, and even a little panicked. His heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Did the Chen family come to your place beforehand and do something? Shen Ziyi was also keenly aware of the emotional changes in the scene. After hearing so many secrets about the continent, she thought her nerves had become numb. But now, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with her family. Xian Badian didn't say anything more, but just took the 2 of them out. There is no time to waste. Come with me. Sumu also had a solemn expression on his face. He immediately sensed something unusual about the other person and followed him without saying a word. As the 3 figures quickly passed by, they soon arrived at a very secret temple. As Sumu pushed open the door of the hall, his eyes immediately widened. The door opened, and a faint purple-black gas actually overflowed from it. As he looked over there, he saw 3 thick black incense sticks burning slowly among the densely packed plaques. Sumu remembered this breath. It's the breath from outside the domain. He immediately widened his eyes. Chapter 241 Incident. What is this? Seeing the abnormality, Sumu hurriedly asked questions and even secretly mobilized the energy in his body, becoming extremely alert. Chen Beishan's face turned pale. Sure enough, something happened. Father, what is going on? Xian Ziyi also asked hurriedly. She knew where this palace was and how important it was to the Qian family. Master Qian, please explain everything quickly. When dealing with the power outside the domain, Sumu had to take it seriously, and he already had the vague intention of activating the formation. Xian Badian sighed inwardly, but still confessed everything. My dear nephew, you also know that my Qian family had some relationship with the Chen family some time ago. This thing was left behind at that time. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what you call some relationship? Xian Badian continued speaking. At that time, the Chen family and my Qian family made a deal. They took the lead and attacked your Su family, while we and the Wang family only needed to hold our troops for the time being. In exchange, he gave each of our 2 families 3 sticks of this kind of incense, and told us to place them in a place with rich vitality in the clan and then light them. He said that this thing is an extension of a magical weapon. It can use the power of our 2 families to help them on the front line. It will also be beneficial to our 2 families. The biggest benefit is that it was developed by the Chen family themselves and can be used to stabilize the status of the immortal venerable ancestor within the clan. Qian Badian sighed slightly. In fact, I was also very cautious at the time. I made many attempts and secretly communicated with the ancestor, but there was nothing unusual. If you hadn't mentioned it suddenly just now, I probably wouldn't have thought of these 3 incense sticks. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Xian Badian looked up, feeling a little anxious. In this state, everyone can sense the abnormality of these 3 incense sticks, but before coming here, no one could sense it. This is the Qian family's ancestral temple, where lies the Qian family's true heritage, the immortal ancestors accumulated over the long years. Shen Badian had communicated secretly the moment he entered the hall, but the ancestors were able to reply to his messages normally and said that there was nothing unusual. This is actually the most unusual place. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard this and immediately frowned. It cannot be blamed on the other party being careless. After all, Shen Badian is the immortal king and is unlikely to make low-level mistakes. What's more, the sleeping immortal lord here is not moving. I'm afraid the origin of these 3 incense sticks is not simple. Sumu sensed it slightly, and his expression became even uglier.
To be honest, someone in our Su family has also been corrupted by this power and has not yet awakened. The only person who has a chance to deal with this power has also fallen into a deep sleep. That's why I came to borrow the fragment of destiny. Is this useful? Shen Beishan's eyes lit up when he heard this. If this thing was useful, then why should he lend it out? Of course, he would give it to his ancestors first. But Su Mu slowly shook his head. The situation is different. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see if we can put out these 3 incense sticks first. Good. Chen Badian no longer hesitated and directly grabbed the 3 incense sticks, deciding to kill the culprit on the spot. But, with a soft puff sound, Shen Beishan's face changed drastically, because his attack method actually went straight through the 3 incense sticks. It was as if the opponent didn't exist at all. What is this? Shen Beishan's face turned cold, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He then attacked again and again, but he was unable to change the opponent's condition. It was as if he could not touch him at all. Seeing this scene, Su Mu's worst premonition finally came true. According to the information passed to him by Shang, the existence of the extraterritorial demons in the Shenyuan Continent is in a rather special state. The extraterritorial demons and the Shenyuan Continent are like being in a different space. The 2 spaces just happen to overlap and can interfere with each other from time to time. This is also the reason why the other party is trying so hard to destroy the teleportation array of the continent. At that time, the people of Shenyuan Continent will not be able to communicate with each other, but they can use their own unique characteristics to borrow channels outside the domain. In other words, the demons from outside the domain can be teleported normally, and they can go wherever they want on the entire continent without any abnormalities. Trouble. Su Mu frowned and kept thinking about how he should deal with this situation. He could figure it out with his toes that the effect of these 3 incense sticks must be to corrode the immortal who was sleeping in the Qian family's ancestral temple. I'm afraid the ancestors of the Qian family never thought that their descendants would put such things in the house while they were sleeping, and it would ruin them all at once. Su Mu carefully considered his own methods. Shang must have a way to deal with this kind of thing, but the other party has fallen into a deep sleep now, so it is useless for the time being. As for the formation plate, to be honest, Su Mu still only has partial authority over it, and he doesn't even know what the formation plate is called. Other things. What on earth can resist this extraterritorial force? Fragments of destiny? Su Mu couldn't think of a suitable target for a moment. Etc. Su Mu was suddenly stunned for a moment, and finally looked at Chen Badian with a strange expression and spoke softly. Now find me a secluded place. I want to see if there is any way to deal with the current situation. Good. Chen Badian agreed without any hesitation. Shen Ziyi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked at the boy next to him who was the same age as him, and suddenly felt a huge gap between them. The other party casually touches upon situations that affect the entire continent, and now they even want to save the ancestors of my Qian family, but I still seem to understand nothing. Soon, Su Mu came to a secret room alone. After confirming again and again that no one was spying on him, he took out a person from his personal storage device. Yes, it was a person. Yun Susu watched the scene in front of her suddenly change. Her pink little face turned pale with fright. Her small body trembled slightly. Then she looked at the person in front of her. You, who are you? Su Mu was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he had never revealed his true face in front of the other party. It's me. He adjusted his voice slightly, and the other party immediately recognized him, his eyes widening. You, how did you become like this? How did you become so handsome? Yun Susu didn't dare to say this directly, and could only complain in her heart. What do you want to do to me? The girl looked around the empty secret room. In such a quiet and private atmosphere, there was a single man and a single woman. Yun Susu suddenly thought of something and her face turned pale. No, don't. Chapter 242 Golden Ancient Tree. No, don't. Yun Susu's face was full of fear, and she slowly retreated to the corner of the secret room. It seemed that she only felt safe when leaning against the wall. Su Mu looked strange.
He suddenly felt like a pervert. What was going on? He could only quickly get rid of this thought. Come here, don't worry, I won't do anything to you, I just want you to do me a favor. Besides, if I really want to do something, you can't resist. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Yun Susu felt a little relieved, but after hearing the second half, her eyes widened and her small lips opened slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. What are you going to do to me? Sumu didn't have time to waste with the other party. The fact that he was willing to explain to the other party showed that he was very well-mannered. So he simply raised his hand and grabbed the other person into his arms, holding the whole little girl under his armpits, and gently placed one hand on her head, while speaking softly. Don't move. The girl didn't dare to speak for a moment, her eyes staring stiffly, not daring to move. Sumu carefully felt the condition inside the other person's body and soon realized what he wanted. The fragment of destiny, I almost forgot about this. His perception became deeper and deeper, and he was finally able to detect what kind of destiny fragments the other person had. Destiny fragment, heavenly vision, incomplete. Heavenly vision strengthens the user's instinctive perception, especially when there is a clear goal. The perception in the dark will guide the user to find the target. This. Sumu was stunned for a moment. It sounds like a useless thing, and it's incomplete. It doesn't seem like it can deal with the power outside the domain. Sumu frowned for a moment. To be honest, this strange power from outside the domain is the most difficult to deal with so far. It is like a maggot attached to the bone. Once it sticks to it, there is no way to get rid of it. And there is a lack of effective means to deal with it. Well. With a slight sigh, Sumu slowly put the girl down. Her cheeks were flushed at the moment, and she stood there quietly without saying a word. Sumu began to think constantly, what else could be used to deal with the other party? If only Qing Jingru was here, she still has the power of heaven, but unfortunately. Sumu glanced at the girl in front of him again, and then tried to ask her. Have you had a different perception than ordinary people since you were a child? Then help me feel where I can find a solution to my current predicament. Yun Susu was stunned for a moment and pouted quietly. Even if her perception is different from that of an ordinary person, she can't use it like this. Your perception is too vague. But she didn't dare to say it clearly, for fear that Sumu would harm her. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to comfort the other person. What if the other person let her go if he was in a good mood? My mother once taught me that there are no absolute difficulties in the world, only people who cannot solve the difficulties. Perhaps the solution lies in you. Sumu was amused by the other party's pretentious tone. He was about to speak, but suddenly froze. Wait. A strange light began to flash in his eyes, and he vaguely sensed a wonderful idea in his mind. Yes. By myself. Sumu slapped his thigh suddenly, he suddenly remembered something. In fact, he still had some of Qing Jingru's remaining power in his body, which was the lush golden tree in his fairyland. The golden tree appeared when he and Qing Jingru stayed together for a night. There must be the power of the other party in it. That is the power of heaven. Sumu was overjoyed and immediately picked up Yun Susu and spun her around several times. You're right. Indeed, the solution lies in myself. Thank you so much this time. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Sumu stuffed the other party back into the space magic weapon again and flew out quickly. Xianziyi had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the other party coming out, he stepped forward to help ask. What's going on? Is there a solution? Yes. Sumu chuckled and took the other person to fly towards the Qian family ancestral temple again, flying very fast on the road. Xianziyi was delighted when he heard this, and hurriedly followed Sumu, but suddenly frowned. What's going on? Why do I feel like there's a faint fragrance on him? It smells like a young girl. Xianziyi thought he had sensed it wrongly, so he quickly gathered his thoughts and followed Sumu without saying a word. Her cultivation was not enough to keep up with Sumu, mainly because Sumu was leading her. Soon, the two returned here again. As soon as Qian Badian saw the smile on Sumu's face, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked quickly. How is it? But there is a solution. Sumu nodded heavily, and finally looked at Chen Badian, but I may need your help with this matter. Okay. You can say whatever you want. Of course Chen Badian would not refuse. He accidentally cheated all his ancestors, and now he can make up for it, which is already a great blessing. Sumu didn't delay any longer, but walked straight to the 3 incense sticks in the store, then turned around and looked at Chen Badian. Come on, transfer your power to me. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful force surged into Sumu's body from behind. Is this the power of the immortal king realm? Sumu was slightly startled. He could clearly sense that the other party had actually gained a lot of control, but his body still couldn't bear it. He could only quickly guide this power and pour it all into his own fairyland. When passing the border of the fairyland, since the attributes of these powers had long been erased by their original owners, they were naturally transformed into Sumu's aura. These forces fell from the sky of the fairyland and poured directly into the rushing river in the fairyland. Instead of flowing downstream, they began to flow slowly towards the source. The golden tree in the center of the fairyland suddenly began to sway, and an extremely mysterious wave began to spread. Sumu was immediately cheered up. He gathered the power into his hands, constantly controlling it with his concentration, and then controlled his body to slowly approach. The 3 pitch-black incense sticks were within reach. Sumu just reached out and grabbed it. Bang! His eyes widened, and he saw that the 3 incense sticks were actually held firmly in his hands. Chen Badian also widened his eyes at this moment and urged hurriedly. Quick! Pull them out and put them out. Sumu didn't need the other party to remind him, as he had actually already done so. Without much effort, the 3 incense sticks were easily pulled out. It was at this moment that a strong sense of warning suddenly arose in Sumu's heart. Oh no! There's a problem. Chapter 243 The Fate of the Patriarch. Just at the moment when the 3 incense sticks were pulled out, a strong sense of warning immediately arose in Sumu's heart. In an instant, the array disc on his chest rose up, and immediately released a white gold light that enveloped Sumu's entire body. Chen Badian behind him reacted a little slower, but still rushed towards Chen Zi in the first moment and protected the other party firmly behind him. With a bang, the huge black incense in Sumu's hand suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke, immediately enveloping the figures of the 3 people. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the smoke was, Sumu had a strong feeling that something was very bad. Once this smoke is allowed to take shape, I'm afraid something extremely bad will happen. Sumu controlled the power of the ancient golden tree in his body and swept it towards the smoke. Laugh! Immediately, a strong corrosion sound was heard, and Sumu also felt the strength in his body being drastically consumed, and his face suddenly turned pale. Oh my god? What the hell is this thing? It drained me out in an instant. Sumu's face looked grim. Ever since he started dealing with outsiders, he felt that he had not had many smooth sailings. Isn't it that I am favored by heaven? What about the treatment of the protagonist? Without time to think, Sumu could only deal with the situation in front of him hastily. He had a hunch that once he was invaded by the smoke, it would be very difficult to deal with. He no longer cared about other people's situations. At the same time, Xian Baishan's situation was even worse. His entire face was black, in the physical sense. In order to protect Chen Zi, Chen Badian had to stand in front of the other party and block the strong black smoke. It's not that he didn't think about escaping directly, the key is that there is black smoke everywhere now, and if it touches him even a little, the strength in his body will be greatly weakened. No, we can't keep dragging it on like this. Chen Badian gritted his teeth and his aura suddenly rose. The power of the 9th-level immortal king was enough to make the whole world tremble. But he was unable to shake the black smoke, and saw the tiny particles getting closer and closer to Chen Zi. In the end, he couldn't care less and simply used his body to block those unknown objects. Father! Chen Zi screamed, but could only watch the other party take action without time to stop him. Anyway, it has come to this point. Qian Badian also keenly noticed the abnormality in his body.
He immediately smiled bitterly and began to actively absorb these things like crazy. I have to say, things outside the domain are weird. When I clearly want to stop the other person, I just can't touch him, but when I actively accept him, it's so easy.
Well.
He sighed quietly in his heart. At the critical moment, Qian Baixian's fatherly instinct prevailed.
If he ignored Qian Ziyi, he felt that he could be much calmer. However, Qian Badian did not regret it.
With the active absorption by an immortal king, the situation on Su Mu's side suddenly improved a lot, allowing him to see clearly what was happening. Su Mu's eyes widened as he looked at Qian Badian, whose whole body had turned black, and he was speechless for a moment.
You.
In response to this, Qian Badian smiled slightly. He could also feel the abnormality in his body, so he didn't say much, nor did he try to touch Su Mu and the others. He just said one last word. Take good care of Ziyi for me, please. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell forward uncontrollably. Qian Ziyi quickly wanted to reach out to help, but was stopped by Su Mu.
Don't move.
If you run into him at this time, you're doomed.
Let me go. He is my father. He is my father. Qian Ziyi couldn't stop the tears in her eyes.
Qian Badian was so great in her heart, how could he just fall down like this one day? Su Mu pursed her lips slightly, but did not let go of the other person, just spoke softly. Don't worry, he's not dead yet, but if you rashly go up and touch him, you'll definitely be dead. Just wait for him to wake up and send him off.
Qian Ziyi immediately turned around and looked over. You mean my father can still wake up? You can save him, I beg you to save him. I can give you anything. Whatever you want.
Su Mu patted the other person's shoulder gently.
Calm down.
The two words rang like a loud bell in the girl's ears. Su Mu added some special power to them to make her wake up.
We can't do anything about your father's condition right now. I've just investigated it.
The power he suffered is of the same origin as the one I encountered before, but it has some other changes, and it is many times more intense. This stuff should be prepared for the immortal lord, and it's not just for one person. Now it's all temporarily trapped in your father's body. In a sense, he sacrificed himself to save all your ancestors, and in a disguised way saved the entire Qian family. When Su Mu said this, his expression flickered slightly. It seemed that he had a new understanding of the word head of the family and couldn't help but think of his father.
Is it a kind of fate? Those who are supported by their tribesmen will eventually die in front of everyone? Hearing Su Mu's words, Qian Ziyi gradually calmed down, but his mood was still very low. He just lowered his head and said nothing, while one hand tightly grasped Su Mu's sleeve. Su Mu turned around and asked, Besides your father, who else can make the decision in your family? There is another uncle who is also an immortal king. Take me to him. Qian Ziyi nodded slightly. A moment later, Su Mu and Qian Ziyi have come to the front of an old man. They had met this man before in the affairs hall. Even earlier, Su Mu had actually fought with him. By the time Su Mu finished explaining everything, the old man's face had become so ugly that it was beyond words. Damn it! Bang! The old man roared angrily, raised his palm and smashed the jade bed beneath him into powder without even raising any dust. Chen family! I will never forgive you. The old man was extremely angry, but he could only force himself to calm down. There are only 3 9th-level immortal kings in the Qian family, and they are actually brothers. As a result, less than a month had passed and 2 of them were killed one after another. How could he not feel pain in his heart? Looking at his little niece, the expression on her face was extremely gloomy, almost desperate, and the old man could only force himself to shoulder the responsibility. I am Qian Badi, let's discuss the follow-up matters. Su Mu was stunned when he heard the name. He felt that he had guessed the name of the man who was beaten to death, but he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere at this time. He just nodded slightly and said Chapter 244 Lively. This sudden change caused a huge earthquake in the entire Qian family. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces, and they all felt like a storm was about to come. Shenyuan was also stunned at this moment. To be honest, the experiences during this period have always made him feel a little dreamy. First, I met the unexpected boss twice. Then, the second time, he simply introduced the eldest brother into the Qian family. Before leaving, the elders who looked down on him began to treat him with a friendly expression, their eyes full of admiration. As a result, not long after that, Shenyuan got the inside information. That means 2 of the Qian family's 3 ninth-level immortal kings have been killed. If this kind of news had happened in the past, it would never have reached his ears first, but he still knows it now. Shenyuan was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that he was benefiting from the boss, so he didn't say much. He just pretended not to hear and didn't express his opinion. At this moment, he was sitting in the meeting hall, looking in the direction where everyone's eyes were focused, where there were 3 people sitting cross-legged in a triangle shape. They are the real core of this storm. Sumu looked at Chen Batty and Xian Ziyi beside him and sighed slightly. After the previous discussion, everyone has roughly figured out the current situation and has some preliminary ideas for dealing with it. First of all, Sumu must borrow the fragment of destiny first, because the Su family has also suffered an invasion from extraterritorial forces. But the subsequent conditions will change. The Chen family no longer demands other interests, but instead requires the Su family and the Qian family to form a direct alliance, because the Qian family is now vulnerable to an unprecedented level. There is only 1 ninth-level immortal king in the entire clan. How can people feel at ease? In order to ensure that there are no problems with this contract, the Chen family even demanded in a tough manner that Sumu marry Qian Ziyi. Sumu was stunned when he heard this. Why did he suddenly turn to this? But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. Qian Ziyi is the eldest daughter of the Qian family and has a respected status. She is well matched with Sumu and is the best candidate for marriage. Sumu and Xian Ziyi both have special status in their respective families and are basically the heirs. Similarly, the constraints brought by the marriage contract are far greater than before. Qian Batty even made such a statement. If Sumu doesn't agree to this marriage, he won't agree to lend the fragment of destiny. Sumu sighed in his heart and looked at the girl with a gloomy face beside him. In the end, he didn't say much, but just nodded silently. Very good. After getting Sumu's approval, all the senior executives of the Chen family cheered. Only Chen Ba had a blank expression and patted Sumu on the shoulder. Remember, be nice to Ziyi. As the acting head of the family, Chen Batty had no choice. He was not his brother Chen Battian, and was not good at dealing with the twists and turns of these interest relationships. He could only adapt to the situation. But as Qian Ziyi's uncle, all he could do was to serve as a backer for the other party. At least she shouldn't be wronged. As if sensing the other party's determination, Sumu nodded firmly. The atmosphere in the field was extremely lively, but Shenyuan found that he seemed to not understand it. Why did my cousin suddenly marry the eldest brother? Didn't the Qian family just have a huge change? Why are all the people cheering? Is this something to be happy about? My cousin, I just lost my father, and now I am forced to marry? This. For a moment, Shenyuan actually felt a strong sense of unfamiliarity with his family. This was clearly the place where he had lived since childhood, but he suddenly felt cold and his hands and feet were chilly. If he hadn't seen Sumu still here, he would have been unable to control himself and ran away. It seemed as if the Qian family couldn't wait to confirm the contract. They didn't even have time to choose a date and directly scheduled the wedding for the next day. It was clearly a marriage between the heirs of 2 families, but at the moment there was no time for a grand ceremony, so everything had to be kept simple. But even so, the background of the immortal clan is still shocking. The Chen family's gates were wide open today to welcome guests from all sides, and everyone came to congratulate with joy. Although the teleportation array was damaged, upon hearing the news that Miss Qian was going to get married, all the major forces still racked their brains and rushed over. As for those outside the Qian family's sphere of influence, they could not be notified for the time being. Congratulations! Miss Ziyi has finally found a good home. Some guests loudly congratulated. Ah, no. It's just the junior's business. The Chen family's patriarch could hardly hide his joy and could only politely decline. Today, the Chen family has gained the powerful ally of the Su family. I am afraid that their strength will be even higher than before. Although the recent situation is not very clear, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity should not be missed.
I think it's time to step up our cooperation with the Chen family.
That's right, I think so too.
Even if the Su family lost its patriarch Su Ningye, it might still be the most powerful among the 10 ancestors. The number of 9th-level immortal king cultivators in the clan alone is enough to crush most of the immortal clans.
Moreover, the marriage is between the future heirs of the two families. Doesn't this basically mean that the Qian family and the Su family will most likely become one in the future? This is a situation that has never happened in Shenyuan Continent before.
Many people still remember that Su Mu was once engaged to a young lady from the Nangong family, but what impact does that have?
For senior executives, this kind of thing is just a tool. The meaning of tools is to play a better role and meet people's needs. The same is true for marriage.
Everyone who came and went had a happy expression on their faces, except for a lonely girl who was sitting alone in a boudoir in the deepest part of the Qian family's house.
Sister, are you really going to get married? Sister, why is it so sudden? I have never heard of that Su Mu.
Elder sister. Xian Ziyi turned around when she heard the voice and looked at her two younger brothers with tears in their eyes. She didn't say much, but just smiled slightly. She raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her brother's eyes, and comforted them softly.
It's okay. This is the best destination for my sister. It's also the best destination for the Qian family. Su Mu was a good person.
After hearing this, the two younger brothers did not feel comforted, but burst into tears. Until the tribesmen outside noticed the movement in the house, they were afraid of delaying the wedding process, so they hurriedly took the two young ladies away. Xian Ziyi raised his hand and wanted to speak, his lips moved, but he finally withdrew his hand and said nothing. She had long anticipated her fate, but she did not expect this day to come so soon and so suddenly. Xian Ziyi sighed slightly in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Mr. Luo from the past few days, but he finally put his thoughts back. From today on, she is Madame Su.
Chapter 245 Wedding. Su Mu actually doesn't like this kind of environment.
He was actually a little confused about the fact that he was going to get married suddenly, but rational thinking told him that this was the best solution at the moment. Having absolute strength can certainly crush everything, but strength is not the only means to achieve the goal. This marriage can not only exchange for the fragments of destiny and save Su Mu's father, but also enhance his control and prepare for everything outside the domain in advance. Su Mu looked up at the sky again, muttering to himself for the umpteenth time.
I hope it's not too late.
He turned his head and looked at himself in the mirror beside him, and was stunned for a moment. It turned out that he had undergone such a big change without realizing it.
When did the childishness on his face fade away?
Su Mu was wearing a red brocade robe and a crown on his head, which was inlaid with various precious treasures. Even the wedding dress itself was a powerful magical weapon with extraordinary protective power. I have to say that the person who made this dress is very talented. Su Mu felt that he was particularly eye-catching in the mirror. His slender and well-proportioned figure was perfectly outlined, and two strands of hair fell from his forehead to both sides, highlighting his face perfectly. Su Mu doesn't need any makeup, her appearance is already very attractive. Coupled with her gentle temperament, the maids working nearby were stunned and couldn't help but secretly envy their own lady. After everything was tidied, Su Mu pushed open the door. A Taoist had been waiting there early. He looked over immediately after hearing the voice, and then was slightly stunned.
Boss, you.
Xian Kuan also changed into a decent outfit today. The ruffian air on him dissipated a lot, and he looked like a young man from an aristocratic family. As expected of the boss, he's so handsome. Xian Kuan immediately gave a thumbs up, with a look of admiration on his face, and he kept exclaiming in amazement and looking around. With our boss's looks, picking up girls ahem, my cousin is really lucky. Su Mu smiled slightly when he heard this and patted the other person's shoulder. Because the Qian family didn't have any suitable candidates, they chose Qian Kuan to accompany Su Mu, which also served as a good opportunity to bring them closer.
Let's go.
Good. The two of them moved slowly and walked towards the Qian family's central affairs hall. The road was decorated with lights and bright red everywhere, and everyone had a warm smile on their face. There were even quite a few children sticking their heads out from high places to look.
Sumu just smiled slightly and nodded to the people around him.
Due to the groom's special status, many aspects that may affect the viewing experience were omitted, leaving only the most important ceremony. Sumu slowly walked around the hall and looked around. The hall below was already full of people. Everyone looked over immediately and there was a cry of surprise from the crowd.
What a handsome groom!
As expected of the young master of the Su family, his appearance is so good.
If I'm not mistaken, he has reached the celestial immortal realm?
He's a rare genius.
The Qian family has made a fortune this time. I am so envious. Why, you don't have a daughter?
How can I climb to such a high branch?
The crowd was talking, but Sumu didn't pay much attention.
He quickly came to the center of the hall and waited quietly.
The other side. Xianziyi also changed into a gorgeous wedding dress at this moment.
As the last veil fell, the girl's delicate face was completely covered, leaving only a suggestive outline. If you look closely, you can find many details on this wedding dress, and these details are secretly consistent with the clothes Sumu is wearing.
This dress is definitely from a famous designer. In addition, the person wearing it is also extraordinary.
Even if you can't see his or her specific appearance at the moment, it still makes people fascinated. With the help of the maids, Xianziyi slowly walked out of the door. She found that an old man had been waiting for her here, so she hurried forward to greet him.
Uncle.
Hearing his niece's call, Xian Bati's expression was very complicated, with some unspeakable emotions in his heart, but in the end he just nodded.
Go ahead. Ziyi understands.
Xianziyi bowed gracefully, and every move she made showed the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. The two of them walked side by side towards the central hall. Soon, he approached the hall amid everyone's extremely surprised gazes. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Sumu's, naturally focused on the bride. The crowd also exclaimed in secret, and some even had dazed expressions.
What a nice view!
Is this Miss Qian? The young lady of the Qian family has always lived a secluded life. I heard that she is still very young, but I didn't expect that she is already such a beauty. They are truly a perfect match. I'm afraid there won't be another such appropriate marriage in the world for thousands of years.
Qian Bati, as the girl's parent, was now slowly approaching the central hall with Xianziyi.
On the way, Xianziyi suddenly heard a gentle voice in his ears.
Sorry, don't blame uncle.
The girl moved slightly before she responded via voice transmission.
It's okay, uncle.
I was born in the Qian family and have enjoyed the kindness of my family since I was a child. Now is the time for me to fulfill my responsibilities. I have already prepared for it. Hearing the girl's sensible words, Xian Bati felt as if a piece of flesh in his heart had been hollowed out, and he had a hard time hiding his emotions.
He finally brought Xianziyi to Sumu. From today on, I will hand over Ziyi to you.
Sumu and the old man looked at each other with complicated eyes and nodded firmly.
Don't worry, since you are my Sumu's woman, you will not be wronged.
Xian Bati finally felt a little relieved. Although it is a bit heartbreaking, Sumu is undoubtedly a good destination for him.
It can even be said that there is no one more suitable than him in the entire continent.
A distinguished status, handsome looks, extraordinary talent, and a gentle and serious temperament.
What a perfect match! Xian Bati slowly grabbed Xianziyi's hand, and then gently handed it to Sumu. From now on, it's up to you.
Sumu didn't know what the other party was saying specifically, he just felt the extremely soft hand in his hand and squeezed it hard. He could feel that the other party seemed to tremble slightly, but he still pinched back with his backhand, and the two of them held each other tightly.
Xian turned around and walked towards the main seat.
The patriarch who presided over the wedding was also very perceptive and immediately announced it loudly at this moment.
The wedding! It's officially begun.
The sound spread in all directions, shocking everyone and making them look up.
At such a highly anticipated moment, the Qin family naturally wanted more people to see it, so they used a formation to project a huge image. In the video, the host looked at the two newlyweds with a smile on his face. The ceremony has officially begun. Please turn around and bow to heaven and earth. Chapter 246, Windy Night. Bow to heaven and earth. The loud voice spread in all directions, carrying with it an extremely powerful energy, ensuring that every guest could hear it clearly. Everyone turned to look over and looked at this golden boy and beautiful girl, their eyes and brows unable to conceal their joy. Bow to your parents. Sumu's elders were not here, so there was only one person sitting at the top, and that was Qian Badi. He was present as Qian Ziyi's elder. However, facing Sumu's salute, he couldn't just bow down completely, and finally nodded in response. Husband and wife bow to each other. At this time, Sumu finally turned around slowly and looked at his bride. Her face was completely shrouded in red veil, which made people fantasize. As he slowly bowed, he slowly stood up. Sumu knew that the relationship between him and the girl in front of him had undergone a drastic change. To be honest, if the last plot is counted, Sumu has been a human for the third life, but this is his first time to get married properly. Watching the two newlyweds slowly stand up, the MC didn't say anything else. He just smiled warmly and signaled that the two newlyweds could leave. There is no need to say some words that are not suitable for public occasions. Everyone present is from aristocratic families and naturally has rules in their hearts. Sumu nodded slightly, took the girl's hand and walked to one side, following the maid who led the way, without saying a word. Just after Sumu and Qian Ziyi left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively, as if it had been suppressed for a long time and then suddenly exploded. Congratulations! Congratulations! This is such a great joyous event. The union of the two great immortal races is an event worthy of being recorded in the history books of the entire continent. Master Qian is really capable. He just took over the responsibility and made such a great thing happen. The immortal king tyrant of the earth is indeed a man whose fame resounds throughout the ages. He is truly resourceful. Faced with everyone's compliments, Qian Badi just responded with a fake smile, and his mind couldn't help but wonder. Am I selling my daughter for fame? He asked himself this question in his heart, and he actually knew the answer very well. Strictly speaking, no. After all, this is a good marriage, and the same is true for Ziyi. Qian Badi looked around carefully and found that the only people who knew about the whole thing were himself, Sumu, and Qian Ziyi. Everyone was laughing, but only the three of them couldn't laugh, because they all understood that this was just an exchange. Not only for the fate of the two families, but also for the fate of the entire continent, some compromises had to be made in order to resist the common enemy. Click! With a crisp sound, the door was closed from the outside, completely isolating the inside and the outside. Sumu glanced at Qian Ziyi, who was sitting on the bed. He could feel that the other person was a little nervous. At the same time, he glanced at the surrounding environment. This should be a new house specially prepared. Although he knew that the other party was unlikely to do anything, Sumu was now on someone else's territory, so he decided to be cautious and investigate carefully. Not only was there no one outside the room, but several surrounding houses were also cleared out, intentionally creating a quiet environment for the two of them. Sumu was still not reassured and continued to search carefully, even wanting to take out the formation plate. Just then, a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. You don't have to do this. My uncle won't harm you, and neither will our Qian family. We have no reason to do this. Sumu stopped what he was doing when he heard that, and slowly turned around to look over. The girl was still covered by the veil, but her voice came through very clearly. I know. Sumu responded calmly. It's just that I'm a cautious person, especially in unfamiliar environments. After hearing this, Qian Ziyi didn't say anything more and simply let Sumu do it himself, which would also dispel the other party's doubts. After a long time, Sumu finally put away his perception. After a slight pause, he finally walked slowly to Qian Ziyi's side and sat down gently. Sumu slowly grabbed the other person's hand and spoke softly. I know this is not what you and I want, but we have no other choice at this moment. If you later. Sumu wanted to say more,
but the girl suddenly raised a finger and placed it on his lips, stopping him from speaking.
Qian Ziyi shook his head slightly. From now on, everything else is unimportant. From now on, I will be your woman, Madame Su.
Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly with a slight smile. In fact, he didn't need to go through so much trouble and could directly use the destiny fragment marriages like a dream to force the other party to fall in love with him. It's just that Su Mu disdains to do so. From the moment he got the marriage like a dream, he never thought of using this ability to turn himself into a stud. If he wants a woman, he will fight for her himself instead of using such means.
A forced melon is not sweet and may even backfire on itself.
Chen Shu is a very typical example.
There are so many women in the world, why do you have to hang yourself on a tree?
Su Mu took a look through the veil, then spoke slowly.
Then Ziyi, I'm coming.
The young man's palm moved gently, slowly lifting the red veil in front of the other person, and the girl's face was finally completely revealed in front of him. For a moment, even Su Mu was slightly stunned. A long time ago, Su Mu vaguely felt that Qian Ziyi's appearance was no less than that of the Nangong sisters, but he didn't look closely at that time. But now, he finally had a clear perception. Under the veil was a beautiful face, her lips were as crystal clear as pearls and jade, her eyes seemed to hide a brilliant sea of stars, she had curved eyebrows, a delicate nose, and cheeks as white as jade with a little redness. The girl's slightly shy look makes people's hearts tremble, just like a rare jewel emitting brilliant light, which makes people stand still. It is as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow, it is as dazzling as a lotus emerging from the green waves. Su Mu suddenly thought of this sentence in his mind.
Mu brother. Qian Ziyi's face turned slightly red.
When she was covered with the veil before, she could still speak well, but now facing the boy's bright eyes, she stuttered for some reason.
It's getting late, why don't we rest early? Su Mu smiled slightly. He actually didn't quite understand the other person's thoughts. Since he was so shy, why didn't he delay it for a while and instead get straight to the point? But since the beauty has invited him, why should he hesitate? Ziyi, don't worry, I will treat you well in the future.
The lights in the house went out at some point, and a breeze blew from outside, stirring the spiritual plants in the flower bed, causing them to sway slightly.
It rained lightly and the wind was strong overnight.
The tender branches made a soft sound that lasted for a long time.
Chapter 247, Controlling the Kids. The next morning, Su Mu took Qian Ziyi out early.
There was still a slight blush on the girl's face. After all, she was just a mortal.
How could she withstand Su Mu's celestial power? If I hadn't taken some pills this morning, I would have had trouble walking. Su Mu did not make things difficult for the other party.
He just held the girl gently, using his own energy to wrap her up and move with her. The two soon arrived at a small courtyard.
This is it.
Chen Ziyi spoke softly, looking at the place where he had lived for more than 10 years, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional.
This might be the last time she comes back. Good. Su Mu pretended that he was not familiar with the place and let Qian Ziyi lead the way.
Soon he saw the familiar small pond again. The slightly different thing is that there are actually two people here now, and they are both familiar to Su Mu.
Tell me, what is your sister doing now? Why hasn't she gotten up yet? I don't know, after getting married, you should be with your husband.
Should we call him brother-in-law?
What a strange name.
They all looked unhappy at the time.
Right at this moment. Jilu, Jizu, what are you two doing?
Qian Ziyi suddenly interrupted his two younger brothers and felt a little nervous. He subconsciously squeezed Su Mu's hand. Elder sister. The moment the two little ones heard the sound, their eyes lit up and they immediately turned around to look over. They were about to pounce over, but they noticed Su Mu standing behind Qian Ziyi with a smile on her face, and they froze in place for a moment. Sister, we just came to look for you, but we found that you were not here.
Are you two secretly planning on the pool water again? No. We definitely didn't do that today.
I swear.
I swear too.
Looking at the happy scene of three people in front of him, Su Mu just smiled slightly and didn't care about what the two little ones said.
After all, how to say it?
In fact,
Sumu himself felt that this matter was quite abrupt. The key point was that it was the Chen family themselves who proposed it. Sumu actually felt a little weird in his heart. When he brought Xianzi back to the Su family, how would he explain it to the others? Sumu's scalp tingled when he thought of that scene. Forget it, I'll tell them later. According to Sumu's experience, it is better not to tell women this kind of news in advance, otherwise it is hard to say what will happen. If we communicate well at that time, they shouldn't have any reaction. Perhaps. Sumu himself wasn't very clear about it either. In this moment, Xianzi finally comforted her two younger brothers. The two little ones walked in front of Sumu with their lips slightly pouted and called out reluctantly, "Brother-in-law." Sumu smiled slightly, then raised his hand and rubbed the two little ones' heads. "Since you all call me brother-in-law, how can I not prepare a gift for you?" While speaking, Sumu handed over 2 storage rings, one to each person. As soon as they heard there was a gift, their spirits immediately became high and they hurried to check it out. What? What is it? It's actually a flying boat. The little brat exclaimed, his mind completely absorbed in it. And the largest sized flying boat. I've only seen this thing in a few family elders in the group. Now I have one too. Great, yeah. I'm going out to play. The two little ones were making a lot of noise and were about to run away. Xianzi looked somewhat helpless, and gave Sumu a light look, looking somewhat charming. Why are you giving them such a valuable thing? My uncle might take it away later. Ha ha. Sumu laughed and waved his hand casually. They are just worthless things. Let them play with them. You? Xianzi was helpless. Sumu saw it very clearly. Although he had married Xianzi now, he also knew that their wedding was done too hastily and many necessary links were missing. For example, betrothal gifts and dowry. Of course, Sumu couldn't just skip this step. Sometimes this kind of thing is just an attitude and it is necessary to have it. So he chose to send out some signals first to reassure the Qian family. At this time, Sumu's gaze finally returned to the small pond in front of him. There was white mist everywhere, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they breathed it in. Xianzi suddenly felt a little embarrassed and spoke with his head slightly lowered. Actually, there is something I want to tell you. I do have the fragment of destiny you want, but only half of it. The other half is in this pond. Sumu nodded slightly when he heard this. He actually knew about this a long time ago. Seeing that Sumu didn't seem too emotional, Xianzi felt a little relieved. If you want to take this fragment of destiny back with you, I can certainly go back with you. Also, you might want to try to dig up this pond. But I'm not sure if this will destroy the original formation. Everything here was arranged by my father himself. No one in the entire clan knows the details except him. When she said this, the girl's expression became a little dim, and she was obviously thinking of Qian Badian. Sumu patted the other person's shoulder gently to comfort him, and spoke slowly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I can just take the fragment of destiny away with me. Xianzi was slightly stunned. Is it still possible to do such a thing? Sure. Sumu smiled. If it is a normal fragment of destiny attached to an object, then of course it cannot be taken out at will. Even if it is attached to a person, it is not so easy to take it out. But Sumu was obviously not among them. Shang has plenty of means to deal with the fragments of destiny, and these means were given to Sumu by the other party before he fell asleep. Sumu's palms condensed into claws, and a faint purple light emanated from his palms. A faint aura began to dissipate from the pool water. Xianzi's eyes widened. Not long after, she saw a small line attached to the palm of Sumu's hand, and no matter how the other party played with it, there was no sign of anything unusual. Is the fragment of destiny so obedient? So easy to handle? The girl was stunned, remembering how much effort she put in accepting the fragment of destiny. Is it that simple now? The Su family really has a strong foundation. Sumu was also very satisfied at this time. He looked at the half fragment of destiny in his hand and smiled slightly. I finally got it.
The Fragment of Destiny, 9 Reincarnations of Life and Dawn. Chapter 248, The Weakness of the Array Spirit.
Sumu looked excited.
At this point, the purpose of his trip was finally achieved, and he could finally return to the Su family.
What do we do now? Xianziyi suddenly spoke softly. How are we going to get back to the Su family? By flying boat? Or do you have other means?
Sumu nodded immediately. Of course, if you take me to your Qin family's teleportation array, I will naturally find a way to take you back.
Teleportation array? Isn't that thing broken? Xianziyi was confused, but didn't say it out loud. He just nodded. Okay. Come with me. The two of them quickly passed through a large area and came to the nearest teleportation array. This teleportation array was built within the Qian family's land, not far from Xianziyi's courtyard.
Sumu placed his hand on it and felt it carefully. The formation itself is not damaged, but its original function has been lost. It needs a transfer medium and a brain to command it. At this point, Sumu no longer hesitated. He took out various things from his storage ring and soon set up a small teleportation array. Although the shape is a bit crooked, you can still barely tell that it is a formation. Sumu felt a little embarrassed, mainly because he had never learned the formation systematically, and all these things were set up improvisationally. Who cares?
As long as it works, it's fine.
Sumu immediately took out the formation plate that had been placed on his chest, shook it slightly, and woke up the two little ones inside.
F***ku. Who's shaking me? I was also woken up by the shaking. Could you please stop swearing? F***ku. I already said it, I didn't say any swear words.
You horse. Seeing that the two little guys were about to fight again, Sumu's mouth twitched helplessly, and he quickly urged the turntable to separate the two. At the same time, he looked at the formation spirit wearing a red belly band.
I need you to help me do something now. Reactivate the teleportation array in front of me.
Hearing the sudden sound, the red formation spirit was startled.
F***ku. Who are you? How dare you imprison me? Oh, right. Are you the woman from before? The one called Sean. Why should I help you? If you ask me to do something, I will do it. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Shouldn't you show respect to me first?
The red formation spirit seemed to suddenly see the crooked formation placed on the ground, and its face twisted into a ball.
Ah! Who set up this formation? It's too ugly. Get this thing out of my sight. Get it out of my sight. Sumu. I'm sorry it's so ugly.
He originally wanted to explain his identity, because after all, the other party was the Su family's protective formation, and they should give him this face.
But now,
Sumu didn't want to do this anymore, mainly because the other party's words were so rude that he couldn't help but clench his fists.
Moreover, he has now discovered a small weakness of this formation spirit. So,
Sumu suddenly pretended to be casual and kicked the already crooked little formation a little further.
Ah!
The red formation spirit suddenly let out a sharp explosion.
F***ku. You devil! Devil! How can such a beautiful thing as a magic circle be ruined like this? It's still so small, and although it's ugly, it's also very cute. I fuck you. Sumu's mouth twitched. Suddenly, I thought, from the perspective of the formation spirit, could this small formation be considered the same kind as the other party? An ugly little friend?
He spoke directly and coldly.
Now, will you help me or not? If you don't, I will be rude to you. I fuck you. I'll help you, isn't that enough?
The red array spirit cried and directly connected its perception to the already crooked small array in front of it, and the feeling of heartache became even stronger. At the same time, the whole spirit was drooping and asked.
F***ku. You just want to use the teleportation array.
Although I am in tatters now, it's no problem to activate it a little bit.
Tell me, where do you want to go? Sumu nodded with satisfaction, and deliberately ignored the other party's initial catchphrase. This array spirit once supported the teleportation array of the entire continent. Even if it is broken now, it can still play a basic role. That's enough. I'm going to Sue's house. The red array spirit immediately became alert, and its small hands, which were originally deep inside, were quietly put back behind its back, and its face became serious. What are you going to do at the Sue family? Why do you care about me? If you don't tell me, I will never take you there. The red array spirit shook his head seriously. It still remembers that this was where the master lived since childhood, where the master attained enlightenment, and that was the master's family. If this unknown creature outside wants to harm the master's family, then it must not become an accomplice. Otherwise, how would I explain to my master when he comes back? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the other party was still so stubborn at the critical moment, so he gave up the idea of playing with him. Controlling the formation plate in his hand, he gave the opponent more perception. First, take a look at who I am, and then decide whether to take me back to the Sue family. The red array spirit looked over immediately. I was stunned on the spot. I fuck you? You are that little kid from the Sue family, that loser. Sumu's face darkened. I'll give you a chance to reframe your words. Forehead. A strong sense of warning suddenly arose in the red array spirit's heart, causing its entire body to stiffen for a moment, and it finally managed to force out a smile. Haha, I was just joking with you. You should have told me that you were from the Sue family. Logically, I am still your elder, so you should call me it's okay. Shall we go now? Sumu glanced at this unreliable formation spirit with some suspicion, and nodded helplessly. Yes, remember to bring her with you. The formation spirit glanced at Qianzi and patted his chest. I fuck you, it's nothing. Sumu, can't you change your catchphrase? It sounds really annoying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The red array spirit looked proud. That's what my master taught me. I don't know anything else and I can't change it. Why don't you go talk to my master? Sumu. Okay, you win. The other party's master was probably an immortal emperor from the Sue family many years ago. If he really saw him, Sumu would probably have to kneel down and kowtow to him twice, then shout ancestor loudly. Don't delay any longer, let's get going. It's packed. The red formation spirit looked excited, waving its two little hands in the air, and a strong space fluctuation quickly rose up. At the same time, at the entrance of the Qian family affairs hall, Chen Batty suddenly turned his head and looked over, then sighed softly. Alas, I don't know when we will see each other again, be careful. The teleportation array flashed, and the auras of Sumu and Qianzi disappeared completely, and could no longer be detected. Chapter 249, Meeting an Old Friend. There was a flash of light before my eyes. Qianzi felt the familiar breath disappear in an instant. She knew that she had left the place where she had lived since childhood, and from now on she would be a member of the Sue family. But soon, she had no time to think. Qianzi covered her mouth with a look of pain. She had never had such a bad teleportation experience before. She felt as if the world around her was spinning and she could also feel waves of tearing. Just when she was about to lose control of herself, she suddenly felt a strong warm breath, which instantly enveloped her. Qianzi felt much better then. She looked back with a faint smile on her face slightly flushed. Thank you, Brother Mu. Looking at the delicate girl in his arms, Sumu smiled back. You and I are husband and wife, why bother to thank me? Hearing this, Qianzi's face suddenly turned redder, and she even subconsciously pressed her legs together. Without saying anything, she just lowered her head and said On the other side, the red formation spirit was floating beside Sumu at this moment. Looking at the two of them being so affectionate with each other, a look of disgust appeared on its face. Hey, show this to the elderly, it's like mixing arsenic in longevity noodles. It was at this moment that Sumu turned his head and looked at it, frowning slightly. What's going on? Why is it so unstable? I see you, I can't do anything about it.
The little formation spirit looked a little aggrieved. Facing Sumu's vicious eyes, it could only lower its head and poke its little fingers while explaining. In fact, these teleportation arrays are like my body, and the one of the Su family is like my brain.
My brain is now useless, so it's great that I can still move.
If I must say, you are now equivalent to forcing a lunatic to take you on a trip around the Shenyuan Continent. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Hearing such an abstract metaphor from the other party, Sumu couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Why do I sound like a bad guy? He has obviously turned over a new leaf. But this is not the most important issue. He only cares about one thing now. Can we get there safely? Yes. We can definitely get there.
The little formation spirit suddenly became confident, patted his chest, and held his head high. Anyway, this teleportation will definitely be completed, and it will be able to reach the vicinity of the Su family.
Nearby.
Sumu keenly caught the details in the other party's words and had a bad feeling in his heart.
Ha ha.
The little formation spirit smiled without saying anything, looking a little guilty. It was at this time that the strong spatial fluctuations around it gradually subsided, and the feeling of dizziness was also disappearing.
We have arrived at our destination.
Sumu slowly narrowed his eyes. It was not until a burst of dazzling white light that the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear, and Sumu immediately felt a strong sense of familiarity.
Where is this? Is this the Su family? Xianzi snuggled up to Sumu, looking at the people coming and going around them, feeling a little confused. Do all the people in the Su family wear the same clothes? No. Sumu shook his head gently, slowly raised his head and looked in one direction.
This is not the Su family, this is the Yaofeng Holy Land.
Holy Land? How did we get here?
Xianzi's heart tightened and he held Sumu's hand a little harder.
Is this place far from the Su family? Are we far away? Not a lot, actually. Sumu comforted softly. This place is very close to the Su family's land. I also have a flying boat with me. I will be able to return in half a month at most. But before that, I have to go meet an acquaintance first. Acquaintance.
Xianzi then remembered that she had heard rumors before that Sumu had once entered the Holy Land specifically to pursue a woman. It was also after entering the Holy Land that his entire talent underwent a radical change, and his reputation gradually began to turn around.
Could it be that Sumu is going to look for that woman?
Xianzi pursed her lips secretly, but didn't say much, just nodded a little depressed.
It seems those rumors are true. Does he really have a woman he deeply loved, who is in the Holy Land, and he still misses her till now? But don't you have me?
The girl felt a little sad, and then followed Sumu without saying a word. Sumu directly pulled the other person into the air, and in the surprised eyes of the disciples, they soon landed on the top of Poli Peak. To be more precise, it was in front of a small courtyard. As soon as they saw someone coming, the two young men standing at the door immediately looked over fiercely and shouted at the same time.
Who tell us your name now? Otherwise don't blame us for being rude.
Sumu was slightly stunned. He seemed to remember that he did not arrange anyone to guard the entrance of the cave.
What was going on?
With a little curiosity in mind, Sumu spoke softly.
I am an old friend of the owner of this cave. I came here to visit. How did it become like this? Old friend?
You mean you are our boss's friend?
I guess so. In that case.
One of the young men lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then waved his hand very domineeringly and pointed to an empty seat next to him. Then please wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report to the big sister and see what she says.
By the way, what's your name? Losu. Okay. Wait here. The boy turned and walked in. Xianzi was suddenly stunned at this moment, and slowly raised his head to look at Sumu's profile. Did she hear it wrongly? What did Sumu say his name was? Why did he say this name? Coincidence or? Before the girl could think about it, the door in front of her was suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure rushed out, and then without saying a word, she bumped into Sumo's arms. "I knew it was you. I knew you would come back. Why didn't you come to pick me up?" "Why?" Sumo chuckled and patted the girl on the back, feeling a little guilty. "I'm sorry I'm late." Liang Jilan's eyes were red at this moment. She lay on Sumu's chest without saying a word, completely ignoring the strange looks from people around her. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for you?" The young man who had just gone in to pass the message came out and saw this scene, and he was stunned on the spot. "What's going on? What's the big sister's reaction? Why did you start throwing yourself into my arms right away?" "Wait," the big sister said that the other party finally came back. "Could it be that?" The young man stared blankly at Sumu's face, and found that it was increasingly similar to the image left by Hall Master Qian before. A sense of enlightenment suddenly arose in his heart. This guy is the boss. It's our Tianmu's boss Sumu. The boss is back. At the same time, Qian Zi was staring blankly at the side, with indescribable emotions in his heart. What on earth is going on? Chapter 250 Showdown. Not long. Sumu brought the two girls back to the courtyard. Looking around, he still saw the familiar scenery, not even a little different from before he left. Sumu couldn't help but feel a little moved. "How is it?" "I specifically kept the same look as before you left, just to wait for you to come back, young master." Liang Jilan had already expressed her strong emotions, and all the grievances in her heart flowed out with her tears. At this moment, she gradually regained her instinct as a killer, calmness. Although her eyes were still on Sumu, she did not disregard her manners as before. Sumu just felt as if something was blocked in his heart. This feeling was exactly the same as the feeling he had when he returned to the Su family before. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, but now I'm back." "Well, I knew you would come back." The girl smiled sweetly, looking at Sumu's serious face. A faint sweetness welled up in her heart. It was at this time Qian Ziyi suddenly spoke softly. "So, what is going on here?" She had too many questions in her mind that she wanted answers to. She originally thought that Liang Jilan in front of her was the person Sumu once loved, but now it seems that something is obviously wrong. The other party actually called Sumu young master. Sumu also explained with a smile at this moment. "This is Xiaolan. She used to be my maid. She followed me all the time when I was in the Holy Land. But I had some accidents later, which is why she has been waiting for me. Since we were teleported to the Holy Land just now, and I sensed her aura, I thought of bringing her back with me." Qian Ziyi actually wanted to ask another question, but she didn't say it now. She just nodded blankly, still holding Sumu's hand. "Who is this?" Liang Jilan asked expressionlessly, having keenly noticed the intimate behavior between Qian Ziyi and Sumu, and realized something was wrong. Sumu had no intention of hiding anything and spoke calmly. "This is Ziyi, my wife." "Wife?" Liang Jilan's eyes widened. Her originally calm mood was like a lake blown up by a depth charge, and she was stunned on the spot. What basic qualities of a killer? What calmness? He can't be calm at all. What does wife mean? When did Sumu get married? When did it happen? And who is Ziyi who suddenly appeared? Shouldn't it be Qing Jingru? Seeing that the girl's computer was completely down, Sumu had anticipated the impact of this news, but he had no intention of hiding it. He just opened his mouth slowly and told his whole family about what happened to him. The entire continent is in a very special situation right now. Ziyi and I can be considered a coincidence, but she is indeed my wife now, there is no denying that. Liang Jilan stood there blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Yes. After all, Sumu is the young master of the Su family. Sitting in such a position, how can he possibly do everything according to his own preferences? Marriage is a big deal, but in the end it can only become a bargaining chip for interests. But Liang Jilan was unwilling to give in. How could she be willing to accept this? Seeing the young man they had always loved marry another woman,
No one could remain calm at this moment.
Then, Liang Jilan did something she would never do under normal circumstances.
She had a blank expression on her face, but after hearing Su Mu's explanation, she seemed completely relieved.
I have something else to do, I'll leave first.
Without saying anything more, the girl lowered her head and quickly left the place, directly ignoring Su Mu's subsequent words to keep her.
Well. Su Mu sighed slightly in his heart.
In fact, he had vaguely guessed about this situation before, but he had to do it.
No matter what, Xian Ziyi was married to him in a formal way, and this is undeniable.
In fact, Su Mu never thought that there were too many people around him. All the heroines around him were unexpected situations, and it has always been like this.
At least at the beginning, Su Mu's only goal was to complete the story mission, and he never thought about anything else.
It was just that due to fate, some extraordinary changes seemed to have happened, which led to the current situation. After a long time, Su Mu wanted to pull out the system and whip the corpse again.
But now is not the time.
Xian Ziyi suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Su Mu's profile.
That girl just now, I can feel that he treats you. I know. Su Mu nodded slightly. It's easy to feel this kind of thing, but I have to say what needs to be said. You are indeed my wife. Xian Ziyi pursed her lips slightly.
For some reason, she suddenly felt an incomparable sense of security in her heart. So she hummed lightly, leaned her head on Su Mu's shoulder, and spoke softly. By the way, that alias you just used, why?
Lo Su. Su Mu smiled slightly. Don't you know? I thought you would remember this name.
After all, your eyes were so focused and your saliva was almost flowing.
Ah. Please stop talking.
The girl blushed immediately and buried her head in Su Mu's chest, not daring to face reality.
Su Mu just found it funny.
He is now a celestial being, and the other party is just a mortal.
What details of his expression can be hidden from his eyes?
It simply does not exist. Anyway, the other party will know about this sooner or later, and now is the right time. Xian Ziyi felt the body temperature of the young man in front of him, and felt his heart beating faster and faster. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met each other.
It turns out that Luo Su was Su Mu.
At that time, a muscular young man walked out naked in the steam.
Xian Ziyi still can't forget the impact of that scene. You are so mean. Why didn't you tell me? The girl pouted slightly, complaining a little. Su Mu laughed out loud. When should I tell you? When we first met? I was afraid your people would kill me, or during the wedding night. Ah. Xian Ziyi's face turned even redder, obviously she was thinking of something embarrassing.
She pushed Su Mu away forcefully and covered her face with her hands.
You're so mean. I won't talk to you anymore.
The girl screamed and ran away quickly. Su Mu smiled and shook his head, then gradually stopped smiling and looked in another direction.
After a little hesitation, Su Mu finally decided to follow.
This is a deep canyon located in a hidden corner southwest of the Yaofeng Holy Land.
Liang Jilan discovered this place a long time ago.
At first, she wanted to use it as an ambush site to deal with the enemy in the future.
Now she came alone.
I sat there at the bottom of the canyon, watching the water flowing through the entire canyon, but I never said a word.
Wife.
She was still repeating these two words.
Chapter 251 Wet Skirt. Liang Jilan just sat there by the water in a daze.
She let the cold river water wet her dress and soak her feet, and let her shoes be washed away by the current, without even bothering to pick them up.
I don't know why.
She felt her heart was blocked and she had an indescribable discomfort that she couldn't suppress no matter what. Even when she first met Su Mu, she was able to quickly control her emotions and only shed a few tears at the first sight.
But now,
Liang Jilan noticed something strange on her face and raised her hand blankly to wipe the corner of her eyes.
What? Have I been crying? Liang Jilan talked to herself.
I thought I had been a killer for so long that I had no emotions.
But I really do get sad and cry.
She just sat quietly by the river, letting the tears flow down her cheeks and finally merge into the cold river water at her feet.
Well. Just at this moment, a sigh suddenly came from behind her, followed by a pair of soft footsteps slowly approaching until they sat beside her. Sumu didn't say anything, but just sat quietly beside the girl, accompanying her silently. The environment in the canyon was extremely dim, and the two people's figures were looming at this moment. All they could feel was the rushing river water under their feet and their breathing. After a long time, Sumu took the lead and put his arm around the other person's shoulders, then gently pressed them on his own shoulders. Sumu. This time, Liang Jilan did not call him young master, but called him by his full name, with a hint of tears in her voice. I hate you. Sumu gently patted the other person's back and spoke softly. In fact, you sisters already knew about it. They will definitely come in the next few days. Of course, it's not just you four sisters, there are others too. I thought you were all prepared. Liang Jilan secretly clenched her fists. Yes. She had been mentally prepared for a long time, but still couldn't accept the reality. Why did this day come so quickly? I know, I've known for a long time that no matter it is me or my three sisters, everyone has a slim chance, but I still have hope for that position. Liang Jilan no longer concealed herself at this moment, which was equivalent to playing her cards openly. Sumu sighed slightly. To be honest, he had vaguely noticed it some time ago. The women around him all seemed to have their own little secrets. They always wanted to get close to him, but they also controlled their own pace. Especially Nangong Shi and Zhang Haining. These two people must have reached some agreement in secret. As for what the girls were fighting for, it was nothing more than the most orthodox position of accompanying Sumu. In the fantasy world, Shenyuan Continent, polygamy is very normal. Even if you have the ability, you can have multiple wives and no one dares to say anything. But the meaning is different. Liang Jilan just couldn't accept it for a moment, so she came here alone to calm down. She didn't want to cause trouble for Sumu, and she also didn't want to see Sumu and Xianzi so close. As time went by, the sky gradually darkened, and the rushing river water under their feet became more and more turbulent, gradually reaching their thighs. But no one wanted to leave. After a long time, until the moonlight gradually came through the sky above her head, Liang Jilan spoke again. Go back. I know you want to stay with her. After all, she is your wife. Besides, I also know that you have no choice in this matter. You must save your father. If it were me, I would make the same choice. You should go back soon. Liang Jilan kept whispering, but Sumu showed no intention of moving and continued to sit stubbornly next to the girl. I won't leave. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Sumu learned and applied what he had learned immediately, using a phrase he had heard not long ago. Liang Jilan felt a tightness in her chest due to the other party's sudden rogue attitude, and she pouted slightly. Go back to your wife. You don't have to stay here with me. I'm just one of your maids. No. Sumu shook his head slowly. Don't you realize that I never treated you as my maid from the beginning to the end, and I never asked you to do anything? It's just that you like to be busy. Liang Jilan was slightly stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. But what's the point of saying this now? The girl pouted angrily again. Humph. If you don't leave, I will. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly felt a huge force and her body involuntarily fell to the side. Then he was held in Sumu's arms. You! What are you doing? Liang Jilan's face turned slightly red. After this battle, the group of assassins on her body were also wet by the river water, and the cold touch permeated her whole body. Sumu was extremely domineering. You are not allowed to leave either. Let's stay here tonight and go back to the Su family together tomorrow. I'm not going back. I want to go back to Tianhe Palace by myself. The girl was still struggling, and Sumu simply clamped her arms forcibly, then lowered his head and kissed her. Feeling the soft touch on her lips, Liang Jilan stopped struggling almost immediately, and then slowly hugged Sumu with her backhand. Liang Jilan is also in the celestial fairy realm, and her cultivation is even slightly higher than Sumu's. If she really wanted to leave, how could she be pulled back so easily by Su Mu? Su Mu is no longer the naive boy he used to be. He now understands women's minds very well.
The two hugged each other by the river. As the tide rose at night, the water gradually eroded most of their bodies. The river water was so cold late at night, but the atmosphere between the two was getting warmer and warmer, like a stubborn flame burning in the water.
It was really a waste of Liang Jilan's talent to be a maid with her looks.
At this moment, her clothes were sticking to her skin.
Su Mu could feel the great strength hidden in the dark, and he couldn't help but be shocked.
These four sisters are somewhat good.
Liang Jilan has turned from passive to active at this moment, and even entangled Su Mu tightly, with no intention of letting go.
From the very beginning when she came to Su Mu, she regarded herself as Su Mu's woman, and that never changed. And in recent times, she has been performing her duties in this capacity, which is why those new disciples call her the big sister.
Because in the eyes of the newcomers, Liang Jilan is the boss's woman. Su Mu.
Liang Jilan's eyes were blurred, her forehead resting on Su Mu, and she whispered softly,
"Don't leave me behind again. No matter what happens, I will always stay by your side, no matter who I am."
As soon as she finished speaking, the girl rolled Su Mu towards the center of the river, and their clothes were finally soaked. For celestial immortals, there is actually no difference between the underwater and the land, and it doesn't affect anything.
Liang Jilan made up her mind to give Su Mu an unforgettable memory. The night deepens.
There was a faint sound of birds chirping, which continued for a long time.
Chapter 252, Lord of the Holy Land? The next morning, Su Mu brought Liang Jilan back to the courtyard.
The latter regained her usual gentle image and stood quietly behind Su Mu, like an ordinary maid. However, if you look closely, you can find something strange between the girl's eyebrows and eyes, which is a little bit of affection.
Qian Ziyi had already been sitting in the courtyard.
When he saw the two men return, he just smiled and nodded without saying much. He even raised his hand and pointed at the pastries on the stone table in front of him, motioning for them to share. Seeing the other party's attitude, Su Mu was secretly a little surprised. He was about to ask through voice transmission, but unexpectedly Qian Ziyi spoke first.
"Don't ask me, this is not something unusual." Qian Ziyi smiled slightly.
In fact, when Su Mu hadn't returned by midnight yesterday, she had already vaguely guessed what had happened. After half an hour of ideological struggle, Qian Ziyi suddenly understood his position.
The girl spoke gently and even poured a cup of tea for Su Mu and Liang Jilan. Brother Mu is not an ordinary person.
It's normal for him to be admired by others.
It's impossible for me to be the only one around him.
I remember that she was his wife, so naturally I couldn't be too stingy. Of course I had to help him deal with these things. As Qian Ziyi said these words, he walked gently behind Liang Jilan, speaking in a gentle tone. In fact, I don't understand a lot of things about the Su family. I will need Sister Xiaolan to help me when the time comes.
Su Mu raised his eyebrows directly, keenly aware of some different atmosphere.
After a little thought, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Wow." I have to say that Qian Ziyi is actually a very smart girl, and she showed her intelligence as early as when she was in the Qian family. As the legitimate daughter of a large family, the fact that she can calmly accept her fate is in itself a manifestation of wisdom. And now, Qian Ziyi has not even entered the Su family, but he has already started looking for allies.
Are you worried that you won't be able to maintain your current position in the future?
Su Mu had some understanding of women's minds, but not too comprehensive, so he could only make a rough guess.
The other side.
After hearing this, Liang Jilan's eyes flashed slightly. She also sensed another layer of meaning.
That is, no matter how you mess around with Su Mu, it's okay, but I'm already your wife, so forget about it. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? Liang Jilan was very sure that this was definitely what the other party meant. But the other party's intention to recruit is also obvious.
Liang Jilan lowered her head and thought for a moment. After a slight hesitation, she smiled and raised the teacup in front of her.
In that case, thank you, madam.
I can tell you about the Su family's affairs later.
Done. Qian Ziyi smiled slightly. In fact, she had long expected that she would be alone and weak when she came to the Su family, and might encounter many troubles at that time. It's not like she hadn't thought about bringing some people from the Qian family, but there was no need. From the day of the wedding, she belonged to Su Mu. Bringing some of her family members with her would only make it more likely to cause rejection. It would be better for her to come alone. What's more, there is Su Mu. Although Qian Ziyi's cultivation was still at the mortal stage, she was not the kind of woman who was powerless. Having lived in a large family since childhood, and being the legitimate daughter, she could even be trained as an heir. She was definitely not a white-handed person who knew nothing. Since the fact that Su Mu has many women around him cannot be changed, he naturally has to gain the greatest benefit from the current situation. For example, she has now secured this position. Su Mu's only wife. Seeing the two girls in front of him having so much fun, Su Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he didn't feel like talking. Let women solve their own problems and don't get involved to avoid causing more trouble. As for future relationships, to be honest, Su Mu actually needs a suitable person to help him balance. He doesn't want a fire in the backyard. Su Mu's attitude towards these confidants is very clear. Although he has now completely accepted his identity and has begun to completely integrate into this world, there is no reason to refuse. However, in this process he also had a very important thing, which was also the most precious thing he had come to this continent. That is practice. Practice to achieve immortality and roam freely in the world. This has always been Su Mu's goal. Although the process was quite tortuous, he has never forgotten it. So the backyard must be well organized. All right. Looking up at the sky, Su Mu interrupted the two who were already calling each other good sisters. It's getting late, let's go back to the Su family. The two girls smiled at each other and nodded at the same time. Liang Jilan handled the subsequent matters with thundering means, mainly regarding the Tianmu organization. It was at this time that the leader realized that the Holy Land had unknowingly formed a faction headed by himself, and it was developing quite well. Speaking of which, does this count as pirating someone? Su Mu looked strange. The three holy places were originally planned by the joint efforts of the 10 immortal clans, with the purpose of recruiting wild talents and absorbing them into the major immortal clans. But mostly it is only after these talents become immortals that the major immortal clans will extend olive branches to them one after another. Most of the members of Su Mu's Tianmu organization are geniuses who have not yet become immortals, which seems like they are trying to snatch the initiative in advance. However, the top leaders of the Holy Land did not seem to have any intention of stopping it, which meant that other factions also acquiesced. How strange. Although he was a little confused, Su Mu had no intention of stopping. Since this organization had existed for so long, he might as well let it continue to exist. Maybe no one will care about it in the future. Su Mu quickly brought the two girls to the square outside the Holy Land. This was where he stopped his flying boat when he first arrived at the Holy Land. It was also the place where he first met Qing Jingru. Su Mu summoned his flying boat with a wave of his hand, and jumped on it with the two girls. Dazzling inscriptions soon lit up all around the flying boat, and in an instant it disappeared into the horizon like an arrow shot from a bow. After walking a long way, Su Mu suddenly thought of something. By the way, who is in charge of the Holy Land now? I don't know. Liang Jilan thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. Of the 9 peak masters of Yaofeng Holy Land, 7 are from the Immortal Clan. Most of them have gone back now. I heard that the remaining 2 are also in seclusion. I wonder who is in charge now. That's a bit strange. Su Mu frowned slightly. There is obviously no one in charge, but everything is so well organized, as if there is a big hand controlling it in secret. Etc. Su Mu suddenly raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, the 9 peak masters of the Holy Land had always been acting managers, and even the 10 great immortal clans were only part of the Holy Land. And the Lord of the Holy Land has never changed. This has been the case for countless years since the founding of the Holy Land. Su Mu couldn't help but twitch his lips. It can't be that person who woke up. Yi Yan's master. Chapter 253 Suspicion, Acceptance.
After his cultivation level improved, Su Mu's ability to control the flying boat improved a lot compared to before. He had originally expected the journey from the Holy Land to the Su family to take half a month, but it only took 9 days, less than 10 days. The outline of the Su family soon appeared at the end of the field of vision. I'm back. Su Mu's heart moved slightly, it seemed that he had finally caught up. Before entering the Su family's area, he subconsciously looked up at the depths of the sky. He had been watching before leaving the Su family, and now there is finally good news. Zhang Haining soon received the news that Su Mu had returned, and immediately went out with a happy look on her face, ready to greet him in person. But her face soon froze and her whole body stood there in a daze. Who is this? Qianzi, Su Mu's wife. Su Mu was deeply moved. Qianzi bowed slightly and seemed quite humble. Su Mu's wife. When these words were spoken, not only Zhang Haining was stunned, but the other elders who came to greet him were also stunned. Some of them have even heard of Qianzi's name. Qianzi? Are you Qian Baishan's daughter? Yes, I didn't expect that someone would recognize my father. Qianzi responded with a smile. The atmosphere at the scene was silent for a moment. Everyone was caught up in a brainstorm. What is going on? How come the young master brought back a wife after going out once? And she is the legitimate daughter of the Qian family? What does this mean? Is it possible that my Su family is going to form an alliance with the Qian family? Why is there a sudden marriage? What the hell is this? Didn't the young master go out to borrow the fragments of destiny? Why did he get himself involved? Among all the people, the person with the most complicated expression was Zhang Haining. She even exuded a murderous aura and was constantly sizing up Qianzi in front of her. Zhang Haining is at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm. She only needs to move her little finger to crush Qianzi in front of her. It's not much more difficult than crushing an ant? But why did such an ant sit next to Su Mu? Why? Zhang Haining turned her head and looked into Su Mu's eyes, trying to find her own answer. Su Mu could also guess what the other person was thinking, but he just smiled helplessly and spoke softly. I will explain the rest to you later. Now take me to my father. Good. Zhang Haining had a blank expression on her face, and exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance. Then she took Su Mu and Qianzi and walked towards the inner part of the family. As for Liang Jilan, she was first arranged to live in Su Mu's courtyard. In the eyes of others, Liang Jilan was just a maid beside Su Mu. It didn't matter if she was brought back. But no one noticed that a faint light flashed in Liang Jilan's eyes, and she secretly communicated with her other 3 sisters in her heart. Sisters, I'm back, and now there's something. The 4 sisters, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, are connected in mind and are perfect for transmitting and gathering information. The other side. Su Mu and Qianzi slowly walked into the hall. For fear of fanning the flames, Su Mu did not hold Qianzi's hand for the time being, but he could still feel Zhang Haining's perception sweeping back and forth over his body. The corner of Su Mu's mouth twitched slightly. This feeling is like returning to childhood, when he was naughty and mischievous. This was the expression he had before Zhang Haining beat him up. Soon. In an extremely silent atmosphere, the 3 of them came to a quiet room. He was the first to push the door open and go in. Lying inside was a beautiful girl. She exuded a cold temperament and her face was a little pale. Who is this? Qianzi was a little confused. Didn't they say they wanted to save Su Mu's father? Who was this woman? She is Qing Jingru, Su Mu's first love. Let's save her first. Zhang Haining spoke expressionlessly. Su Mu almost vomited. No, sister? How could you cheat me like this? Qing Jingru's injuries were relatively minor, so she could be cured first, and then the main focus could be placed on Su Ningye. Why does it sound weird when it comes out of your mouth? It's a very normal thing. Sure enough, when he heard this, Qianzi narrowed his eyes slightly. But he did not focus his main attention on Qing Jingru, but instead stared at Zhang Haining. She sensed a similar aura. As for the woman lying there, what does it matter if she is in love for the first time?
She has already done it. Sumu knew that he couldn't let the atmosphere continue to ferment.
So he took the initiative to interrupt.
Okay, those are just minor details. The right thing to do is to save people as soon as possible. Jingrou's injuries are relatively minor. Let's save her first, and then focus our main attention on my father.
Well, I'll do as you say. Qianziyi nodded obediently, as if she was completely unaware of everything that had happened before. Zhang Hanying immediately gritted her teeth secretly, and a nameless anger rose in her heart.
Sumu did not hesitate any longer and took Qianziyi's hand directly.
The two halves of destiny fragments in their bodies began to reflect each other. An incomparable surge of vitality gradually rose in the palms of the two men. Seeing this, Zhang Hanying looked slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the fragment of destiny would come back in this way. From this perspective, Sumu's behavior might have been due to some reasons. So she didn't say anything more, turned around and walked out, leaving the two of them in a quiet environment. Feeling the surging vitality coming from the palm of his hand, Sumu did not hesitate at all and directly injected this power into Qing Jingrou's body. And they began to dissolve each other's strange power in their bodies. The two regarded each other as water and fire. As soon as they met, they collided fiercely and consumed each other. Sumu felt that she was fine, but Qianziyi's face turned slightly pale. After all, she was just a mortal. But she did not relax herself. Instead, she cooperated with Sumu with all her strength. Sumu also knew that the other party was working very hard, so he took out some pills for the other party and transferred his own strength to him. Eat this, it will make you feel better. Qianziyi nodded with a pale face, then raised his head and swallowed it without hesitation. Time flies. About 2 hours later, Sumu walked out holding the unconscious Qianziyi and nodded slightly to Zhang Hanying, who was guarding the door. The power in Jingrou's body has been removed. Now I'll leave it to you. Good. Seeing that Qianziyi's face was pale and he had fainted, Zhang Hanying didn't say anything for a while. In fact, her hostility towards Qianziyi mainly came from two aspects. On the one hand, it was because the other party's surname was Qian, and on the other hand, it was because the other party occupied the position next to Sumu. Now it seems that at least the first reason is nothing to worry about. Although the other person's surname is Qian, his heart should be with Sumu. Chapter 250 For the Strangeness of the Sky. That night, Sumu did not fall asleep. He just sat in his yard, looking at the weak Qianziyi on the other side. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke softly. In fact, I can transfer the fragments of destiny in your body to you. After all, my father's injuries are much more serious than this. With your strength, I'm afraid. The reason why Sumu brought this up now was that he didn't want the other party to think too much. Although they were married for profit, Sumu didn't want to be a scumbag controlled by his lower body. It sounds weird to trick someone into coming home and then take away the only benefit they have. Qianziyi smiled bitterly when she heard this. She could see Sumu's hesitation, and it was obvious that this was for the sake of taking care of herself. If the other party had made this request directly, Qianziyi would probably have doubted Sumu's intentions and would have felt very insecure. But now the girl felt particularly warm-hearted. But she still shook her head firmly. I know I'm not strong enough, but I still want to do something for you. What's more, he is your father. From now on, you are my father. It's only right for a daughter to do something for her father. But your body. Sumu couldn't help but frown. Qianziyi's attitude was very firm. To use this destiny fragment, one does not rely on pure cultivation, one's willpower is also a part, and the more important thing is the power of the soul. I can make up for all these things with external things, but it will be more difficult, but my life will not be in danger. Moreover, even if it is your method, Brother Mu, can you guarantee that there will be absolutely no problems when transferring the fate fragments? This is my father's only hope. Sumu was silent. He didn't tell the other party that this method actually had a 100% success rate and had never gone wrong. However, he did not say this, but nodded slightly. Okay, since you insist on doing this, I respect you. Under the night sky, the two held hands tightly together, and Sumu couldn't help but feel some unspeakable emotions in his heart. If you are any man, when you see a woman willing to fight for you, it is difficult to remain calm. Of course, except for a few people. For example, Chen Shu is still being hung in the dungeon by Sumu. I always feel that the punishment elder has been working hard recently, or has developed a new way to play. Because Sumu felt that the completeness of his favored by heaven had been improved again, and now it was 1/3 complete. The next day. In front of the cave, Sumu held Qian Ziyi's hand and looked at the girl. Qian Ziyi smiled slightly and nodded. The girl was fully armed at this moment, and Sumu took out many treasures that could enhance the soul from the Su family's treasury. There was a colorful glass lamp hanging above Qian Ziyi's head, and on each wrist there was an antique brass bracelet. Behind her there was a vague silhouette of a celestial woman, and countless rays of light gradually seeped into the girl's body. Not only that, although everyone in the Chen family still has doubts about Qian Ziyi's identity, they also know that she is indeed Sumu's wife. So many people contributed their efforts. In Qian Ziyi's storage ring, all kinds of runes and elixirs for saving lives and strengthening the soul were piled up into a small mountain. The aura emitted was enough to frighten the immortal king. In other words, the wealth now spent on Qian Ziyi is enough to create several first-class families on the spot. Young master, I'm counting on you. The family elders standing guard around bowed solemnly. Young madam, you must also pay attention to your safety. After all, you are still just a mortal. Young master, if something unexpected really happens, I hope you will take the lead in protecting yourself. Young master. Everyone rushed to speak. Sumu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He looked at the familiar faces around him. Many of them had watched him grow up. He even saw Uncle Mo, whose face was full of worry at the moment, and the old man looked listless. Sumu smiled brightly. Wait for my good news. Then he said no more and took Qian Ziyi straight into the secret room. Boom! After the dull sound, the door of the secret room was tightly closed, and Zhang Hanying personally stayed here to protect it. Although the door was closed, her eyes were still looking inside the door with a complicated expression. You must be safe. The power outside the domain is too strange. Although this is just for healing, no one can be sure what will happen inside. Call. Sumu let out a light breath, and as he walked inside with Qian Ziyi in his hand, he spoke softly. How is it, are you scared? The girl didn't say anything, but just shook her head slightly and squeezed Sumu's hand firmly. Sumu smiled calmly. As they moved forward lightly, a ball of golden light gradually appeared before their eyes. It turned out that during the time that Sumu was away, the Su family had used many means to help Su Ningye in order to prevent his condition from worsening. The golden light shield on Su Ningye's body has been replaced by a huge golden formation. A terrifying aura is constantly swirling around in it, and it is all imposed on the opponent. Sumu and Qian Ziyi held the tokens and slowly stepped into the formation. Moreover, the aura of the two of them gradually rose, and the power of the Destiny Fragment 9 transformations of life gradually brewed, and an incomparably rich vitality dissipated in the surroundings. Suddenly, something strange came from Su Ningye's body. The early black energy began to flow on his body surface, and even a strange roar could be heard faintly. It was like a provocation to Sumu. Sumu's eyes were only on Su Ningye's face, and his heart was full of determination. Dad, I'm here to take you home. The emerald green glow shone instantly, covering the entire secret room in an instant, and a faint shrill scream suddenly sounded. A long tug of war ensued. And at the same moment Sumu started to take action. However, something strange happened in Shenyuan Continent. In the very center of the continent, above the extremely high sky. Snap! Suddenly, a loud shattering sound was heard in the void, and the sound became more and more dense and frequent. Snap! 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 At the end, it was no longer an ordinary shattering sound, but like some sharp claws scratching the void frantically. Danger Shenyuan Su! Ga. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the sky, and extremely strange sounds gradually came out from the cracks. At this moment, if someone observes carefully, they can even see the dark scene behind through these cracks. It was a world of pure darkness, with countless strangely shaped creatures roaring madly. They were covered with eyes and mouth, and exuded an aura that was completely different from that of the Shenyuan Continent. There is only ferocity and malice in them, and their purpose is very obvious. That is to tear apart this last barrier and bring endless destruction to the delicious creatures behind it. Until complete assimilation. Chapter 255 Father and Son Reunited. Inside the secret room. A bean-sized bead of sweat could not help but flow down Sumu's forehead. Unexpectedly, this tug-of-war entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. The strange power in Su Ningya's body was more tenacious than imagined. On the other hand, Xian Ziyi was soaked in sweat and didn't even have the strength to speak. She could only hold Su Mu's hand and provide constant support. It was not known whether it was Su Mu's illusion, but the strange power in Su Ningya's body seemed to have its own consciousness. Facing the power of the Destiny Fragment 9 reincarnations, the opponent actually started a positional war with him. Relying on the various meridians in Su Ningya's body, he accumulated a huge amount of strange power, as if he had made up his mind to fight Su Mu to the end. Su Mu's eyes gradually became serious. So difficult? I want to see what you are made of. Su Mu once again tightly grasped the hand of the girl beside him, and the auras of the two became more and more intertwined, even their souls began to merge, and similarly, the brilliance of the 9 reincarnations became more and more dazzling. During this process, Xian Ziyi's body shook slightly. To be honest, the feeling of spiritual fusion between monks is more sensitive than pure physical contact, and the two of them seem to have no secrets at all. Xian Ziyi's face turned slightly red, and she felt a little uncomfortable. However, she did not interrupt Su Mu, but instead cooperated with him wholeheartedly. Su Mu also knew the other party's intention. In fact, the other party's doing this actually saved him a lot of effort. When this tug-of-war really started, Su Mu felt something different. If he had just walked in with the 9 reincarnation mist at the beginning, the situation would have been even more difficult than it is now. Thanks to Qian Ziyi, Su Mu had more energy to fine-tune this power. The battle between the two forces intensified, and in the end, there were even some vague evolutionary trends. The 9 revolution life mist possesses the purest life force, while the strange energy in Su Ningya's body is completely the opposite, representing pure death, weirdness, and darkness. There is even a rule of corruption and assimilation. Su Mu directly immersed his mind into it, constantly differentiating this strange power, and then breaking it down one by one. Although extremely tired, the situation is constantly improving. But suddenly, Su Mu heard a voice in his ear. Stop hitting me. Su Mu was directly frightened and his eyes widened immediately. What the hell, who's talking? Stop hitting me, I'll die if you continue to hit me. The other party didn't seem to have much intelligence and kept repeating this sentence. After repeated confirmation, Su Mu finally determined the source of the sound. It was inside Su Ningya's body. Su Mu was completely stunned. What the hell? There really is something inside Dad. For some reason, Su Mu suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea and anger. Although the other party was begging for mercy, Su Mu's attacks became faster and faster. The other party's voice gradually changed slightly. Stop hitting me, please. I am a descendant of a king. I help hold on support. This was an extremely long tug-of-war. Su Mu was very patient and did not rush. He even advanced and retreated and used some military tactics. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. I'm not willing to accept this. Wait. In the end, the other party didn't even have the ability to speak and could only convey some vague emotions. Correspondingly, Su Ningya's overall momentum instantly improved, and Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now. He finally eliminated the last trace of strange power remaining in Su Ningya's body, and the other party's aura began to rise steadily. Although it has not recovered to its peak state, he believed that he would wake up soon. Call. Xian Ziyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her pretty face turned terrifyingly pale and she fell softly into Su Mu's arms. Brother Mu, did we succeed? Father. Rest assured.
Sumu smiled and held the other person in his arms. All the strange powers have been eliminated. Father will wake up soon. Thank you for your hard work. When expressing his gratitude, Sumu's eyes were extremely sincere. Xianzi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. No need to thank me. We are one as husband and wife. Your father is naturally my father as well. Sumu was touched and was about to speak. Couple. A somewhat doubtful voice suddenly came from in front of him. Sumu was very familiar with this voice. He immediately widened his eyes and slowly looked up. As his eyes moved upwards, Sumu gradually met a gentle gaze. It was this gentle gaze that watched Sumu grow up and protected him from the wind and rain. Dad. Sumu was speechless for a moment, and felt some complicated emotions in his heart. Haha brat. Su Ningye laughed. Even though he was unconscious, as an immortal king and once the #1 person in the world, he could roughly sense the external environment. He also knew what Sumu had done for him during this period of time. He went alone into the depths of the forbidden area, and alone into the center of the hostile forces, all to save him. You little brat. Su Ningye chuckled and patted Sumu's shoulder. You really have grown up. Should I, your father, retire? Ha ha. There is no need for too many tears between men, especially between fathers and sons. Sumu just laughed. Don't worry, Dad. Today, I am no longer the person I used to be. I feel it. Su Ningye's eyes were filled with relief, but there was also a hint of indescribable melancholy in her heart. It would not be a bad idea if Sumu stayed under his wings for the rest of his life. Su Ningye practiced so hard for him, didn't he? But it's fine like this now. Especially since the situation on the mainland has changed. Thinking of this, Su Ningye seemed to suddenly remember something, and looked at Xianzi beside him with a strange expression. Although the girl was extremely weak at this moment, she still straightened up and maintained her demeanor. Why, you won't introduce me? Ha Dad, this is Zi, from the Qian family, and now she's my wife. When he heard the other party's surname was Qian, Su Ningye raised his eyebrows slightly, but just nodded slightly without saying much. Since you are already married, you should focus on having a baby as soon as possible. No. Sumu's mouth twitched. We just got married, and you're already rushing us to do this. You have to hurry up right after you get married. When I was your age, I already. Dad kept nagging. Sumu looked helpless and could only coax the other person. Xianzi felt like laughing. Chapter 256 Double Happiness. The three were not in a hurry to get out of the secret room. Instead, we talked about a lot of things. Most of the time, Xianzi just watched the father and son quietly without interrupting, just like a well-behaved daughter-in-law. In the end, Xianzi even quietly changed his words and directly called Su Ningye father. When Su Ningye heard this, he burst into laughter. He wanted to give Xianzi a big red envelope on the spot and urge the two of them to have a baby as soon as possible. It is easiest to have children when you are immortal. As your cultivation becomes higher, it becomes harder to get pregnant. Think about how your mother and I were. Sumu quickly stopped the other person. All right, Dad, let's go out quickly. Sister is still waiting outside. Haning? Good. As expected, every daughter is a little cotton-padded jacket to her old father. Su Ningye immediately ignored what happened before. Sumu looked at Xianzi helplessly. The girl's face was slightly red at this moment. She now felt that what Su Ningye said made sense. She really needed to have a child with Sumu as soon as possible. Sumu didn't know what the other person was thinking, so he just patted the girl's shoulder gently. It's okay, don't take it to heart. Dad is like this, he has a rather eccentric personality. As for the matter between him and my mother, Sumu was speechless for a moment. To be honest, he had never seen his mother since he was born, and no one in the family had ever mentioned this to him before, as if everyone was deliberately avoiding it. Today is the first time my dad mentioned it. Sumu didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling, so he interrupted the other party at the right time. The three of them walked out slowly. As the stone door opened with a rumble, the scene outside the door gradually became clear. Father. The moment Jiang Haining saw Su Ningye, her eyes immediately turned red and she threw herself into his arms. Su Ningye patted the other person helplessly. You're already so grown up, but you're still crying like a kid. Isn't that okay? Speaking of which, Su Ningye's eyes suddenly looked back and forth between Jiang Haining and Su Mu. He was a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Immortal King, and he had watched both of them grow up. Naturally, he was very familiar with the aura of the two people. And now, he has vaguely guessed what happened between the two. Why did it suddenly become like this? Su Ningye felt a little headache. Jiang Haining is the daughter of his former brother and was adopted by him since childhood, so the relationship between her and Su Mu has always been like that of sister and brother. As a result, now, Su Ningye finally decided to just ignore it. Let the younger generation worry about their own affairs. Why should he care about these things? At the same time, the news of Su Ningye's awakening immediately spread throughout the Su family, and a large number of elders rushed to this secret room. Many people were in tears and knelt on the ground as soon as they saw Su Ningye. Master! You are finally back. You have no idea how much we have been wronged during this period. Patriarch! Those people from the Chun family are actually colluding with outsiders. Even Jiang Chen. Su Ningye's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. What happened to Jiang Chen? Where are the others? The elders looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Su Jiangchen is a 9th-rank immortal king of the Su family. During the decisive battle with Chen Duanhai some time ago, he was absorbed into the Gangjiao Immortal Venerable. At this moment, I am afraid. Su Ningye guessed the answer from everyone's silence, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Everyone suddenly felt an extremely heavy pressure in their hearts. And just at this moment, Su Mu suddenly spoke softly. Uncle Jiangshin is not dead yet. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and many people widened their eyes. Young master, what are you talking about? Jiang Chen is not dead? How do you know? How did the young master know about this? Where is he now? Everyone was talking at once, and someone finally remembered what had happened in front of the Su family's door. That's right. At that time, there was a mysterious person who came back with the young master. It was that person who killed the immortal Lord Gang Jiao. If Zhang Jiangchen still had a chance of being alive, then the other party must know it. That's right. Young master, can you still find him? Faced with everyone's questions, Su Mu thought about it for a while and did not disclose everything. Uncle Shen's soul is still there. Although it is very weak, there is no risk of it dissipating for the time being, so there is no need to worry. As for where it is, well, it's in my master's hands. I'll ask her next time she wakes up. Su Jiangchen's soul is actually in the formation plate on Su Mu's chest. It's not just the other party that is sealed inside, there are also 3 other immortals and the immortal king from the Chen family. Although Su Mu could sense the other party, he couldn't control it as he wished. After all, he only got part of the authority of the formation plate from Shang. It would be better for him to wait for Shang to do it himself in the future to avoid any mistakes. Master. Su Ningye frowned slightly, wondering when Su Mu had become a disciple of a master. But when he thought about it carefully, the reason why Su Mu was able to bring him back was because of the help of his mysterious master. Since the other party is quite friendly towards the Su family, let more go. Unconsciously, Su Ningye's attitude towards Su Mu had changed a lot. In the past, he always treated Su Mu as a child who needed care, and tried to arrange everything for the other person. Although he still paid attention to Su Mu's ideas, he had a firm control over the general direction. Now, Su Ningye looked at Su Mu, who was talking not far away, and felt a feeling in his heart that he had never felt before. The brat has really become reliable. Did I spoil him too much in the past? Su Ningye couldn't help but start to reflect on himself.
The other party had experienced a life-and-death crisis in the forbidden area, and such a change occurred after returning. From this perspective, his education over the previous decades can be said to have been a failure.
But who cares? Su Ningye is extremely easygoing.
He only has one son, and he is his only father.
If the father doesn't spoil his child, why would he allow outsiders to come?
Su Ningye vaguely felt a little proud and immediately raised his chin.
After Su Mu gave a detailed explanation to the elders present, the Su family fell into a jubilant atmosphere. So the elders decided immediately, tonight we would hold a banquet. We had to have a good time. The good news that the head of the family had returned must be publicized. As a result, the entire Su family took action in a hurry. Busy members of the tribe can be seen everywhere in the tribe.
At this moment, Su Mu followed Su Ningye to his own courtyard, and the other parties seemed to want to say something.
More, I have something I must tell you. Su Ningye looked serious.
Su Mu had a bad feeling in his heart, but he saw the other party continue to speak.
Actually, Chapter 257, The End of the Dharma.
Such a bloody scene. Su Mu felt a bad feeling rising in his heart.
Is Dad going to tell me that I'm not actually his biological child? Su Ningye looked serious and spoke solemnly. In fact, I was not simply injured, nor was I simply injured by the immortal Lord Gangjiao.
There are other forces involved. After hearing this, Su Mu realized that what the other party said was indeed an important matter, so he immediately became serious and nodded solemnly.
Dad, you say.
In fact, the battle situation at that time was like this.
Su Ningye opened her mouth slowly, her magnetic voice spreading through the air.
The battle between me and that old guy was not as intense as imagined.
Gangjiao is just an immortal who is about to die, and he is only a first-level immortal. To be honest, with this kind of strength, you can't do anything to me, your father. But I didn't expect that this person was already prepared. Su Ningye's face suddenly darkened and he continued to tell the story slowly.
Gangjiao Xianzuan has long been colluding with forces outside the domain. I even suspect that this old guy is one of them. He deliberately lied to me and led the battlefield to the far sky. I didn't expect there was a crack in the boundary wall there.
A crack in the boundary wall. Su Mu's heart sank and he stood up immediately. Dad, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is it really a crack in the boundary wall? Su Ningye was stunned by Su Mu's reaction.
He was also a little surprised that the other party actually understood what the boundary wall crack was, but he still nodded seriously.
It can't be wrong.
Su Mu's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
Damn it, I thought it was still in time, but it turns out it's already too late.
According to the information he got from Shang not long ago, Su Mu needs to organize the living forces on the Shenyuan Continent as soon as possible, once the creatures from outside the domain break through the boundary wall.
Then everything will be over.
The enemy's army will swarm in and sweep across the entire Shenyuan Continent. By then, even the Immortal King or the 10 great immortal clans will not have the power to contend with the enemy.
Because there is also emperor-level power outside the domain. And there is far more than one.
I thought the end of the world was still some time away and we were still counting down, but now you tell me that people have actually come in a long time ago and are dancing right next to your bed. Su Ningye also realized that Su Mu must know the inside story, so he stopped explaining and started discussing solutions. The crack I observed is not very big, and I guess it can't allow creatures from outside the domain to pass through all the time.
We can directly send people to guard it, and we should be able to intercept some of them.
As for those who have already entered, we must find a way to wipe them out. We, the Su family, cannot do it alone. Besides, I hope there are no other gaps.
If possible, I hope your master can lend us a helping hand. Su Ningye's face was solemn.
The reason why he did not tell the news directly to others but chose to tell Su Mu first was that he wanted to test the other party's master's attitude. If Su Mu's master can deal with an immortal lord, then he must be an immortal lord as well. The combat power of the immortal venerable level is extremely important for the current Shenyuan continent.
Su Mu also knew what Su Ningye meant. It's not that I don't want to, but Master, she fell into a deep sleep after the last fight. I don't know when she will wake up. We have to rely on ourselves. Let's do this. Su Ningye suddenly spoke. Don't tell anyone else about this news. Just you and I should know about it. Let the tribesmen at least have a good time today. After today, I will slowly tell them the truth and try to unite with several other major families to jointly defend the crack in the sky. By then, I will probably have to stay in the area where the crack is. After all, there may be no one stronger than me in the current Shenyuan Continent. Su Ningye's words were not modest at all, but they were true and could not be refuted. Sumu was suddenly stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed at himself. What about me? Su Ningye looked serious. There are 3 things for you to do. Sumu nodded and waited for the other party's next words. First, you should know where Patriarch Su Mang is, right? Find him. We need his fighting power. Patriarch Su Mang is the only awakened immortal fighting power in our Su family. We cannot afford to lose him. Sumu thought about it for a moment and felt that as long as Shan could wake up, he could use the 9 reincarnations to solve the strange power in Su Mang's body. It shouldn't be a big problem. Second, Su Ningye continued to speak. I need you to collect the fate fragments quickly. What? Why are you collecting destiny fragments at this time? Sumu was a little confused. Su Ningye had already prepared his speech. The power outside the domain is completely different from that of the Shenyuan Continent. It's like vitality. It's a great tonic for us, but a deadly poison for them. But the key is that they have the ability to assimilate and corrupt, so many conventional methods have no effect on creatures from outside the domain. The fate fragments are an exception. There are a total of 49 fate fragments in the entire Shenyuan Continent. These are the embodiment of the laws of heaven and possess unimaginable power. We need this force to fight this war. But I will assign some more people to you this time. You are not allowed to act alone. Su Ningye's last sentence was particularly heavy-handed, and Sumu gave a wry smile. What's the third thing? The third thing. Su Ningye hesitated when he said this, but finally made up his mind. Third, I need you to find a way to leave a way out. Sumu frowned. After a moment's silence, he asked in a low voice. Is the power outside the domain really so terrifying? Are you already thinking about running away before the fight even begins? Alas, it's no longer a question of whether it's scary or not. Su Ningye sighed slightly. In the countless epochs of the past, the outside world has always coveted the Shenyuan Continent, and even invaded it in some years, but they were eventually repelled. Then why this time? It's different. Su Ningye shook his head slowly. Shenyuan Continent is like an old and decaying tree. The current environment is getting worse year by year. In the past, at least one immortal emperor was born in every era, and our immortal clan was established because of this. But now, the term immortal emperor has become a legend, and even weaker immortal lords must fall into a deep sleep to protect themselves. Perhaps in a few years, even the immortal king will not be able to see it. Well. Su Ningye looked solemn. Without the immortal emperor, it is impossible to contend with the land outside the domain. This has been an iron rule for countless years, and there have been no exceptions. Sumu was silent. Chapter 258. A lot of people. This is basically an unsolvable proposition. The environment of Shenyuan Continent is not suitable for the birth of an immortal emperor, but without an immortal emperor, it is impossible to protect the creatures of Shenyuan Continent, and even Shenyuan Continent itself. Just as Su Ningye said, perhaps this world is really old and has entered the Dharma ending age. It could not muster enough strength to protect itself. Sumu was somewhat unwilling. But where can we go? Without Shenyuan Continent, wouldn't there only be the land outside the domain? Su Ningye was stunned for a moment, and finally realized that Sumu might have misunderstood. No, I haven't talked to you much about these things before, and of course you yourself were not interested in them before. In fact,
the land outside the domain I mentioned does not refer to the place outside the Shenyuan Continent. It is more like a space, but the creatures in it are completely opposite to those in our Shenyuan Continent. This space is usually invisible and intangible, and is basically completely overlapped with the Shenyuan Continent. Only under special circumstances will the two sides be connected. For example, the boundary wall is damaged. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard this, then frowned and lowered his head in thought. In other words, if we really can't resist the invasion of the extraterritorial land, we can still move outside the starry sky. Yes, the starry sky outside the Shenyuan Continent is not lonely. Although I have never been out, according to the records of my clan, there are civilizations in the starry sky, and they are extremely prosperous. If that's the case, why didn't you move before? Sumu was a little confused. Su Ningye explained patiently. No one will easily abandon their homeland. Moreover, according to what the ancestors said, the cultivation environment of Shenyuan Continent is actually quite good, even in the entire starry sky. Moreover, in the endless years before, the ancestors would more or less give birth to some immortal emperors, so the threat from outside the domain has never been a big deal. But now. Su Ningye wanted to talk but stopped himself, but Sumu understood what he wanted to say. It is estimated that the ancestors never imagined that one day these descendants would actually live in such a difficult environment, and their cultivation would have declined to such a level. Not to mention the immortal emperor, even the immortal venerable wouldn't dare to come out and jump around, otherwise he would be courting death. I see. Sumu nodded solemnly and took to heart what his father had said. But he also made up his mind secretly. If we are not in a desperate situation, we must never give up this place. Sumu had received news from Shang that there seemed to be a very important place in the Shenyuan Continent. If it was rashly attacked by outsiders, or if it left rashly, it seemed that something very important would be lost. Before Shangchen fell asleep, he told Sumu that he must resist the outside world at all costs. Sumu didn't know why the other party said those words, but Shang had no reason to harm him, and Sumu was very clear about that. After the father and son finished their conversation, Su Ningye's expression suddenly changed and he glanced outside in a strange manner. Oh, by the way, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. More, these few days may be your last free time, so remember to enjoy it. Enjoy. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. He didn't know what was wrong with his father. Before leaving, he gave him a very playful look. What did this mean? That is the same moment. Not far from Sumu's courtyard, there is an inconspicuous courtyard. Ma'am, this is worse than we thought. Liang Jilan frowned slightly, spoke softly, and then told all the information she had received from the other sisters. There are too many people around the young master, and they all came up to him on their own initiative. It's obvious that they have ill intentions towards the young master. Among them is the young master's first love Qing Jingru, as well as Meng Xiaoxiao, Yi Yan, Nangong Lu, Nangong Shi, whom he met in the Holy Land, and even the young master's master, Mo Xuanqing. Except for Meng Xiaoxiao and Yi Yan, everyone else is still at the Su family. And there are far more than these. There is the young master's elder sister Jiang Haining, and her best friend Yin Yanxiu. Before that, there was also a young lady from the Luo family named Luo Yi, who hasn't appeared for a long time. Xian Ziyi's eyes widened, he was really frightened. So many people. She couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking constantly in her mind. So many people were surrounding Sumu, not to mention herself and the four sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu. If you add them all up, that's 14 people. Xian Ziyi's face turned a little pale. As Liang Jilan continued to talk, she gradually understood the identities and backgrounds of the people around Sumu. Qing Jingru, born with a fairy body and unrivaled talent, has a very delicate relationship with Sumu. Jiang Haining has an extremely close relationship with Sumu and holds a very important position in the Su family. In a sense, is she Sumu's sister? Yi Yan, the inspector and supervisor of the Holy Land, whose master is the Lord of the Holy Land, and whose own talent and appearance are both extraordinary. There are simply too many people behind them, including the Luo family, the direct daughter of the Nangong family, the direct daughter of the Mo family, the heir of the Hidden family, the saint of the Holy Land.
Not only does each of them have stunning looks, but they also have extremely strong identities and backgrounds, and even their cultivation is quite high. Except for Qian Ziyi herself, the others with the lowest cultivation level have all entered the earthly immortal realm, and she is the only one who is still immortal. Qian Ziyi had a bitter look on his face and couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Hey, what's going on? Why do I suddenly have to compete with so many people? Everyone is staring at my current position. It's okay to have earthly immortals and celestial immortals, but there's actually an immortal king. Qian Ziyi had never thought that he was just an ordinary mortal, but one day he would have to compete with the immortal king. What if the other party was unhappy and directly crushed him to death? The girl sighed slightly in her heart. But even so, even if it is so difficult, she will never give up. I am not only representing myself now, but also the Qian family behind me. If I lose everything I have now, I am afraid that my family. The girl secretly clenched her fists, but soon she reaffirmed her determination. Actually, if you think about it carefully, the situation is not that bad. Although they are numerous, they are not a monolithic group. What's more, I already have some basic allies now. Qian Ziyi smiled and looked at Liang Jilan in front of him. She convinced one of the other party, but unexpectedly she convinced all four sisters. Now the four sisters, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, are on the same front with her. What Qian Ziyi needs to do is to use her current identity as Su Mu's wife to agree to let the four sisters stay with Su Mu. Of course Qian Ziyi would not refuse. Chapter 259, Vigorous and Resolute. Qian Ziyi was already worried. But then I got some more news. That is, Nangongxi and Jiang Haining are actually allies, and even their relationship with Qing Jingru is unclear. So if you look at it this way, they have four guaranteed members, the Nangong sisters, Jiang Haining, and Cheng Jingru. As for the others, but you're still not sure. No, there is also Yin Nianqiu who is living outside. She will definitely stand with her best friend. No, wait dash. Qian Ziyi suddenly realized that her identity was Su Mu's wife, not her father's previous identity, and what she should consider was not how many people or strength to unite. I just need to keep Su Mu's heart. But we should still try to win over others if we can. At least by bringing them into our camp, we can avoid unnecessary competition. But other than that, he's the most important. Qian Ziyi gradually figured it out. She came to the Su family alone, and the only person she could rely on was Su Mu. According to Su Mu's personality, he would definitely not let her suffer any grievances. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart. Just when she was thinking about it, she didn't realize that at the same time, a group of people gathered in the other direction of the Su family, and the atmosphere was obviously more depressing. Jiang Haining looked around. Qing Jingru had woken up and was sitting there with a calm expression. She obviously had little interest in what they were saying. No. Qing Jingru shook her head slowly. I also want to be Su Mu's wife, but I don't want to cause him any trouble. Since Su Mu has made his own choice, I will respect him without reservation. Since practicing the heavenly Tao, Qing Jingru's views on many things have undergone a drastic change. For example, as for Su Mu, Qing Jingru would never allow him to have other women around him, no matter who they were. But now, she has let it go. Nothing else matters. As long as she is still by his side and as long as he is safe, it's enough. To fight for? To grab? What if Su Mu doesn't like this? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Nangongxi on the side pouted her lips slightly and wanted to persuade her again, but was stopped by Jiang Haining, who shook her head slightly. It's useless. She has already started practicing the way of heaven. It's normal for her to be a little eccentric. She won't change her mind easily. Okay then, Su Mu. Let me think about it again. From beginning to end, Nangong Lu in the corner didn't say a word. The room suddenly became quiet. In fact, there are many people who are sad tonight, and Mo Xuanqing is one of them. She has been staying at the Su family for some time recently. After the Su family learned that she was Su Mu's master, and because she was an immortal king herself, their attitude was also very polite. But Mo Xuanqing couldn't laugh. More.
She looked gloomy, looked in a certain direction, and sighed slightly. When Su Ning woke up at night, she was actually there, but she didn't dare to go up and say hello to the other party.
In fact, she and Su Ningye are old acquaintances.
In the beginning, the other party asked her to let Su Mu enter the Holy Land. As a result, now, she actually did this to her friend's son. Thinking of this, Mo Xuanqing couldn't help but blush slightly. She subconsciously gripped the ground with her toes, her aura surged, and her chest rose and fell.
What should I do?
Mo Xuanqing sighed softly, sat blankly on the stone, hugged her knees, and said nothing.
I just want to stay with the little one. Why do I have so many worries, alas? To be honest, the situation in the next few days was somewhat beyond Su Mu's expectations. He thought there would be a bloody storm after he brought Qian Ziyi home.
But everything seemed so calm, even to an unimaginable degree of calm. Every day, it was Qian Ziyi who was openly by his side, and the whole family gradually changed their way of addressing Qian Ziyi, calling her young madam. The girl will also respond with a smile and a very friendly attitude, which makes people feel more favorable towards her. It seemed like Zhang Haining was deliberately avoiding him these days, like a dragon without a trace, and basically no one could see her. It could also be that the 2 days of celebration were too busy. Nangong Lu and Nangong Shi can be seen often, but the look in their eyes when they look at Su Mu was very strange. Su Mu couldn't describe what kind of look it was, he just felt a little embarrassed.
In fact, Su Ningye was also feeling awkward these days, because it was he who agreed to the engagement between Su Mu and the Nangong family, and the two parties had even agreed on the betrothal gifts and dowry. As a result, now, when Su Ningye saw Nangong Shanha, although the other party was still calling him senior, Su Ningye could still keenly perceive the other party's resentful eyes. But the other party didn't say anything, just looked at him. Su Ningye actually didn't expect that after not seeing each other for more than half a year, Su Mu actually gave him such a big surprise. In the past, he would surround Qing Jingru all day long, but now, not only is he no longer a bootlicker, but there is such a large group of people surrounding him. Su Ningye also had a vague premonition that things like this happening to the Nangong family might happen more frequently in the future, and he had to find a way to solve them. So, in order to completely resolve this matter, Su Ningye simply went all out and moved Su Mu out of his original residence and bought him a very large house. At the same time, accommodation was reserved for other people in the house. But at present, only Qian Ziyi has been allowed to move in.
The reason is of course very simple. He is now the head of the Su family. Naturally, he cannot handle things as hastily as Su Mu did. He must get things done in one go. If you are really interested in my son and want to marry into our Su family, then just tell me directly. Our Su family is not a small family, so of course we have to do it in a grand manner.
Su Ningye's attitude is to accept all offers.
Anyway, Su Mu is no longer averse to this kind of thing, so it is better to finalize the marriage as soon as possible, and it would be best if they can leave a bloodline as soon as possible. The main line of his Su family is weak and has always been a single line. If he could have children in Su Mu's generation, it would be a great joy. Su Ningye has already stated his conditions, and the only thing left to consider is other people. So for a while, many people were caught in the dilemma of struggling between themselves and themselves.
Sister, are we going? Nangong Lu pulled Nangong Shi's hand and asked in a low voice. After the last incident, the relationship between the Nangong sisters has improved a lot.
Of course I will.
Nangong Shi nodded in agreement without any hesitation. We have already decided on Su Mu, so we naturally cannot give up this opportunity. As for that position, we can fight for it again in the future. It's not that easy to keep it.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Chapter 260 Hope.
Su Ningye knew that after this period of time, I am afraid that the situation on the mainland will undergo a drastic change and truly enter a state of all-out war, so other things must be dealt with before that. That's why he decided to take care of Su Mu's lifelong affairs directly. But the development of things was beyond his imagination. The sisters of the Nangong family, the little girl Qing Jingru from the Qing family, and even Zhang Haining, it was within his expectation that these people would agree to this request.
But unexpectedly, Mo Xuanxing also got involved. Su Ningye had a strange look on his face and glanced at Mo Xuanxing in front of him. Mo Xuanxing felt a little embarrassed. The other party handed Su Mu to her, but she actually. So, the last time you went with me to the abyss deep in the forbidden area, it was not just because of your status as a master. Ah, yes. After the confession, Mo Xuanxing gradually began to accept it. A little strange? So what? This is normal in Shenyuan Continent anyway. Call. Su Ningye sighed slightly. I've told them beforehand, and I'll make it clear to you too. What I'm doing now is just to help you reserve a place in advance. Although you will actually live together, the name will have to wait until later. I know. Mo Xuanxing nodded. As the situation changed in the past few days, she has also come to understand the current situation on the mainland and is aware of the dangers facing the entire world. Okay, it will be fine in 2 days. Su Ningye couldn't help feeling a little strange. Speaking of what Su Mu was like in the past, he knew best. Although he seems to have all the advantages, it doesn't mean that others think so. Even if he is Su Mu's father, he has to tell the truth. Many times, Su Mu's reputation outside is indeed not very good. I didn't expect it could attract so many people. Maybe this is the talent of my Su family, hee hee. Su Ningye laughed at himself and then began to arrange the follow-up matters. Su Mu also learned about his father's arrangement at this time, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Move place? This is not moving, this is clearly putting me on the fire. Dad, you. Don't look at me. Su Ningye shrugged helplessly. We are the immortals, so what's wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, we haven't officially given them any status yet, so don't worry. Letting you live together now is not only to help you stabilize yourself, but also as a test. If there's something inappropriate, you know what I mean. Su Mu suddenly felt that his father, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, seemed to be much more cunning than himself. However, this behavior coincides with his previous thoughts. He had originally thought about giving them a suitable home. It's just that I often encounter all kinds of strange coincidences and I don't have as good conditions as my dad. Of course, it is also possible that it is because my dad has a relatively high level of cultivation, and when he speaks, others dare not refute him. So before he knew it, Su Mu moved into a new house, and a large group of beautiful girls also moved in. The person who is closest to Su Mu's room is Qian Zi, because the other party's current identity is the most reasonable. Su Mu could also feel that after everyone moved in, the atmosphere among them became much more harmonious. And from time to time they can get together in the yard to play and have fun. Just like now. Under the dazzling moonlight. Su Mu and the girls sat together in the small courtyard. The clear moonlight filled the courtyard, reflecting their slim figures. Cool, gentle, soft, noble, simple. Various temperaments were reflected in each person, and Su Mu couldn't help but smile slightly in his heart. You know what, this feeling is actually not bad. At this time, Qian Zi was sitting beside Su Mu, peeling the spiritual fruit for him calmly, then cutting it into small pieces and handing it to Su Mu's mouth. Xiaolan is now massaging his shoulders from behind him, being extremely gentle. On his left, Mo Xuanxing was still a little nervous at this moment. Surrounded by a group of juniors, he could only sit alone, but his eyes were always on Su Mu. The Nangong sisters were playing around, splashing the water beneath them, splashing it everywhere. Qing Jingru was the most indifferent, and was even interested in dancing with a sword for Su Mu under the moonlight. Pure and beautiful, like a real immortal. Su Mu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Zhang Hanying sat next to Mo Xuanxing, looking a little unhappy, but didn't say much. Instead, he tugged at the corner of Mo Xuanxing's clothes and asked softly, "How about we play a game of hands?" Okay. Mo Xuanxing also came back to his senses at this moment and responded with a smile. Everything is so harmonious. Until suddenly. When? The loud sound of the bell spread in all directions, and Su Mu's face suddenly changed. He quickly looked in the direction of the Su family's door, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. At the same time, Suningya's voice was heard. There are foreign enemies invading. Follow me to fight them. Sumu no longer hesitated and was thinking about getting up and flying out, but Suningya's voice rang in his ears alone. More, the time is almost up. I can already sense the enemies outside. They have an aura from outside the domain, and they are here to slow us down. You can leave now. I have prepared everything you need a few days ago. There is no time to waste. Sumu was slightly stunned, then nodded slowly. Then he said nothing and flew quickly in the opposite direction of the Su family. In the courtyard, the girls vaguely sensed Sumu's movements and could guess that he was going to do something very important. No one spoke to try to stop him. They just stood there quietly, watching Sumu's back gradually disappear into the distance. If possible, I would like to be with him. Nangong, she suddenly spoke softly. Who wouldn't want to? It was very rare that Qing Jingru actually echoed the words in her ethereal voice. Actually, I don't care about anything, I just want to be with him. Everyone fell silent for a moment. In the end, Jiang Haining was the first to react, and his expression suddenly became serious. Let's go and fight the enemy. Good. Qing Jingru, Mo Xuanxing, and Jiang Haining also flew in another direction. Their tasks are also heavy. Although they did not expect the enemy to come to them on their own initiative, they will take the initiative to attack after a while. They had to open up all the battle lines along the way, directly approach the crack in the boundary wall that Su Ningye had witnessed, and communicate with other families along the way. Gather everyone's strength and block the enemies outside the domain directly outside the crack. Don't let them act recklessly. They must do their best to create a safe environment for Sumu. Until the other party returns with destiny. That is the only hope of victory. Chapter 261 Unexplored Land. Endless mountain ranges run through the small continent. The lush forests tower into the sky, making them intimidating to mortals. But the fairies can overlook it. Sumu looked at the familiar mountains below and flew in without any hesitation. Following the route he remembered, he soon arrived at a slightly open place. This is it. The fragment of destiny I sensed last time is right here. Sumu looked around, and after a moment of hesitation, he took out a person from the storage magic tool he carried with him. Yun Susu had just landed, and before her little body had time to stand firm, she heard that familiar voice coming to her ears. Didn't you come here to hunt for treasure last time? Take me there now. Yun Susu looked back at Sumu, pouted her lips slightly, and said oh with a little dissatisfaction. Then he closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. It has been 3 days since Sumu left the Su family. He has returned to the Western Demon Mountains. What he has to do now is to collect destiny fragments on a large scale. The most obvious clue in his hand was undoubtedly the one on Yun Susu. This time, Sumu did not leave alone, but directly drove a flying boat with a large group of people from the Su family. Among them is Uncle Mo. Young Master. Uncle Mo stepped forward respectfully. Our people have already set up security around the area. All the demons will be intercepted outside by them. You can proceed without any worries. Sumu nodded calmly and said, okay. Yun Susu also opened her eyes at this time, raised her little hand and pointed in a direction. Right over there. Sumu led a group of people directly towards the direction the other party pointed. After getting closer, they could see clearly that there was a small mound of earth here. There is lush vegetation all around, but here there is nothing at all, even the weeds are very sparse. Report to the young master, there is no formation, it should be underground. Young master, let us do it. After getting Sumu's approval, a large group of people jumped directly from the flying boat. The vital energy in their bodies surged wildly, and soon a wide hole was made on the ground, which was still widening. Sumu raised his hand to signal. Follow him. Yes. Many members of the Su family followed behind Sumu with serious expressions, guarding him in the center. Yun Susu was also quietly following Sumu at this moment, saying nothing, looking around anxiously. She now understood Sumu's purpose. It was at this time that Sumu suddenly spoke. I need the fragment of destiny from you. You don't have to worry about how I know it. I will take it away anyway.
Yun Susu opened her mouth, hesitated several times, and finally just nodded silently. Sumu watched all the other parties' actions and smiled slightly in his heart.
But I will give you corresponding compensation. Don't you want revenge? I can help you. Really? Yun Susu's eyes suddenly lit up and she looked over quickly.
As long as I help you find this fragment of destiny, will you help me take revenge? Of course, this is not a difficult thing for me.
That so-called blood knife haul, no matter how powerful or well-connected they are, can they be better than him? This is a very profitable business. Revenge is easy, but fragments of destiny are extremely rare. Sumu's eyes were dim.
He had recently received news from his father that there were only 35 fragments of destiny in the hands of the 10 great immortal ancestors. On average, each family has a little more than 3, and only a few families have 4. This means that there are only 14 fragments of destiny left in the outside world.
Sumu thought about it carefully. I currently have 6 fragments of destiny.
Favored by heaven, incomplete, with limits beyond the 9 heavens, 9 reincarnations of the clouds, incomplete, always on the top, breaking boundaries and chasing clouds, marriage is like a dream. The favor of heaven originally belonged to the Chen family.
If you want to complete it, you need some luck.
But according to the information Sumu got, after this thing is broken, it will naturally tend to reassemble, so there is no need to look for it deliberately.
Marriage like a dream was originally from the Holy Land, but now his surname is Su.
The limitless 9 skies and the eternal top, these 2 things belong to the Su family and are now carried by Sumu. The latter was once taken out and used by the Aurora immortal Su Mang, but now it has been transferred to the array plate, so Sumu simply put it in his pocket. Breaking the boundary and chasing the clouds, this thing actually belongs to Shang, and there are 2 other unknown fragments of destiny left on the other party. There were only 14 of them leaked to the outside world, but Sumu collected 4 of them. Although all 3 were brought by Shang and only 1 was found by him, it undoubtedly greatly reduced the workload.
And now, Sumu is about to get the 5th one. Young master! We have reached the end.
Suddenly there was a shout from the front. Sumu put his thoughts aside and hurried over to check. Although he was underground in the wilderness, he saw very neatly arranged blue bricks in front of him. When he raised his hand and touched them, he could see faint golden patterns on the bricks.
This is clearly not a natural occurrence. Is this just the treasure that Yun Susu has been looking for?
Sumu turned to look at the other person and spoke softly.
Is there any way you can get in?
Yun Susu shook her head frantically when she heard this. She had never been here before, but she just had a slight feeling.
Sumu nodded.
He was not surprised by this situation, so he waved his hand and asked people to take action. The 2 men in black behind him immediately stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were actually twins.
At this moment, their fists simultaneously glowed with a pale yellow light.
As they roared, the 2 men's 4 fists smashed into the stone wall like cannonballs.
There was a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Sumu glanced at Yun Susu, who was in great pain, and pulled her in front of him, then covered her ears with his hands.
She is just a mortal after all.
This noise is a bit too loud, so she still needs to be protected. Yun Susu's face turned slightly red. She felt the warm hand beside her cheek and wanted to look up at Sumu's face.
Sumu has a tall and slender figure, and Yun Susu's height only reaches his waist. Others might think that Yun Susu is Sumu's sister or daughter. Yun Susu looked at Sumu's chin, wondering what he was thinking. Sumu did not look away. The 2 brothers were named Su Jin and Sycus.
They practiced the Great Way of Gold and had the most powerful attack power. It didn't take long before a big hole was broken in the bluestone bricks in front of him.
A faint aura emanated from it, and faint screams could be heard. Yun Susu's face turned pale.
Sumu, however, remained calm and walked in with a group of people until their figures were completely swallowed up by the darkness.
Chapter 262 Sweep.
There was the sound of dripping water, and it was pitch dark all around, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you.
From time to time, you can hear other people's breathing and rustling sounds in the darkness. The environment was so dark and strange, but Sumu's eyes were always bright. Although this place seemed to have some arrangements, he was not interested in wasting too much time in such a place. He had to get it over with quickly. Otherwise, why would he bring so many people out? Without waiting for Sumu's order, the group of people behind him took action. An immortal cultivator who practiced the way of light chanted softly, and a faint silver light appeared around everyone, and this light also spread inward along the passage in front of them. Some dark shadows could be vaguely seen, quickly escaping from the range of light, while more were directly pulverized by the sunlight. The two brothers Su Jin and Su Tai guarded Sumu, saying nothing and looking around very vigilantly. Someone took out handfuls of runes and scattered them around. All kinds of magical powers directly purified the surrounding environment. There were also people holding peculiarly shaped compasses, and following the jumping of the needle to lead the team. From time to time, all kinds of strange mechanisms and walls would block everyone's way. They didn't think of cracking the mechanism, but directly. Su Jin and Su Tai attacked at the same time, smashing everything in front of them. A group of people were like a fearless and brutal bulldozer, pushing straight towards the center of the secret realm. Everyone in Yun Susu was dumbfounded. Since she was a child, she had followed her parents to secret places before, but she was always cautious, fearing any crisis. And now you tell her that you can conquer the secret realm this way? What's the difference between this and directly demolishing the secret realm? Sumu's mood improved a lot. This is the correct way to conquer secret realms. He had been to many secret realms before, but he was always timid and he was not used to it. He is still used to the Soviet strategy, which was taught to him by his father before, and it really works. However, this strategy also has its drawbacks, which is that it is only applicable when it is certain that the treasure will not be damaged. The fragment of destiny is one of them. It is basically impossible to destroy it except by special methods to split and transfer it. That's why Sumu and his group are so confident and bold. The bluestone was crumbling and dust was flying. Although they were clearly deep underground, the area around them was lit up as brightly as day. It was under such a crazy advance that everyone quickly approached the center of the secret realm and heard a hoarse roar coming from the central room. Roar! Sumu looked at it carefully, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect there would be such a big demon. What type is this? This demon was as big as a mountain, entrenched in the very center of the entire secret realm. At this moment, it was crouching low, making threatening roars, and looking at Sumu and his group very vigilantly. Sumu was very curious, because the appearance of this monster was something he had never seen before. Not only was it huge in size, but its body also seemed to be divided into pieces. The surface features of each piece are completely different, as if they were pieced together artificially. But Sumu doesn't have the leisure to understand it in detail now. Just go ahead and push forward. His eyes had already seen that right behind this huge demon, and even right in the center of its back, there was a small altar. In the very center of the altar, there was a broken piece of gorgeous crystal sealed, which was exactly the purpose of his trip. The two brothers Su Jin and Su Tai rushed forward directly, their cultivation aura fully unleashed, revealing the strength of the first level of Immortal King. Neither of the two brothers were the type to talk nonsense, so they took immediate action upon hearing Sumu's order, rushing forward and hitting the huge demon on the head. He was really pressed to the ground and beaten. Su Jin held the demon's head in his arms, while Sycus rode on its neck and beat it madly, almost smashing its brains into pieces. The roar of the demon became weaker and weaker. It was at this time that Sumu sent people forward, ready to pull out the altar on the other party's back. As a result, just as the man approached the back of the monster, something unexpected happened. An extremely strange aura suddenly rose from the altar, and Sumu frowned slightly. Then a mutilated figure was seen rising from the altar. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my plan? Who dares to ruin my chances? The mutilated figure shouted in anger, and seemed to be looking at everyone present with a cold gaze. Who the hell are you guys? How dare you mess up my animal training ground like this? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, Sumu suddenly turned his head and glanced at the woman next to him. Can you find him?
The woman closed her eyes slightly and sensed it, then nodded slowly.
No problem, young master, give me some time. The woman's name was Su Dai.
The aura from her body gradually released, and it turned out that she was also a first-level immortal king. The incomplete black shadow was still clamoring, but Su Dai had already walked to the bottom of the altar. Some golden runes began to jump on her body, as if boiling, becoming more and more violent.
The incomplete black shadow suddenly paused, then spoke quickly. Who the hell are you? How dare you calculate my location? Do you know what the consequences will be? Don't even think about it. If you find me, you'll all die. Just forget it, I'm really hard to mess with.
Don't forget it, please, please don't forget it. The Su family members all had blank expressions on their faces until Su Dai slowly raised her head and spoke softly.
This person is in the nearby Qingkong city.
As soon as these words were spoken, the incomplete black shadow that had been speaking before immediately stopped talking. He was silent for a moment, as if the connection was cut off, and disappeared from the spot in an instant.
Sumu smiled coldly. Let's go look for it on the way later. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Just get the things first. Yes.
Several people continued to work, and the broken piece of gorgeous crystal soon fell into Sumu's hands.
Sumu sensed it carefully and couldn't help but smile slightly. Got it, the fragment of destiny. Clear observation.
Although it was only half, the other half was actually by Sumu's side, so he slowly turned around and looked at the girl beside him. Yun Susu's face turned pale, she swallowed hard, her voice trembling.
You be gentle, I'll give it to you.
She had always thought that Sumu was a gentle and elegant person until she witnessed his thundering methods. To be honest, this actually fits her stereotype of disciples from aristocratic families. It seems that the other party is not going to pretend. Sumu said nothing and slowly approached.
Chapter 263, Seeking Revenge.
When a group of people came out of the cave, Yun Susu was still confused and seemed a little unreal. She looked at Sumu beside her with some disbelief.
Is that all? It's over, what else?
Sumu shrugged, appearing to be indifferent, but he was actually quite happy inside. Now he once again possesses a complete fragment of destiny. Clear insight. Clear observation, the eyes of the sky are your eyes, the ears of the wind are your ears, and the manipulation of the thread of fate is as clear to you as the strings of a harp. Although it was a piece of inexplicable explanation, the effect was indeed very powerful. The world in Sumu's eyes was completely different.
His perception was now magnified to an unimaginable level.
I'm afraid it has already approached the level of Immortal Lord. This is the fragment of destiny, the pure rules of heaven and earth. The clear insight in his hand has a very simple effect, which is to enhance human perception.
Similarly, the extent of the enhancement is very exaggerated.
At this moment, in Sumu's eyes, everything around him seemed to be in slow motion. Even for the four immortal kings of the first level in the team, Sumu could still perceive the subtle conditions of each other. When this kind of perception is applied in combat, its actual effectiveness will probably increase several times.
It's a top-notch auxiliary function. Sumu was still quite satisfied.
Finally, he glanced at Yun Susu, who was hesitant to speak, and spoke with a chuckle. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you.
I never lie to anyone. Just lead the way.
Good. The thing that Yun Susu was most worried about did not happen after all.
Sumu kept their agreement. The girl, with a little nervousness, took Sumu towards her home.
The group of people quickly withdrew from the Seymour Mountains. On the way, they passed the old market town again.
The people in the market town were unusually quiet at this moment.
They all looked up at the sky without saying a word. They only dared to communicate with each other through voice.
What kind of team is that? Such a terrifying aura. Who is that young man surrounded in the middle? So noble. Don't stare at them. A powerful force that can operate a flying boat is not something that we casual cultivators can afford to offend.
If we accidentally piss off the other party, they will just kill all of us present.
I seem to vaguely see a familiar symbol, it's Su. Gradually, people didn't even dare to communicate, because they had realized the origins of Su Mu and his gang. The eternal overlord of the Shenyuan Continent, one of the 10 great immortal clans, and one of the most powerful families among them, the Su family. Su Mu just chuckled, without much emotion in his heart. He just glanced down briefly, but he didn't expect that he could cause such great psychological pressure on these people. That's right, he was fully aware of the changes in expressions and the voices transmitted by those people just now. This was the effect brought about by the destiny fragment clear observation. Even more powerful than he imagined. A group of people walked past the outside of the Western Demon Mountains, and Su Dai suddenly bowed to Su Mu. Young master, you take your people and continue on your journey. I will go and capture that person. I think his cultivation level should also be that of an immortal king, but he is just a casual cultivator. Go ahead, be careful on your way. Su Mu did not ask too many questions. The team he brought this time had the highest cultivation level of 4 immortal kings of the first level, but these 4 people were selected for him by Su Ningye himself. The fact that these 4 people were selected means that they must have some special qualities. They can deal with cultivators of the same level, and they are independent cultivators, so there should be no need to worry too much. The cultivation pattern of Shenyuan Continent has always been very simple, that is, the 10 major immortal clans control everything, and almost all the strong people come from the 10 major immortal clans. As for the 3 holy places, they were also established by the 10 immortal clans and were a means specifically used to recruit wild geniuses. In this continent, if you don't enter the Holy Land or join the embrace of the 10 great immortal clans, practicing is extremely difficult. Even if one's cultivation really improves, the gap in strength is as huge as heaven and earth, and cannot be made up at all. Over the past many years, Su Mu has verified this matter many times, without exception. Their flying boat soon arrived at a city. The crowd below the city looked up in shock, staring at the black shadow in the sky with a blank face. Many of them looked frightened and uneasy, not knowing what was going on. Not long after, a man and a woman flew up from the city below at the same time. Both of them had the aura of a celestial being. Su Mu was a little surprised. It is obviously just a small city, but it is possible for these 2 immortals to exist in it at the same time. The celestial immortal Luo Haichen and the celestial immortal Ruo Qinghong pay their respects to the immortals of the Su family. The 2 men bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence, and were extremely frightened. Didn't they say that the Su family was in crisis? Why did someone suddenly come here? What happened? Has the crisis been resolved? Or has there been some other changes? But no matter what, the Su family is definitely a family that the 2 of them cannot afford to offend. They also have a small family behind them that is also dependent on the Su family. It's just that they are not directly dependent, there are other medium-sized families in between. Su Mu patted Yun Susu's shoulder and signaled her to speak. Yun Susu couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but after seeing Su Mu's encouraging eyes, she took a deep breath and spoke softly. My name is Yun Susu, from the Yun family. This time, I'm here to look for someone. The moment she heard the other person's surname was Yun, the female cultivator Ruo Qinghong couldn't help but turn pale and a bad feeling arose in her heart. Really? Hand over the murderers who killed my Yun family. They killed my parents. I remember they were from the Blood Knife sect. There must be someone else behind them. Although the girl is still young, it does not mean that she is ignorant. She is even more mature than most people. After hearing this, the 2 celestial beings seemed to know something about the inside story. The man among them also looked at the woman beside him without saying a word. Ruo Qinghong felt the tremendous pressure coming from above his head and spoke with gritted teeth. Report to the immortal. There are actually some misunderstandings in this matter. Please listen to me and let me explain it slowly. How about going into the city to rest for a while? Su Jin frowned and took a step forward. You guys are such a shabby place, and you have the nerve to let our young master in? Stop wasting your words. Just hand the person over right away. Su Tai also echoed his brother's words. Don't waste our young master's time. Ruo Qinghong was slightly stunned when he heard this, and he raised his head and looked at Su Mu in disbelief. Young master? The young master of the Su family. Is this the person she was thinking of? Why did such a big shot come? Is this necessary? Ruo Qinghong wants to cry but has no tears. Chapter 264, Intricate Roots. This, sir. Ruo Qinghong spoke with a somewhat uneasy look on his face. I should know what you are talking about. I have heard about the feud between the Blood Blade Hall and the Yun family, but it has nothing to do with me. It was all done by their hall master himself. Su Mu frowned slightly. He didn't have the time to argue with this person, so he spoke directly to the people behind him. Go check it out, and tell me what you find out. Yes. Adult. When Ruo Qinghong saw that Su Mu wanted to do it himself, he immediately panicked and tried to delay. Get lost. Don't waste our young master's time. Su Jin roared, and the powerful pressure pushed the man far away. Then he led his men to fly towards the city below. Sycus still stayed by Su Mu's side, protecting him closely. The flying boat just hung quietly in the air, and all the creatures in the city felt an indescribable pressure. On the bow of the flying boat, Jun Susu leaned on the railing with a complicated expression, looking down. This is where she had lived since she was a child, and it was also where she lost everything. Originally, the whole family was thriving, but because of the fragment of destiny in her body. Why? Su Mu then walked to the side of the girl and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything for you. The girl looked up, her eyes slightly red, and I don't know what she was thinking. Su Mu sighed helplessly. Well. Although he often complains about the world, the environment he lives in is actually quite good, at least his life is not in danger. Although there is a certain order in the Shenyuan Continent, this order and balance are only maintained among the top leaders. For the vast majority of ordinary cultivators, this world is undoubtedly dangerous. It can even be said to be fraught with dangers, with monsters, demons, natural disasters, and man-made calamities. The Shenyuan Continent is never peaceful. Thank you. Yun Susu whispered, but Su Mu didn't take it seriously and just patted her on the shoulder. Soon, everyone in the Su family returned with the news. As Su Mu listened, he gradually frowned. The Yun family, to which Yun Susu belongs, was once part of another force, which in turn included many families. When faced with the pressure from the Blood Knife Hall, the entire force fell apart. According to the results of the investigation using special means, there are no less than 13 families and forces involved. Although most of them are small forces, there are indeed a lot of people. Among them is the Blood Knife Hall. Su Mu suddenly remembered that he had captured one of their deputy hall masters before, and the other party had a large group of people under him, and they were still being held captive by him. What on earth did these people from the Blood Knife Hall do? Reporting to the young master, according to the information we received, these people have instigated many families to rebel in advance, and the main target is the Yun family, of course Miss Yun. The person in front of him responded respectfully. The news that Miss Yun has the fragment of destiny seems to have been leaked by someone from the Yun family. Things like destiny fragments are extremely rare in the entire continent. They are essential for becoming a higher-level force, as exemplified by the 10 great immortal clans. Su Mu nodded slowly. Go and bring all the relevant people here now. Report to the young master, we have already taken action before this. The person who spoke waved his hand, and the figures in the sky began to fall down one after another, but they were all trapped in mid-air, unable to move. Among them were men, women, old and young, all of them looked panicked. At this moment, they suddenly appeared in the air and spoke quickly. What the hell is going on? What happened? Who dared to offend me? Do you know who is behind me? You're looking for death. How dare you attack my Bai family? It's City Lord Ruo Qinghong. City Lord Ruo, you have to make the decision for us. Everyone was howling like ghosts and wolves. Ruo Qinghong's face turned slightly pale because he saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. He was a middle-aged man wearing a black tights. The leader of the Blood Blade Hall, Lei Ba, also has the cultivation level of a celestial being. Ruo Qinghong swallowed quietly. Young master, everyone is here, what should we do next? What do you think? Sumu looked at Yun Susu. The girl stayed where she was at the moment. She had never thought that revenge would be such an easy thing. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of Sumu's clothes. Kill them. Sumu was a little surprised by such a straightforward answer. He couldn't help but look up to her, and then he looked at his men with a chuckle. Let's do it. Yes. Those who were captured below were all numb at this moment. No? Why would you kill me? I don't even know you. Until someone with sharp eyes saw Yun Susu standing at the bow of the ship, he was stunned for a moment. You are the little bastard from the Yun family. So it's you, the beast. Ah. I should have killed your whole family. It's all because of that bastard Lei Ba and his shitty sworn brother, they're all trash. You asterisk. Please, please. What happened back then really has nothing to do with me. Don't kill me. Faced with a life and death crisis, everyone's ugly side was exposed. Some people cursed loudly, some knelt down and begged for mercy, and some even couldn't control their lower body. A foul smell instantly hit them and their faces were covered with tears. However, the people of the Su family who took action did not hesitate at all. The young master had already given the order, and all they had to do was to carry it out firmly. Countless snowflakes bloomed in the air, making popping sounds, and in a trance, a blood rain formed all over the sky. The other creatures in the city were all frightened at this moment, standing there stupidly without saying a word. Someone raised his hand and touched his cheek blankly, looked at the bright red blood on it, and swallowed hard. The sky is changing. Everyone knows it. The rest of the personnel were quickly killed, leaving only the leader of the Blood Knife Hall, who was sent to Sumu. Young master. This man seems to have something to say. Oh. Sumu looked over. Lei Ba is a rather tall man with a muscular body. He is nearly 3 meters tall and looks like a small mountain of flesh from a distance. As a result, the first thing this person did when he came in front of Sumu was to kneel down. Young Master Su. Miss Yun. I really don't know the relationship between the two of you. Although the incident was done by my subordinates, I didn't do it myself. And there are other people involved in this matter. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. It didn't matter that the other party misunderstood the relationship between him and Yun Susu. What was important was the second half of the other party's sentence. Who else is in here? Chapter 265, Revenge. Lei Ba was about to speak when a shrill scream suddenly came from beside him. Young Master Su. Don't listen to this man's nonsense. Just kill him. Avenge Miss Yun's family. Ruo Qinghong spoke hurriedly. If she could get close to Sumu, she would even want to do it herself. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Lei Ba's face suddenly filled with joy, and he raised his hand and pointed at Ruo Qinghong. Young Master Su, it's this woman. It was this woman who told me the news about the fate fragment. She said she got the news by accident from the wife of the Yun family's patriarch. It's this old bitch. Don't slander me. Young Master Su, please don't believe it. This man is clearly biting me because he is about to die. The two of them actually started swearing at each other in front of Sumu and even quarreled with each other. Sumu didn't say anything, just watched quietly for a while. Clear observation allows him to see the details of the two people's expressions, Lei Ba's panic, his face full of surprise, and his final anger and panic. If Qinghong had actually been acting strange from the beginning, Sumu would have noticed it a long time ago, but had never said it out loud, and there was a lack of substantial evidence. Sumu slowly looked at Yun Susu who was standing beside him. Do you know this woman? Well, she used to have a very good relationship with my mother. No wonder she ignored our Yun family later, no wonder. Yun Susu looked very depressed, with no other expression on her face. She just stared blankly at the two people arguing not far away. Sumu sighed in his heart. After all, she was just a teenage girl. No matter how mature she was, the foundation of her character was still there. If you don't want to see what's behind, just let me handle it. I want to watch.
The girl clenched her fist firmly and gripped Sumu's sleeve a little harder.
Sumu no longer insisted on persuading them, but looked directly at the two people not far away. Okay, you don't have to quarrel anymore, just die together. What?
Ruo Qinghong's face turned pale and her whole body began to tremble slightly.
Young Master Su, you can't do this. My family is dependent on other families.
If you insist, I am actually a member of the Su family.
You can't do this to us.
You will make other forces feel discouraged. You can't just listen to this person's one-sided words.
Young Master Su.
The other party kept talking and became more and more anxious.
Sumu suddenly laughed, which confused the other party. Young Master Su, what are you laughing at? I just think it's a little humorous.
Sumu slowly put away his smile.
You and I both know the truth of the matter. Besides, I never need to explain anything to anyone. I never did before, and I don't need to do it now.
Ruo Qinghong just stood there in a daze, and he suddenly recalled Sumu's reputation in the past long years, a second-generation playboy.
How can such a person have a good temper?
Ruo Qinghong's breathing became increasingly rapid, his expression gradually became fierce, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Sumu became more and more angry.
You! Since you are determined to kill me, let's die together.
Ruo Qinghong's pretty face suddenly twisted, and a faint black mist rose from her body, revealing a completely different aura from before.
Gagaga. Die. Die together with me. Ruo Qinghong immediately rushed towards Sumu regardless of anything. Seeing this, Su Jin immediately wanted to take action.
However, Sumu raised his hand to stop the other person, and his expression turned a little ugly. I didn't expect even a small place like this could be exposed to the power from outside the domain.
How did they do that? Sumu had a blank expression on his face.
He raised his hand and stirred up a blazing white flame that wrapped the other person up. In this white flame, Sumu mixed some of the power of 9 reincarnations. Ruo Qinghong, who had turned into a black shadow, had just come into contact with the flame when he suddenly let out a shrill scream.
Ah!
The sound was so sharp that many living beings in the city below were directly shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices and fainting on the spot.
Sumu acted without any hesitation, wrapping the other party with white flames and continuously refining him. The dark shadow within the flames continuously uttered various sarcastic remarks. Sumu! I will remember you. The adults will remember you too. You will definitely die miserably. Ha 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 ha. Ah! Please let me go. I can tell you everything. I can also teach you eternal life. No.
As the opponent gradually turned into a handful of ashes, Lei Ba's face turned pale. He swallowed hard, then slowly looked at Sumu.
Master Su, since you have already killed her, then I.
Before the other party could finish his words, Su Tai went straight up and slapped him hard on the top of his head. Lei Ba was instantly turned into a ball of bloody mist.
Dissipated into the air. Sumu didn't say much about this. If the other party was willing to provide clues, that was his business. He never said that he would let the other party go. What's more, even if the other party did not provide this clue, Sumu, who had clear observation, would have already noticed Ruo Qinghong's abnormal expression.
Young master, there are still some people in the families of these people.
Do we want them?
Sumu turned to look at Yun Susu. The girl was stunned for a moment, then spoke slowly.
I don't know.
In the end, the girl was still unwilling to face it.
Fine.
Sumu patted the girl's head with a smile on his face.
Since this is a deal, I'll take care of it for you.
The moment he finished speaking, Su Tai behind him understood what he meant and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The huge city fell into silence for a moment, and no one dared to speak easily. Yun Susu just leaned on Sumu blankly, with empty eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. She had clearly avenged her parents and family, but now she did not feel the slightest bit of satisfaction.
Instead, she was filled with endless sadness. What should I do in the future? Uncle Chen is the only one by her side now. What should she do in the future? Suddenly, the girl looked up at Su Mu. Can I follow you from now on? Ha? Not going home. I have no home for a long time. Can you let me follow you? I can be your maid and do the housework. Ha ha ha.
Su Mu smiled and rubbed the head of the little kid in front of him, looking a little helpless.
Follow me if you want. I actually took your destiny, so I owe you a favor. You can live in the Su family from now on. Thank you.
Yun Susu slowly leaned her head on Su Mu's body. She didn't know why, but this man who was so strange to her at first now gave her a sense of security.
Makes people greedy and unwilling to leave. Chapter 266 The Division of Five Realms.
Everything had been resolved, but Su Mu and his group had no intention of leaving. The only remaining city lord, Luo Haichen, couldn't help but secretly groan in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Instead, he put on an eager smile.
Young Master Su, why don't you go into the city and rest for a while? I'll welcome you and treat you a little. No.
Su Mu waved his hand to refuse.
Don't worry about us. We are just waiting for someone here. We will leave soon. Forehead.
Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Luo Haichen felt relieved, but at the same time he had to put on a regretful expression.
That's such a pity.
Watching the other party slowly leave, Su Mu didn't say much, but started thinking about where to go next. He had already planned the route of this trip in advance. Now that I have obtained the Destiny Fragment Clear Observation, I can make some slight adjustments. What Su Mu has to do now is to search the entire Shenyuan Continent as quickly as possible. He wants to find the fragments of destiny and bring back Yi Yan and others who were scattered before. This is not a job that can be completed in a short period of time, and it may last for several years. Fortunately, he was well prepared. The Shenyuan Continent can actually be roughly divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North and Center. The Su family is located in the eastern region of the Shenyuan Continent, and the Yaofeng Holy Land is also in that place. By the way, the Luo family is also among the 10 great immortal clans in the eastern region. Although the continent is divided into 5 domains, this is a very ancient name. Since the teleportation array was invented, the limitations of the domains have been ignored. Just now I am forced to remember it. Su Mu planned to complete the search of the eastern region first, and then head to the southern region next, hoping to gain some results. As for Yi Yan and others who were scattered around, they were actually all in the western regions, because that was the area where the Qian family was located. It was at this moment that a small black shadow approached rapidly from the horizon. The closer it got to Su Mu, the more restrained its aura became. Until finally it was all taken into the body and landed safely on the bow. It's Su Dai who's back. Young master, I have accomplished your mission. Su Mu did not ask the other party how he handled it. He just kept the matter in mind and nodded indifferently. Let's go. Yes. The flying boat sailed towards the south in a mighty manner. Luo Haichen stood on the city wall and still felt a lingering fear. After all, this world belongs to the immortals. It doesn't belong to living beings. It's more like their private property. Luo Haichen smiled bitterly and couldn't help but think of the legendary Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperors have been born in all the 10 immortal clans, and each of them has made permanent and significant changes to this continent, but time has been so long that many people have forgotten. It would be nice if I were also a fairy. Luo Haichen couldn't help but fantasize. There were actually quite a few people on Su Mu's flying boat. They are all immortal level cultivators, and the higher end combat forces have all gone to the front line, so the most powerful combat force here is the 4 immortal kings at the first level. In addition, he also brought 18 celestial immortals and hundreds of earthly immortals, all of whom were Su Mu's men. Su Mu vaguely remembered that when he was still in the Holy Land, many people would train their own teams in the Holy Land to deal with this kind of situation. He had no interest at the time, because if he wanted people, he could actually get as many as he wanted from the family. This is the foundation. The flying boat was moving at an extremely fast speed, passing through large areas of uninhabited land in one city after another along the way. The Shenyuan Continent is vast and boundless. Even though there are so many cultivators, most areas are natural environments, and the natural rules between heaven and earth are extremely powerful. Even if it is destroyed by monks, it will slowly recover with the passage of time. But listen to what Su Mu's father Su Ningye said. The power of this world is actually not as strong as before. In the past, it even allowed the immortal emperor to fight directly on the ground without worrying about destroying the continent. That's no longer possible now. Even the immortal lord has to be cautious and hold back when fighting on the ground. While Su Mu was thinking, he steered the flying boat to the next city. Every time he arrived at a city, Su Mu would meet with the local monks, and if he found suitable people, he would transfer them to the Su family. Of course, this situation is rare after all. In most cases, Su Mu has to provide these people with some support in order to deal with the upcoming extraterritorial threats. Su Mu still remembered that Ruo Qinghong, a mere celestial being, had come into contact with the power from outside the domain from some unknown source, so he had to take precautions early. "Brother Su Mu, have some tea." At this moment, Yun Susu suddenly came up with a cup of hot tea. Su Mu took a look and couldn't help but smile. Ever since the last incident, Yun Susu really regarded herself as a maid. Except for practicing, she stayed by Su Mu's side all day long, serving tea and pouring water, massaging shoulders and neck, very meticulously. Su Mu was a little amused and helpless. "I always feel like I'm bullying other kids," he told the other party too. "Actually, you don't have to do this. I have a lot of people around me. You can do something you like, such as practicing well." But the girl's eyes were red. "Brother Su Mu doesn't need me anymore." Su Mu's mouth twitched. What else can he do? "I can only let the other party do what they want." I casually took the tea handed to me and took a sip. It tasted sweet and refreshing, quite refreshing. At the same time, Su Mu's perception was focused on other places. Ever since he had the power of seeing clearly through the fragments of destiny, he found that he had developed some kind of sensation in his mind. This sensation was hard to explain, but it just existed. Su Mu didn't know what was going on, but decided to find out. Therefore, when he was steering the flying boat, he also made a conscious choice, and the direction he was heading now was one of them. As the surrounding scenery rapidly receded, the feeling of being there and not there became stronger and stronger, and Su Mu suddenly understood. This kind of induction is actually a fragment of destiny. Why does this thing exist? Su Mu couldn't believe it. Things like the fragments of destiny can only sense each other when their holders are extremely close to each other. How is it possible for them to cross such a long distance? All depends on clear observation? Su Mu seemed to be thinking about something, but his eyes were looking towards the city below, locking onto a dilapidated temple in the distance. There was a small figure curled up in the corner of the ruined temple, looking extremely miserable, but Su Mu captured a special power. Favored by heaven. Chapter 267, Accepting a Disciple? Su Mu's gaze passed through the houses in the city and was always fixed on that thin figure. I didn't expect to be another lucky guy. Ever since the heavenly favor was damaged, Su Mu has been searching for its fragments, trying to repair it as soon as possible. This is the second person he met. Just when Su Mu was about to go down to collect it. But I found something a little bit different. This person is a little bit strange. Su Mu looked intently. The thin figure in his sight was surrounded by a faint purple light. Only he can see this purple light, which I think is also due to clear observation. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key is that Su Mu can sense that the special aura on the other party is getting stronger and stronger. This means that this person not only has fragments of heaven's favor, but is also constantly absorbing more scattered fragments. Wow, what kind of treatment is this for being a protagonist? Su Mu had a strange expression on his face. He had nearly 1/3 of the fragments of heaven's favor on him, but these fragments did not grow on their own. They were all snatched from Chen Shu by his hard work. This is the real protagonist, right? Su Mu suddenly had more thoughts in his mind. So he didn't alert the enemy,
but fell down unknowingly and walked slowly into the ruined temple. In the dilapidated temple, Lei Yishuan curled up in a corner alone, expressionless, silently enduring the pain in her body. At the same time, he kept thinking about everything that had happened before, and began to think about how to retaliate. They have more people than me, but they are also a group of little beggars. I am not without a chance of winning. There are only a few leaders among them. Lei Yishuan kept thinking, but her stomach started to growl. Gulu. Her face suddenly turned bitter, but she had no intention of getting up. She just sat there quietly. Because she lost the fight today, she couldn't go out to beg, otherwise she would be beaten again. It looks like I'll just have to endure it for a few days. Looking up at the sky outside, Lei Yishuan felt a lot more relaxed. Luckily it's not winter now, otherwise I might not be able to make it, hee. The girl couldn't help but feel grateful for her luck. Just at this moment, a rustling sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the temple. The footsteps were steady, neither fast nor slow, and one could hear the other party getting closer. Lei Yishuan immediately became alert and hid her small body in the corner again. Who is it? Judging from the footsteps, it's not them. Could he be passing by? Or? The girl couldn't help feeling a little panicked. This dilapidated temple once belonged to an old beggar, but later the old beggar offended a practitioner and was beaten to death by the practitioner. That's why she moved in. Anyone is fine, just don't pay attention to me. Lei Yishuan had even begun to think about a way to retreat. He could hear the other party's footsteps reaching the entrance of the ruined temple, and he couldn't help but glance over. Just by seeing this, the girl was stunned on the spot. At the entrance of the dilapidated temple appeared a handsome young man, dressed in a brocade robe and with a black jade pendant on his waist. He was handsome, with an extraordinary temperament, and extremely eye-catching. The key is that behind such a dazzling halo, you can feel the gentle aura of the other person, which is a temperament that makes people want to get close to him. Most importantly, Lei Yishuan also felt an inexplicable sense of closeness from this person. Why? She hasn't felt this way since her grandfather passed away when she was a child. Sumu walked into the temple and looked straight at the pile of dry grass in the corner. There was a pair of dull little eyes in it. He has seen more now. I see. No wonder the fragments of destiny in this person are still gathering. It turns out that they are still in the dormant stage. Those who are destined by heaven will experience hardships to a greater or lesser extent. This is both a dormant period and a period of growth. For example, Chen Shu's experience in the forbidden area in his childhood and the hardships encountered by Yun Susu's family are some of the manifestations. The same is true for the little girl in front of me. Su Muqing coughed. Ahem, come out, don't hide, I've seen you a long time ago. The pile of dry grass trembled visibly, and then the ruined temple fell into silence. The other party still did not say a word. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly waiting for the other party. Lei Yishuan was extremely nervous. She kept praying that the other party didn't notice her and tried to hide herself in the pile of dry grass. Until suddenly. Gulu. In the dilapidated temple where one could hear a pin drop, a strange sound came into the ears of the two men very clearly. Lei Yishuan's body suddenly stiffened. She looked up and saw the playful expression on the handsome boy's face. She felt bitter in her heart. You really discovered me a long time ago. I thought you were lying to me. There was no way out, so Lei Yishuan hung her head and walked out of the pile of dry grass on her own initiative. She didn't even bother to clean the dust off her body, and just stood there quietly. Who are you? What do you want to do? Only then did Sumu get a good look at the other person. He was completely black, unkempt, with 2 pieces of rags hanging from his body, and a small body. He looks only 8 or 9 years old, clearly still a child. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Sumu smiled slightly. I came here to give you an opportunity. It depends on whether you want it or not. Chance. Lei Yishuan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes gradually widened, as if she had figured something out. She raised her hand and pointed tremblingly at Sumu. You are a monk.
The monks on the Shenyuan Continent are a very strange group. Some of them are bloodthirsty, while others are peace-loving. Of course, there are also some people who like to spread opportunities and enlighten people's practice at will, which is also the origin of many stories in the mortal world. Lei Yishuan is now very sure that she must have met such a person.
But why me?
The girl remained alert. Sumu directly brought out a set of classic rhetoric.
I think you have an amazing figure and are a good candidate for cultivation. Really, am I really suitable for training?
The girl's face was filled with excitement, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red after getting Sumu's nod of affirmation. Without saying a word, she immediately knelt down and fell in front of Sumu with a thud.
Master,
please accept my disciple's greetings.
Sumu was stunned.
To be honest, his original plan was just to give the other party some resources and he had no intention of accepting him as his disciple. But this person moved too fast.
Get up first. We can talk about accepting you as a disciple later. Aren't you curious about what opportunity one want to give you?
Of course I'm curious. Lei Yishuan was still kneeling on the ground, her face full of sincerity.
Please enlighten me, Master. Chapter 268, Holy Land of Cultivation.
Seeing that the other party still had no intention of changing his words, Sumu didn't want to correct him frequently.
You get up first. Yes. Lei Yishuan was very well behaved.
She stood in front of Sumu but kept a relatively long distance. Her eyes were always on Sumu. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a handsome man, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed of herself. Now that she knew that he was a cultivator, this feeling became even stronger. I didn't expect that I could have such good luck.
It's great.
The girl was very happy, so she intentionally controlled the distance between herself and Sumu. After all, she was dirty and couldn't dirty her master.
Sumu chuckled.
In fact, his plan was very simple, which was to find a way to keep this person by his side first. Since the fragments of destiny are still gathering on the other party's body, why not wait until everything is completed before taking them away yourself? It also saves you from looking everywhere. It just so happens that I haven't sensed any other fragments of destiny during this period of time, so keeping the other party by my side can also put it to some different uses.
For example, luck. People who are favored by heaven always have good luck.
Although this is not reflected in Sumu, it should be useful for other people. If Sumu keeps the other person by his side, maybe he can help him find other fragments of destiny.
Isn't that perfect? Kill two birds with one stone.
Sumu raised his hand and waved it lightly, and several rays of light flowed through the girl's body. The dirt on her body also disappeared, revealing the girl's originally fair skin. When Lei Yishuan felt the changes in her body, her eyes widened on the spot, then she raised her hands and touched herself left and right, appearing to be very uncomfortable. It was only then that Sumu realized that this little girl was actually quite pretty, but her movements were a little indecent like a monkey.
What are you doing? Sumu's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask.
Lei Yishuan kept scratching her body with her hands, looking quite embarrassed.
Master, I always feel cold and itchy. How could it not be cold with just a piece of rag hanging on my body? As for the itchiness, well, it might be because I've never been so clean in my life and I can't get used to it for a while. Sumu thought about it for a moment and transmitted his message through his mind. After a while, Yun Susu walked in from outside the door. Brother Sumu, you called me. Sumu nodded, then pointed at Lei Yishuan not far away.
Clean up for her, and keep her with you for the next period of time. Teach her if there is anything you need to do, and take care of her more.
Good.
Although Yun Susu was a little confused, she did not ask about Sumu's decision, but agreed directly. She turned to look at the little girl not far away, only to see her standing there at a loss, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yun Susu couldn't help but smile. She walked forward and gently took the other person's hand.
What's your name, little sister? Lei Yishuan's face turned even redder.
She has been begging for a living at the bottom of the society. Although he had seen those high-ranking young masters and young ladies, as well as dignitaries, he never dared to get close to them. The guards around the other party are no pushovers, and their punches are particularly fierce. But now, not only did she meet 2 of them in succession in one day, but they were also so friendly to her. Lei Yishuan couldn't help feeling a little flustered, and for a moment she began to doubt herself. Why me? Am I really a genius? Lei Yishuan felt dizzy and was subconsciously led away by Yun Susu, not knowing where she went. Sumu didn't have to wait long before the 2 girls came back holding hands. Looking at the refreshed Lei Yishuan, Sumu nodded with satisfaction and threw another pill over to her. Eat it. Lei Yishuan quickly took it with both hands, and after a slight hesitation, she swallowed it whole. A warm current instantly spread from her lower abdomen. The girl's face suddenly turned red, white steam came out of her head, her eyes widened, and she looked dazed. What is this, master? I've already said I'm not a master, Sumu said helplessly. A basic elixir can repair the deficiencies in your body and help you fill your stomach. Ah! The legendary elixir. The girl looked a little regretful. If she had known it was such a valuable thing, she should have tasted it carefully. Looking at the other person's depressed expression, for some reason, Sumu always felt that this person seemed a little bit unintelligent. Don't worry about it for now, maybe it will get better after some care. Thinking this in his mind, Sumu was about to lead his men out while speaking at the same time. By the way, do you have anything else to do in this city? If not, follow me later. Lei Yishuan was slightly stunned. It's not that she is nostalgic for this city. Just follow the other person? Where can I go? What can I do in the future? She was a little confused. And most importantly, Master? I have something very important to do. Oh? What?